tail, closing his eyes, and said that even after 10 years, he still didn't understand why he was so stupid. He imagined comics in a phone, asking if the fantasy world wasn't an outlet for introverts and other social outcasts, since that's what happened in manhwas and light novels. The guy remembered sitting in front of the screen with a happy look, and asked to listen carefully. He grew up on Earth as an ordinary otaku who was content with reading manhwas and watching anime. With a displeased look, he continued, "Why were they treating him like some kind of loser? Didn't they think they were so wrong?" The guy squatted and said nothing. Then he stood up, leaning on one knee, and said that while they were alive, they talked so much, well, it was their fate anyway. Putting his hand on his hip, Hansu exclaimed that it was finally the devil's turn, he would end this quickly. On the door was an image of a skull with glowing eyes. "This world is ruled by the strongest, a real utopia for barbarians. He is the chosen hero who administers justice." Of course, it was not he who came up with his name. The locals themselves chose him and called him to this world. They gave him such a nickname. The guy pushed the door with his foot, thinking that now he will be called a legendary hero who saved humanity from the devil. The hero stopped at the throne. The demon smiled, saying that he finally got here. Looking at him, Hansu clarified, "Is he a devil?" The monster raised his hand, shouting that of course, he stands at the top of the demon hierarchy, the lord of darkness in this world. With a predatory smile, he introduced himself as the devil Petinar. Holding the sword, Hansu smiled and said that apparently, this will be an entertaining performance. All these 10 years he fought boring fakes and now, finally, got to the original. He furrowed his brows and shouted that this was his ticket to Earth. Petinar had a shining orb in his palm. He said that he liked the sparkle in his eyes and his desire to win. He accepted the challenge of humanity. The boy waved his hand and said that before they started fighting, he wanted to ask something. Holding the sword, the hero asked why he just sat and watched his servants die, and for 10 years at that. Red-eyed frowned. He looked straight at the boy on the carpet and said that it was a shame. All this time he sent the strongest servants to him to take revenge. They all died. The demon's voice was heard in the room with columns, who said that this is why he sent even stronger ones, and the boy objected that he killed them too. Petinar said with a displeased look that he was brave. Did he think that he was just lucky? Hansu confidently clutched the weapon and said that if he had come to the duel from the very beginning, he would not have made it here. Presenting the weapons and artifacts, the hero said that during these 10 years he lost many servants, and even his property. While he only became stronger, he was his best sponsor. The demon angrily waved his hand, shouting, "What a meaningless assumption. How could he know the politics of demons? If he does not know, he should better keep quiet." His fingers tightly held the hilt, and the hero thought that he did not understand his words. All 10 years he was tormented by doubts that he would not be able to solve all the issues. But now that he was here, he should not have any problems. Swinging the sword, the guy thought that he would get out of this wild world at all costs. The monster's eyes glowed red. A bright purple flash appeared, and Hansu thought that he would return to the life of an otaku on Earth. Purple rays shook the demon's castle. Petinar was driven into a crack in the wall. Hansu thought that he was not lying when he said that he suffered all these 10 years. The demon frowned and said that he was brave. His mighty power arose from anger for the lost comrades. He imagined smiling characters. Hansu gritted his teeth and said no. With a frown, he continued that this was the result of preparation. Petinar closed his eyes and said with a smile that this is how it is. His hand hung down. He said that anyway it was a wonderful fight. The guy was left standing next to the body of the enemy. He looked shocked, asking, "Is this the end? And now let him fight properly, and that nothing like this will happen?" Smiling widely, the guy laughed. He looked up, triumphantly shouting to the deities of the fantasy world that as agreed, he destroyed the devil, now let him go to Earth. Tears were running down the boy's cheeks. He thought that he was sorry for the time he had wasted on this useless devil and his minions. Well, now that he would return to Earth, he would be respectful to his parents, he would be able to find his love, play games, eat delicious food and see the Olympics, and most importantly, he imagined the toilet and thought that he would finally be able to use a comfortable toilet. Bare feet touched the floor behind him. Someone turned to the hero, asking if he had enjoyed the adventure. Hansu turned around abruptly. He saw a silhouette surrounded by a glow and thought, "Who is it?" Pointing his finger, the hero asked incredulously, "She has a strange energy. Is it a hidden boss?" To which he heard that it was unlikely. The stranger spread her hands and said that she had been trying to follow his journey for 10 years. That's what he said, the goddess of this world. The boy looked away. Surrounded by a glow, the girl said that the path of a true hero is not easy, but he did not give up his hopes and dreams, because he had those who could support him in difficult times. She introduced the hero's comrades and said that he learned what love and friendship are, developed and finally defeated the terrible devil. She pointed her finger at the card and said that she congratulated him from the bottom of her heart, and now they will look at his grades. Hansu froze, closing his eyes. And then he stared in shock at the window that appeared and asked again. She said grades. The girl asked him to carefully check his report card. In front of him was a plate with information about the hero. His combat power is S, his achievements are A-, his reputation is D+, his character is F, and the note said why he killed all his comrades. The hero once again paid attention to the note. He looked extremely discouraged. He remembered the girl on the floor and thought that the swordswoman was dead. Weapons were stuck into the bodies of his comrades. The fairy queen and the sage were dead. The man lay face down with a sword in his back. The king of mercenaries was dead. Gritting his teeth, the hero looked away and thought that before killing the devil Petinar, he considered his comrades as an obstacle on the way to the goal. He remembered how he killed them with a wild look and said that was why he suddenly attacked and killed. Clenching his fist, Hansu angrily shouted, "What do you mean innocent? All these 10 years they oppressed him, and this injustice was endless." He imagined how his comrades maliciously surrounded him and said that they interfered in all his personal affairs. Under the guise of training they mocked him and neglected human rights. He remembered the naked girl holding the cloth and said that she was a crazy woman. Holding the towels, she swung the weapon, and he continued that due to her own carelessness she went out naked, and then began to swing the sword. It was fair retribution. The girl who raised her finger said that he failed the test. Possessing great power, he should be aware of his responsibility, and his character does not correspond to the theme that he possesses. The brunette waved his hands, asking discontentedly what it meant when he heard that in the name of order and peace in the world, they were returning him to the first day of the test. A purple seal appeared on the floor under the hero. He asked again, did she mean that he would have to hang out in this dump again, where there was not even a toilet with a flush? The seal shone, and the guy disappeared, but he heard his cry that he should meet his dead comrades again. The thought alone gave him goosebumps. His items were also lying on the floor. Hansu flew, clutching his head, and heard a voice that the administration wished him further success and victory. He would be assigned an instructor. He learned that he was awarded the status of an amateur hero. People surrounded the guy sitting in the center of the seal. This was a retake, day 1. Hansu was extremely shocked, saying that they must be joking. The girls turned to their classmates, who were saying that it would be cool to drop out of school and go to a fantasy world. The guy holding a comic book was heard saying that he wanted to save a beautiful princess from the clutches of a terrible demon king and marry her. The second said that only one, he would go on an adventure with several beauties. An explosion appeared behind the guy when he said that adventures are boring, and the story was science did not teach them anything. It is possible to invent nuclear weapons and rule the whole world. The guy with glasses introduced a magician and said that someone who only has 30 points in all technical subjects can invent nuclear weapons. If this is a fantasy world, then wouldn't it be better to use the forbidden magic of the 10th circle? The boy clenched his fist when he heard that she would destroy anything with one blow and said that magic is nonsense. A military feat is the real truth of the night world. Both boys approached and asked Hansu what he thought. He froze in surprise with the phone in his hands, thinking what he would like to do if he got into a fantasy world. On the screen was an image of a toilet. The surprised hero was surrounded by a bright glow. After 10 years, this was his last conversation with his friends before he moved to another world. The phone in a yellow case fell. Shocked Hansu sat on the floor in the same place as 10 years ago. He looked at the symbols on the floor and thought that there could be no mistake. A magic circle that moved. No, kidnapped heroes. His hands were raised up. The guy held his chest. His eyes bulged in shock, thinking that he returned to the very beginning. All his equipment, even his muscular physique was gone. Nothing remained except the memories accumulated over these 10 years. He remembered the image of the girl who said that he failed. Gritting his teeth in anger, Hansu thought that this was no joke. 3,650 days, 87,600 hours, 10 years, a whole 10 years. He imagined the smiling girls, thinking that this was enough time to get married, have children and send them to elementary school, during which time he could graduate from high school and become a university graduate. Imagining his comrades, he grabbed his head, thinking that every day he tried only to get into his world, and meekly endured the humiliation and insult of these damn teammates. The hero's eyes widened when he heard a greeting. The blonde put her hands together cutely, and he recognized Lenovo. Hansu turned around in displeasure, thinking that if you think about it, when he first came here, the first person to talk to him was her. The cute smiling girl asked, had he already come to his senses? The hero answered irritably, no. He turned away with a frown and thought that she was an archaeologist, and the organizer of the summoning ritual that brought him here. Lenovo opened the curtain, saying that he was probably confused about being summoned so suddenly, but she asked him to quickly pull himself together. Pointing to the scenery outside the window, the blonde said that this was a fantasy, a world different from the one he was born and raised in. Red flags were flying on the towers. Hansu crossed his arms and said that they would sum it up. The demon Lord Petinar had awakened. Humanity was on the brink of crisis. A great disaster was approaching. The girl looked at the dissatisfied guy, who continued that that was why they sent the respected hero and asked him to save him. Was that what she wanted to say? Waving her hand, the girl said that this was an impressive power of the mind. The hero made her speech perfectly. He thought with dissatisfaction that it should not be any other way. With tears he imagined the defeated demon and thought that it would be better if he went through all this, knocked down this Petinar and reached the epilogue. The blonde said that she completely forgot to introduce herself. Sweetly touching her chest, she introduced herself as Lenovo and said that during one of the expeditions to search for ancient legends, she received a prophecy and therefore called him. From the language of the ancients, Lenovo is translated as truth. Hansu blushed, contentedly thinking that now, after 10 years, he sees right through her. So there he was only a teenager, so he lost his head from her appearance. The blonde was surprised when she heard how he asked not to smile so much, it angers and not to pretend to be nice. Frowningly pointing his finger, the hero said that she pulled a calm and living person out of his usual environment, and now they are also asking for help. Have fun? The girl's eyes widened in surprise when she heard that she wanted to smile just from the look of his face, that he shouldn't throw words about the truth, if he couldn't even justify his name. He grinned when the girl apologized and thought that now she had a proper appearance to continue the conversation. A knight appeared from behind and told the hero that his majesty was waiting for him. He smiled slyly, saying that he was waiting too. The knight and the girl looked at him in surprise. Looking sideways, Hansu clarified what they were surprised about. He pointed his finger at the knight and asked, "Think carefully, how many heroes there were in this world who could challenge the devil?" He said that he was the only one. Raising his finger, the brunette said that that's right, there was only one hero, there was no one else, and without him, this world would end. The characters were shocked to hear the question. What did they understand now? Hansu smiled wickedly, saying that if he wanted to see him, then he should tell the king not to betray him and come here quickly. Opening her mouth in surprise, the girl heard that if they had any objections, they should catch their own demon lord. A question was heard in the room with the pillar. What were they worth? His time was precious. The knight said that he would tell him and return. Smiling widely, Hansu thought, how could they have such an amazing statement? Perhaps they were speechless. He pouted questioningly, hearing the words that he should calm down. A figure of a girl appeared behind her, who said that there is an old proverb. No one will bow their head before a hidden treasure. Those who bowed will rise, while those who rose will fall down. And nobility and modesty, simple qualities that a hero should have. Turning around, Hansu thought that this environment had changed somehow. Hadn't he met this woman last time? Looking at the stranger suspiciously, he asked who she was. The girl had a white mask on her face. She said that she was a professor. With a smile, touching her chest, the pink-haired girl explained that she was sent to him because he received an unsatisfactory grade for behavior. She will try to do her best so that he can become a worthy hero. Hansu's mouth opened in shock, hearing that she even has a special qualification. Professor Moral arrived in fantasy. The guy looked dissatisfied while she said that the heroes who successfully passed the exam did not even know about the existence of professors, so it is not surprising that he was so dumbfounded. Then in case of failure, they retake the exam without their intervention. In case of intervention of instructors, they are so rare that they can be counted on the fingers. Hansu smirked, saying that one of them was about him, and thought that she was sent to this world to interfere in his affairs. The professor put her hand on her hip, and the boy thought that not only would he have to go through all this again, but he was also being followed. He clenched his teeth angrily. Standing in front of him, he shouted, asking why, since he had heroically defeated the demon lord, he had perfectly fulfilled his purpose. The boy opened his mouth in surprise, hearing that this was the problem. The demon laughed at the boy. The voice said that he had always made the same mistakes and should have been defeated in the battle with the demon king. Hansu, with red eyes, held a sword in his hand. The voice said that, however, he had easily defeated him. Moral extended her finger and said that, as they say, failure breeds success, but he also could not analyze his actions since he had not tasted defeat. Hansu frowned, thinking what it meant. So that's it. Looking at the girl with displeasure, he asked if she came here to grumble because he didn't reflect on his actions. She confirmed. Imagining a river, she said that correct. Good people are like water, they never argue and bring benefit to all existence. The image of the girl began to disappear. She continued that she expected him to become an endless sea for his comrades. And so, this is where the theory ends, the practice begins. She will come tomorrow at the same time, let him work hard. The guy grabbed his head, thinking that maybe this devil would be easier to deal with. Lenovo looked at the guy who thought that his comrades gave him a headache, and asked if he was sick. Why did he suddenly grab his head? The girl said with a worried look that transfer magic has not been fully researched yet. They do not know if there will be any unknown side effects. If something is wrong, let him definitely tell them. Hansu looked at her with displeasure, thinking that even if he tells, it will not make things easier. He remembered the image of the professor and thought, the teaching staff is something like a group of professors who raise a hero. He imagined the girl who was holding a bag with a phone, and how he trains with a sword, and thought that when a student is taken away from school or courses and forced to study all day, people from the ordinary world are called heroes and try to raise them. Thoughtfully touching his chin, Hansu thought that he did not know the purpose of this organization, but they clearly do not feel hostility towards him, otherwise he would not be standing here now. They easily returned him to the past after he defeated the demons. If they are unhappy, they can easily kill him. The girl opened her mouth in surprise, while the guy thought that he had no other way to survive, so for now he decided to cooperate with them. A smile appeared on his face. He thought that until he had a backup plan. The blonde looked questioningly, while Hansu thought that it was useless to be angry at her and blame her for all the troubles. Anyway, their relationship now is the same as in the first round. Getting to his feet, the boy asked Lenovo to take him to the king, and thought that first of all, this is a fight for the king's influence. The heroes followed the knight. Hansu thought that he was not a citizen of their kingdom and was not obliged to obey the kidnappers. He would fight for his just human rights. Resolutely looking ahead, the brunette thought that if he died, he would not be able to return to Earth. So there was nothing left but to find mutual understanding with this incompetent king, who only does what he does, sits on the throne and issues decrees. The knight walking in front asked the hero to be selective in his words in front of his majesty. He turned suspiciously, and the boy thought, "What is he doing?" And then his thoughts came out. Awkwardly arching his eyebrows, Hansu asked what he was looking at. Did he want to hit? He closed his eyes and said that really their only hope is a hero who can defeat the demon king. So even if he does something wrong, will he dare? The man smiled widely, talking about how brave he is. Hansu turned around abruptly, recognizing that voice. The man pounced on him, promising to hit him like he wanted. A movement passed near his face. The guy closed his eyes and thought why he was here. He was too relaxed. Now that he was in this body, he would not be able to resist him. Lenovo closed her eyes and shouted at Mr. Alex, asking if he had decided to kill their hero. The man looked at her with a smirk. This is the commander-in-chief of the kingdom. Alex crossed his arms and said that this was just a test of courage. He did not die. Hansu rubbed his hit cheek in displeasure and thought that he did not like this. These barbarians kidnap innocent people and then mock them. He remembered the man who had mocked him earlier and thought that they were summoning him, giving him the title of hero, and using him as a toy or a hound that could be thrown away. Hansu took out a pen and thought that this time would be different. His eye was glowing red and the boy mentally addressed the moral teacher, saying that this was self-defense. Hansu crouched down next to the man. His eyes widened in surprise. The brunette quickly moved forward, clutching the pen. Then he turned around, thinking that it seemed like his body couldn't keep up with the technique. But he was a hero with 10 years of experience. There was a wound on the man's legs. The boy thought he was confident in his ability to inflict damage. Alex got angry and cursed. Hansu winked and threw the pen up and said that it was a pity, he would have made a good eunuch. He remembered the man mocking him earlier and thought that he first met him in training during the first playthrough. The man smiled happily. Under the pretext of practicing, he constantly beat him like a worthless dog. Hansu gripped his pen in displeasure, thinking that although he was his fencing teacher, Lenovo got angry and shouted at him to apologize to their hero immediately. The man tried to object. Then a wide smile appeared on his lips and he asked what was such a thin physique and also attempted to kill him. That was interesting. The dissatisfied guy trembled when he heard him agree. Alex pointed his finger, saying that if he could defeat him, the commander-in-chief of the Knights of the Kingdom, then he would kneel down and apologize, swearing on the honor of a knight. Hansu imagined this picture and thought that he was lying. He would not apologize until his death. Showing 2 fingers, he asked, he swears on both balls. Turning away, the hero touched his chin, thinking that he didn't know if it was that bad. Maybe this was some kind of divine revelation, a chance to release all the stress accumulated during the first playthrough. Looking at his palm, the brunette thought that it was absolutely clear that he had lost all the skills he had acquired the first time, but that didn't make him weaker. Clenching his fist, he continued to think that he also didn't know what the teaching staff was like. They wanted to say that all his 10 years of experience were wasted. A determined smile appeared on his face, and the hero thought that this was ridiculous. Words were heard in the castle building that His Majesty was demanding an audience with the hero. The guy thought that no, he had never demanded. The doors opened. Hansu was standing on the red carpet in front of the throne. The king with a round face and a beard was looking at him. The hero looked displeased, thinking that he still looked like a dumpling. He imagined a young man with a sword in his hand and thought that in his youth he was a brave warrior who had been in many battles, but somehow turned into a dumpling with a crown. The nobles looked askance at the hero, who thought that there were a lot of people here that he didn't like. The boy glanced sideways at the guard, who said that he was standing in front of His Majesty the king. Hansu remembered how he fell to his knees, thinking that during the first playthrough he greeted the king very politely, although no one appreciated it, maybe because he already knew what would happen in the future? Looking at the old man on the throne, he thought that now he didn't feel the need to show himself in a good light in front of this dumpling. The figure of death appeared next to the king. Hansu thought that he would be killed soon anyway. The boy remembered Moral, who asked him to lead him modestly and become a deep and endless sea. He gritted his teeth in displeasure and thought, well, modesty is on the agenda today. The brunette imagined a huge wave approaching the city and thought that by becoming a sea, he would flood everything completely. Hansu bowed and introduced himself, thanking for the warm welcome. The nobles standing nearby whispered that his movement corresponded to manners. They thought he was just an ill-mannered savage. His manners were even better than those of the son of one of the nobles. The dissatisfied guy bowed his head, thinking that he did not do the 10 years spent in the fantasy world because he liked it. During this time he simply had to learn all the etiquette and culture. The satisfied king's cheeks turned pink. Lenovo blushed happily, hearing the words of praise, and replied that it was a great honor. The king pointed his hand and asked the hero if he saw his abilities. Hansu touched the system window, thinking what it meant. He wanted to confirm his status. Nothing new so far, everything was developing exactly the same as during the first playthrough. The system window showed that he was a human, level 1, hero specialization, 500% experience bonus, skills, courage translator, satisfactory condition. The brunette looked thoughtfully at the system window, thinking that if everything was repeated, there would be no changes in the skills, plus with increasing mastery the skill rank would grow, and its effectiveness would also increase. The translator skill was also given as the main one during the first playthrough. The girl looked questioningly at the hero, who was thinking that there were also changes in property and Class F murder. He imagined how quickly he was moving and thought that this was the effect of the courage test conducted by Alex. The guy smiled slightly. Clenching his fist, he thought that from the level to the skills, absolutely everything was reset completely. The king sitting on the throne heard that he could see everything. His specialty was a hero, level 1, and asked if it was possible to know his special talent. Showing, Hansu replied that the experience bonus was 500%. The king opened his mouth in shock. The guy glanced to the side, thinking that now there was quite a violent reaction. Really, it was impossible to do without it. He imagined a diagram with a long green arrow and thought that this meant that regardless of talents, he would develop 5 times faster than others. He imagined little men chopping wood, and thought that if you repeat any action for 1 hour, it would be equivalent to 5 hours. The brunette closed his eyes, exhaling, and thought that the special talent of a legendary hero. Lenovo circled around, admiringly saying that this was very impressive. She was not flattering him, it was true. The guy opened one eye, hearing how he was called the chosen hero. The king said with a gloomy expression that their country, which was near the land of the devil, was in crisis. He must strike at the demons by increasing his abilities. He imagined the demon and his assistants, and said that he must destroy this king. The dissatisfied hero looked away, thinking that he did not want to. Why him? How much they would pay him? He blamed the demons for everything. He imagined the fat king, thinking that it was not them. All the problems of this country were elsewhere. There was no need to put all the blame on the demon lord. You just need to look at what was happening around. A useless dumpling king. The guy closed his eyes, imagining himself on the waves, and told himself that he needed to be humble first. Now he was a deep sea. Then, waving his hand, calmly asked, what kind of support would he give him? The king arched his eyebrows. Hansu and the others were discouraged to hear that he had summoned a hero in order to save humanity. This was the highest support. Lightning seemed to pierce the guy floating on the waves with words. What else can he do? With the most pathetic face, Hansu said that then he refuses. Let them look for another hero. The king opened his mouth in surprise. The nobles frowned. Lenovo covered her mouth with her hands. Hansu spread his arms and replied, the crisis of the state is none of his business. Pointing his finger at the king, he continued that the king does not know how to treat heroes. He should beg him on his knees, not order him, right? Covering one eye, the boy disrespectfully addressed the king, saying that he is not even a citizen of his state. The fat man became furious. The noble standing behind him shouted, how dare he speak to his majesty like that? A pen flew at his forehead. It was Hansu who threw it, causing the girl to open her mouth in shock. The boy looked at his palm, thinking that the throw was not the same as before. If he concentrated, he would have hit his eye right away. The knights grabbed their spears. Hansu turned around, stuck out his tongue and said that if they can kill him, then let them. The people in armor replied that he was crazy. The spear was pointed at the hero. Words were heard that if the king was killed, a prince would take his place. If there was no prince, a princess would take his place. And if there was no princess, then one of his distant relatives would take the king's place. The boy took a step. He came close to the spear. With a sly, confident smile, he asked if the hero was killed, who would replace him. The king gritted his teeth. A question was heard, who would then deal with the demon king? The guards pointed their spears at the hero, while he was thinking that modesty meant nothing to these barbarians. If this was simply left like this, these pigs would continue to use him. He imagined a dog on a leash, thinking discontentedly, isn't this the same as dragging a dog to the hunting grounds and letting it off the chain without a single command? Do they consider this the best support? As he imagined Petinar, Hansu thought that even the demon lord seemed like a conscientious gentleman compared to him. He never left him empty-handed. He remembered holding the silver chain mail of the monster he had defeated, and thought that every time he defeated his subordinates, he would give him a reward. Sometimes the spoils were so much that he felt embarrassed. He grabbed his head, imagining a calculator and accounts, and thought that if you calculate like that, what should a hero eat? The boy looked at the knights standing before him and thought that they would not be able to kill him, and even if someone dared, he did not care what happened to this world. Hansu smirked, thinking that if he died in this land, there was no guarantee that he would be resurrected. He smiled widely and wickedly and asked if His Majesty had anything else to say. The king glared at him furiously. He grabbed the armrest of the throne, telling the hero that he was called here to protect their country. Lenovo looked worried, and it was said that he ordered all the nobles and merchants to buy magic catalysts, and Lenovo called the hero to their land. Hansu raised his eyebrows indifferently, asking, so what? Opening his mouth wide, the king shouted that he was the property of their kingdom. The brunette was taken aback. He waved his hand, saying that when a fisherman caught a fish, he could call it his catch. But he was not a fish, but a hero, the property of the kingdom. That was ridiculous. With a wild look, he shouted that maybe he should officially announce this to the world, then what would happen to the precious kingdom? The veins on the king's forehead stood out. The queen frowned. The princes looked displeased. One of the nobles slapped his forehead. Hansu raised a finger. Raising his hand, he slyly shouted that he would go to the country that would revere him as a hero, let them do whatever they wanted, even if they caught him or locked him up, it was useless, he would not lift a finger. He presented the fragments of the coat of arms and said that the moment all of humanity learned of such treatment, they would lose all hope and their country would come to an end, and this applies to everyone who supported this ridiculous king. The nobles standing behind the warriors winced. The king grabbed his head. Hansu turned his gaze to him, hearing the question, what kind of support did he want? A sly smile appeared on his lips. Waving his hand, he began to list clothes, housing, high-quality food, equipment, potions, a map of the area, room service. He raised his little finger, introducing the woman. The dumpling king was dejectedly silent. Hansu raised his hands, happily addressing the king, who indignantly asked, did he still have anything left? Connecting his fingers in a coin gesture, Hansu asked for money. The coins seemed to hit the dumpling head of the king. The guy imagined himself running with a sword and shield and thought that playing a game that he had already completed was pretty boring, so why not take a more fun path, using cheats? Clouds floated above the bright castle. Moro grabbed her head, saying that she did not think that he would be able to do something else in one day. He heard such a proverb, pigs living at someone else's expense grunt incessantly, no matter how much you give them, it is still not enough. Hansu sat on the bed, hearing that the king who provided him with financial support would demand from him accordingly, greed would destroy him. Raising his palm, the boy asked if this was too much, and was told that it was better to have a bad deal than to have serious complaints. The girl crossed her arms, saying that even if he won, there would definitely be times when he would have to suffer losses. With her hands on her hips, she turned away, saying that if she had more time, she would be there to stop him, but she was so busy with the influx of students. The girl imagined a wheat field, saying that the owner of the mill thought that the wheat was growing only for him, a Hansu student. They were not the only candidate for the role of the hero. The boy looked amazed to hear that there were already quite a few graduates. He imagined the planet, hearing that they were returned to Earth peacefully. The boy carried an old man on his back across the road. Moro continued that they help those in difficult situations and live happily. She disappeared, leaving a bright spark, ending that she hoped that he would try his best too. Hansu touched his head in dismay, thinking that he, the owner of the mill, was not the only person who came to this world. He imagined a watering can watering a tree, and thought that meant there were other candidates, each with their own practice room where they were raised as heroes. Hansu leaned back on the bed, thinking that an educational institution the size of an entire world, meant for one person. How stupid was he to think that? He had no sense of reality. The boy looked up at the question. Was something gnawing at him? Lenova leaned towards him, worried. Her chest was right in front of his reddened face. Hansu waved his pillow, driving her away, and shouted what he told him not to start the conversation so suddenly. The girl sat on the bed, and the confused guy thought that since yesterday she has not left his side, not counting the time for sleep, in the past, being in such a situation, his heart would jump out of his chest, but because of what Professor Morrill said, one way or another, it makes him worry. The blonde turned around when the guy asked if he was definitely the only hero summoned to this land, and confirmed. The hero imagined a huge demon and thought that she said that she was too busy with the flow of students, which means that even now there are many people fighting against the demon lord. But in this world, he is the only hero. Hansu thoughtfully touched his chin, thinking, are these parallel worlds? He imagined rows of heroes and planets, and thought that the number of exactly the same worlds corresponds to the number of students, like an offline role-playing game where he is the only one enjoying the gameplay. Clutching his head, he turned away, thinking that the situation has become even more delirious. Clenching his fist firmly, the hero decided that he needed to forget about this and think about how to quickly return to Earth. She said that the graduates had been returned and were now living a happy life. There must be some way for him to return too. Waving his hand, Hansu called Lenovo. She asked where he was going. With a sly smile, the guy turned around and replied that he was receiving long-awaited support. He should enjoy it to the fullest, right? The king raised his finger, saying that he had one condition. The day before, as he promised, he opened his treasury and provided the hero with financial support. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, hearing that he trusted her with controlling expenses. Hansu silently looked ahead, thinking that nothing could be done about it. He himself would have done the same in the place of the dumpling king. People were walking along the street of the kingdom. Lenovo pointed her finger at the colored ball in admiration, asking if it would be okay if they bought it. She had wanted one for a long time. Discouraged, Hansu thought that the king must have chosen the wrong observer. The price tag was 200,000. As he left, he waved his hand, making the girl happy that he allowed her to buy, and thought that it wasn't his money. There were various items on the table. This place is the center of trade for the entire kingdom. There are many things of excellent quality here. However, due to the very high rent, the prices here are very high. He imagined scrolls and weapons, and thought that all goods with the word magic in their names were incredibly expensive. The guy imagined gadgets and technology, thinking that they could be compared to the advanced technology goods on Earth. Hansu turned his gaze to the girl who said that she bought it. In her palms was a colorful magic ball. The guy glanced sideways at the surprised passers-by. The hero walked forward and said that if she was finished, they should go faster. He imagined how happily he walked with a basket and thought that during the first playthrough, he walked along the streets in his school uniform, which attracted unnecessary attention. He did not want to repeat this experience. There was a dress in the window. Lenovo looked forward in surprise. Then her face changed to admiration, and she said that it suited the hero very well. Hansu was wearing a suit with a blue cloak and hat. The girl hesitated. Hansu closed his eyes and said that there was no need to lie. He himself knew that this was just a fashion disaster. Then a sly smile appeared on his face. He continued that it was all for the sake of shopping. He walked proudly on the street while passers-by were discussing his luxurious suit. He was an aristocrat. This was extraordinary. He must be the son of some noble family. With a pompous face, Hansu thought that as he expected, the common people would not treat an aristocrat badly, so they would also leave Lenovo alone seeing her with him, and they could focus on shopping. The girl walking behind asked where they were going. He was skipping all the famous forges and alchemy shops. After all, it was his first time here. With a sly look, Hansu said that they were going to the black market. The blonde clasped her hands and asked, "Is the noble hero going to put his hand in the illegal trade?" The girl's mouth dropped open in shock when she heard the guy say that she had bought the magic ball illegally because she had acquired it for her own benefit. With a sly grin, Hansu continued that although he had given her permission, she had not refused. The shocked heroine trembled when she heard that they were accomplices. She pursed her lips in alarm. Then she smiled sweetly and said that she thought that if it was for the sake of world peace, then the black market would do, since even medicine often used deadly poison. The guy in the hat put his hands on his hips and said that if she understood, she should keep quiet and follow him. The escort asked how they would find the black market. She introduced the guards in the room and said that even she, who had lived here for a long time, had only heard of it from rumors. They were constantly changing the location of the auction, so it was very difficult to find them. The blonde peeked out from behind the boy, who thought that, to be honest, a rookie hero who just came to this world, who understood everything more than the locals, looked very suspicious. Lenovo tilted her head in surprise when she heard the question of who he was, and answered that he was the chosen hero, to which the boy suggested thinking about how a hero could be an ordinary simpleton. He introduced a dragon, a fairy, and a demon, and said that if he could defeat a demon lord plus with his skill plus 500% experience, then some dragons, fairies, and other magical creatures that have lived for thousands of years would have been able to kill him a long time ago. Determinedly pointing his finger at himself, Hansu told her to listen carefully, that the true face of a hero who can crush the devil himself does not lie in some numbers. A sly grin appeared on his face, and the girl said with admiration that she understood. Walking forward, the guy in the hat told her to keep quiet and called her to follow him, but as Lenovo said, he did not know where the location of the black market was. Clouds were floating in the sky. He thought that it would be easy to find out if he went to some local tavern. The heroes stopped next to one of them. Lenovo looked out from behind the indifferent guy with interest. 2 men at the table were arm wrestling. One offered to pull, because he already knew that if he lost, he would kill him. The girl approached the client and asked what he would like to drink. He asked for a beer, or better yet, 2. On the other hand, the man in the hat was playing a musical instrument. Smiling wryly, Hansu thought that nothing had changed, which was understandable, because he had returned to the past. The man he called Tony was wiping his mug. Leaning on the table, the guy heard the question. He knew him, and answered that he knew him very well. He remembered Tony teaching him how to throw daggers, telling him to aim for the chest first and the head last, and thought that he was a former assassin who quit his job and opened a bar. During the first playthrough he was a lost vagabond, and Tony taught him how to survive in this world. He was not only a good friend but also a teacher. It would seem that he would befriend him again. He was not here for this. And the annoying Lenovo was hanging around. Hansu crossed his arms, hearing the words that he was very glad that the guy visited his modest establishment with this wonderful beauty, that he wanted to order. They had all the types of alcohol that were sold in the kingdom. A bead of sweat ran down the guy's cheek, who wondered if he should use a secret language. The man with a mug in his hand listened when he heard the question. Did he receive some good alcohol today? He turned away and answered that if he had enough money, he could pour him some. Tony held 2 expensive glasses in his hand and said that today they received a dark beer, a black dragon, aged 27 years. He advises him to order roast lamb with it to fully reveal the taste. Hansu resolutely frowned, understanding that the black market will be today. The black dragon is the place where the auction is held. In addition, some additional information depends on how the bartender pours alcohol. There was a candle and a lamp on the wall. A question was heard by chance. He has not opened the bottle yet, and the answer that he could recommend him another alcohol, to which the hero apologized, saying that he is a little greedy. The bartender holding the mug heard that he would like to ask one more thing. Closing one eye, Hansu asked what about the quality of the lamb, to which he heard that he cannot even doubt it. The boy imagined the people behind bars and thought that the roasted mutton meant that although it was illegal in the kingdom, the main item of the auction this time would be slaves. With a wicked smile, Hansu said that he wanted to order 2 portions of mutton then. There was a sign on the wall of the building. The door opened. The girl with full cheeks covered her mouth when she heard the order to move faster, and asked why they were in such a hurry. Hansu asked with a puzzled expression. She was also asking. They sat down to eat because they had reserved seats, and they still had time before the auction began. He introduced the dish, pointing his finger at the girl, and said that the mutton she was served was too fatty, and they were waiting for her to have another portion prepared. There was a silver symbol on the gold sign. Lenovo asked how he knew the bartender. Hansu replied that to others he looked like an ordinary bartender. The guy remembered how he sat with a glass next to a man and a woman last time, and thought that for him, a naive schoolboy, this is a true friend who taught him the laws of the jungle of this world. If he were not a hero, they would have opened some kind of business with him. Walking ahead, Hansu said that there is one more thing that she should not tell the king. In addition to a 5-fold bonus to experience, the hero has another ability. Looking at the people in front of whom there were pink system windows, he thought that from the moment he got to this world, he can see information about anyone. He many times wondered why only he can do this. But after the words of the professor, Moro begins to understand little by little. He imagined himself lying in blood in front of a bewildered troll, and thought that in the early stages, if the candidate is not able to distinguish between the strong and the weak, he can get involved in a losing fight for him and die a stupid death. Fortunately, this ability increases efficiency. Hansu glanced at the girl with one eye and asked if it wasn't logical for a hero whose goal was to kill the demon king to have such a skill. She asked then could he see her stats? The girl's cheeks turned red. A pink system window appeared in front of her, stating that she was a level 200 human, a scholar specializing in magic, with the skills of magic, sorcery, charm, cooking, eternal youth, and in a state of curiosity. The guy imagined demons, thinking that she was level 200, not even up to the level of the weakest servant of the demon king. The girl opened her mouth, preparing to listen carefully, while the guy thought that her skills were high rank and despite the fact that she had frightening potential. Hansu abruptly turned away, causing her to ask why he had fallen silent, and thought that when he remembered the first circle and her future, he replied that it didn't matter, they had to hurry. A man in simple shoes took a step next to the girl. The man next to him was holding a knife. He cut the string holding the bag and the magic ball. Lenovo turned around in shock. The bandit immediately rushed to run away. The colored ball fell down. However, the guy managed to catch it almost at the ground, and quickly threw it. The man's eyes widened. The magic ball hit him in the back with force. The unsuccessful thief fell to the ground. Holding the magic ball in his palm, Hansu said that he hit the spot between the 4th and 5th lumbar vertebrae. He tossed the ball in his palm, saying that the lower back is a pretty important place, and if you do not take care of this injury, he will have problems. Indifferently looking down, the brunette continued that his daily life will become more difficult because his legs will lose sensitivity. With a grin looking at the trembling man, the hero said that he is brave. The man in the scarf winced. A system window appeared in front of him with a description that his level is 8. He is a thief whose luck is increased during the day, with the skills of escape and murder, and he was nervous. Holding the ball in his palm, Hansu thought that his stats had dropped, so all he could do was throw stuff. The man gritted his teeth fiercely and thought that there was a 7-level difference between them, the stronger one. The first time he tried to avoid maniacs and bad guys, but now he was different from his past self. The guy in the cloak put his hand on his hip and said that if he gave in, returned the money and ran away, he would pretend that nothing happened. The thief's eyes lit up, and he screamed at him not to look down on him. Exhaling, Hansu touched his hat and thought that it was time to show off his experience from the past 10 years. He waved his hat in front of the attacker's eyes. The feather waved right at his eyes. Hansu finished off the attacker with a ball to the neck. Standing behind him, he explained that the blow had landed between the 6th and 7th cervical vertebrae. It was the same principle as with the lower back. There would always be a weak spot. The thief fell face down, and the hero said that if he didn't want to suffer from the loss of feeling in his hands and a crooked neck, he would have to take good care of that area. It was his punishment for going against him. The guards carried the thief away. Lenovo approached Hansu, who was sitting on a bench, and said that she had explained the situation to the guards. Of course, the fact that he was a hero was a secret. The boy looked away, thinking that even if that was the case, rumors would spread throughout the kingdom in a few days, but for now it was better to hide his status, so that it would be easier to move around the city. The boy was discouraged to hear that it seemed like he had killed people before. Hansu furiously shouted at her not to dare call him a murderer. He remembered killing a man in the past, and thought that after carrying out various tasks for 10 years, he had developed a habit of killing those who were perceived as enemies without further thought. As he stood up, the boy turned to Lenovo and asked if she knew what level an average adult was. Introducing the man with the gun, he said that it was the 3rd. Figuratively speaking, if you give a farmer a gun, it will add about 2 levels to him. The thief was lying on a cart with hay. The hero said that the level of the one who attacked him was 8. Recalling the boy's system characteristics, he said that judging by his skills, he was neither a hunter nor a soldier, so apparently. The blonde blushed in admiration, that he knew that he had committed crimes and killed many townspeople, and the respected hero decided to completely eliminate the possibility of other victims. Theatrically extending her hand, she stated that before defeating the Demon King, he nobly chose to save the lives of the locals. This was the first great achievement of the respected hero. Catching up with the guy, she asked if his level had increased, and Hansu remembered, saying that he should check since he had a 5-fold increase in experience. With a wave of her hand, a system window appeared, which said that he was a level 4 superhuman, specialty hero, skills, interpretation, tenacity, spirit sword, stealth assassination and assassination. Raising a finger, the blonde said that all animals and plants have an internal power, some become stronger as they develop, but most increase this power by stealing or absorbing, and the accumulated power is displayed in the status as a level. Hansu imagined athletes and thought that level 4 corresponds to athletes on Earth. A system where he becomes stronger by killing others is quite consistent with some kind of role-playing game. He waved his hand, thinking that in any case, he was a thief and a murderer, so he did a good deed. Resolutely clenching his fist, Hansu thought that he felt great. The girl raised her hands, hearing the request to take care of the bag of money. An elf with glowing eyes stood at the corner, and heard him ask him to stop trying to be nice. Hansu in a hat stands with Lenovo. The protagonist sees a silhouette around the corner. His gaze is wary. The man comes out to them smiling and asks if the guy is really Tony's client. MC frowns and replies that he is not a client, but a sworn enemy. The interlocutor nods and asks to follow him. The three heroes go forward. It is explained that the black market operates secretly, and behind the scenes of the entire continent is hiding not the easiest enemy. Their safety is really close to a clinical case of misophobia, because even Hansu could not reveal their identities. He stares at the man's back, thinking that at least the password is still valid. He turns around, declaring that it is already here, inside. They entered a 2-story house. The girl walks next to the protagonist, asking if this place looks like the general's house. He asks to look down. They look down and see that on the floor there is a magic circle of spatial transfer. The materials from which it is made must be very expensive. Lenovo says in surprise that she did not know this and thought that the black market was hidden somewhere in the capital. The guy claims that the people from there are meticulous. MC angrily asks not to be surprised at everything as a country bumpkin. She replies that the respected hero is very strange. At this time the client is asked to puts a mask on his face. Lenovo puts on a golden mask. In the room, a conversation is heard about how Hansu is embarrassed, but sometimes there are people who boldly walk around the black market without a mask. But as a future hero, he cannot afford it. The guy turns around hearing the protagonist want him to hurry. He replies that he understands him. Suddenly a bright pentagram shines under them. There is a flash. The friends look at each other. The girl asks what probably transferred them underground because it is dark there. He asks not to turn on the light so carelessly. Hansu stands with Lenovo surrounded by guards. He states that he would not like to deal with the fighters hiding around them. Standing in a mask, he realizes that he was here during the first playthrough. It is located approximately under the forest in the western part of the capital. The character prays to the statue. The hero thinks about the fact that until one fool who believed in the cult came and did not summon the devil, this place was sometimes used as a black market and he visited it as a guest. A purple light is visible. They are told that it is an honor for them to visit their market. A man with a lamp stands in front of them. The protagonist asks about the auction, hearing that it will start soon. The gray-haired man assures that there is little time left. He wants to take them to their places after a short explanation. A hammer and a bell are on the table. He explains that you need to hit it opposite your place. Various jewelry lies on the table. He says that they will have to pay in advance with gold or something else, while warning that they are not responsible if the heroes suffer problems or losses as a result of revealing their identity. The guy in the mask asks Miss Extra if she heard the words of the guide. She is confused. Adjusting the mask, the girl answers that her name is wrong. The protagonist asks to be silent. A cute girl is standing among flowers. It is explained that Lenovo is an archaeologist, a famous beauty on the middle continent. The question sounds what she was thinking when she tried to reveal herself at the market. The guide asks with a smile to follow him. MC turns to her friend and asks never to create problems here. Signs glow near her leg and head. The guy warns that if she does not want to be buried alive. Their eyes are visible in the darkness. She exclaims that explosive magic circles are located all over the place. He replies that the words do not create problems have a very deep meaning, if she does not want to be buried here. A bright light is visible. A man stands on the stage, greeting the crowd. The guide bows to the guys, hoping that they will spend their time productively. The host, spreading his arms, shouts that they are starting the auction. A big guy in chains stands in front of him, declares that the first item is a survivor from the land of demons, a war veteran. Scars are visible on his body. The question sounds if they saw his wounds all over his body. He was dying after defeating a strong demon, and he was found and cured in time. His eyes are red. The host claims that this is a warrior who offered himself as a slave to pay off a debt, ideal as a gladiator or bodyguard. The main character clenches his teeth thinking that the war veteran is a complete zero. In front of the big guy you can see a system window that this person is level 11 with a warrior specialization. MC understands that no matter how much they praise him, they won't be able to fool him. People are ringing the bells, thinking that his condition was the only highly valued skill he had, and it's unlikely that there will be a fool who would buy someone weak for money, strong only in spirit. Enthusiastic Lenovo says that she understood his plan, while he notes that apparently everyone there has money. Putting up a finger, he happily asks that he will buy the best slave and make a comrade out of him, noting that he thinks like the ancients. Han-soo is silent in anger. He sees the scene and realizes that during the first playthrough he did it differently, trying to save the slave rather acquired a burden. With anger he imagines that situation and understands that if only he had known then about her annoying character and hatred of people, he would not have made a bet. Lenovo sitting next to the hero says that he was sold, but he seemed like a very strong slave. MC replies that there is nothing wrong with that. Sitting opposite the bell, the protagonist claims that the real auction is starting now, and if you spend money thoughtlessly at the very beginning, you will only lose the advantage when something more valuable appears. The host points to the girl in shackles, shouting that this is their second option, offering to look at her delicate skin, since she is a respected daughter from a noble family that was captured by demons. The guys are sitting at the table. Lenovo turns to Ha-soo, who interrupts saying that they did not come to play toys, because it is not their job to save nobles. The frightened guy stands next to the warrior, thinking that if that girl were here, she would have forcibly stopped the auction without asking permission and would insist on the release of all the slaves. He covers his face with anger, thinking that he will remember all the troubles he went through to clean up after her. The man in chains comes out. The next item is announced. The protagonist is shocked to see him. He clenches his fists with joy and understands that this is what he needs, just perfect. A thin, long-haired guy is chained. He looks forward. The protagonist notices his empty eyes. Very thin, Han-soo thinks about his skinny form due to malnutrition. MC's eyes sparkle. A system window pops up in front of the prisoner saying that he is level 286 in the specialization of a mercenary who is a spearman. He realizes that he clearly sees his true value, and he is not interested in skills and status. What is important is that he has a high level. The host stands in front of him shouting that he is a former mercenary who operated in the north of the kingdom. He may look bad due to malnutrition, but he has mastery of a spear. The auction participants think, hearing that if they buy it in order, it can become an excellent tool. Han-soo folds his hands and thinks about the problem of convincing a slave who has lost the will to live to work, so the reaction is expected. With a grin, he realizes that this is the perfect slave for him. Lenovo rings the bell after the order. A countdown is heard in the room. The protagonist sits in a chair with a confident look, hearing the congratulations of the buyer in the wolf mask for buying a great product at a low price. The companion looks at him and asks if he saw the mercenary status. He replies that the prisoner is level 286. She exclaims that it is almost the same as Mr. Alex. The fierce warrior holds a sword. It is said that this remark upset the future king of the sword. So far Alex has not become stronger, and has not received this title. A fighter with a spear stands near the defeated enemies. It is explained that the reason the mercenary has a high level is that he constantly wandered and killed many different creatures. Although this is not so easy to do. The worker puts the key on the contact saying that this is for the master. Behind Han-soo there is a mercenary on a chain. Lenovo in a mask asks when they will return. He asks if she has gone crazy, because the shopping is just beginning. Goblin stands on the stage. Hammer rushes forward. Girl in shackles appears as goods. The companion tells MC that she is not well. He asks to be patient a little longer. An old man on a chain appears in front of the participants. It is explained that Han-soo was not going to stay long. The guests immediately squander most of the money, and the black market begins to present pitiful goods. The mercenary silently watches. The guy realizes that he got a good slave. The protagonist sitting on a chair says that it is time to leave. Surprisedly looks forward. In front of him is an elf in shackles. He exclaims that they picked her up in the famous forest on the southern continent. She looks forward. The host shouts that her mind is a little broken, but her appearance and origin are very valuable. There are huge handcuffs on her hands. Surprised auction participants hear that in addition to this, she is innocent. The protagonist excitedly hears that if there is a buyer looking for a second-generation product, then this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Her long hair is visible. She talks about how elves are a superior race that contains the secret dreams of people, and it would be hard to call it fantasy if there were no elves. People simultaneously ring the bell shouting that everyone should definitely get it, because you can't miss the chance to buy a noble elf. The protagonist nervously holds his mask and thinks that, as expected, they were deceived, because our elves noble. She stands sadly on the stage, reflecting on the fact that because nature has endowed them with longevity, but weak fertility, their birth rate is so low that one might think that they are taking pills. Lenovo, sitting next to the protagonist, states that they say that the elves who lost to people in the fight for lands fled and hid in the depths of the forest. She heard that they became simple prey. The product is still on the stage. She tells the hero that the elf is strange. He thinks that she just noticed. Lost in thought, he notices that his companion seemed to have recently been sick. While realizing that as an excellent mage, she also felt it. He watches closely, realizing that the elf is special. A system window pops up in front of her, stating that she is level 851, an archer specialization with shooting skills. Han-soo holds a hammer and understands that there is nothing to even think about, because if he does not buy her, it will be a loss. The elf watches silently. The guy realizes that he does not care at all about her appearance, because she corresponds to the level of a mid-rank demon. The monster stands with his pet, reflecting on the fact that given her origin and skills, this should be between mid and high rank, that is, he equates her to the familiar of the demon Lord Petinar. A notification with her characteristics is visible. He understands that her condition is more like a hospital diagnosis. The first curse on the list looks like the work of a demon, which led her to a state in which she is healthy physically but not mentally. The enthusiastic host smiles. The protagonist reflects on the fact that the next ones are undoubtedly the work of the black market. They played it safe so that she could not resist. Hansu knocks on the bell with a hammer. Hearing about another bet from the gentleman in the wolf mask, the countdown begins. The question sounds whether someone is ready to challenge the gentleman. The participants think. One of them notes that such a beautiful elf is rare to see. The other answers that it would be more profitable to spend this money on another warrior. MC looks at them, realizing that due to the fact that they do not know her level, the line of a reasonable price will definitely not be crossed. The host smiles and shouts that since there are no offers, the elf is sold to the person who offered the highest bid. Raising his hand, the countdown begins. Suddenly, an explosion occurs behind him. The heroes open their mouths in shock. The host turns around in fear. The participants look in amazement. In front of them is a huge hole in the wall. They shout that this is not a natural phenomenon, asking what the guards are doing. Hansu in a mask realizes that since this is not something that the hidden guards can handle, it means that this is an invasion. Lenovo screams in fear that the tunnel is about to collapse and they will be helplessly buried alive. He asks not to panic and watch carefully. A green glow is visible among the stones. A sound comes from the tunnel. A small stone glows green. Earth elementals fly forward. MC realizes that their appearance means that they are invaders. A group of elves walks among the killed guards. The frightened workers shout that they broke inside using elementals and they need to be stopped immediately. The girl calmly declares that thanks to one stupid nobleman who stood out too much, they were able to penetrate with ease. Clutching the dagger, he orders not to waste the opportunity and go on the attack to save his kinsman. The elves shoot from bows. The workers with weapons scream from the damage inflicted. They run to the attack shouting that they need to protect the clients, and even if they kill them, they cannot leave scratches on the body. The heroine with a serious look calls the elementals. Raising her hand, blue energy appears that pierces the enemies. They writhe in pain. Hansu in a mask realizes that someone from the royal family has appeared in this foul place. Elf Queen Sylvia looks ahead calmly. The system says that she is a high race at level 284 with a shaman specialty. Her image appears. MC realizes that now she is nothing more than a princess. But after the king dies during the uprising, she will give up traveling and inherit the throne. An arrow points to her. It says that this is the future queen of the elves and one of his companions in the past. The body of the elf lies on the ground. Hansu reflects on the fact that in an attempt to save her relatives, she led to the death of others, as she had a bad habit of doing during his first playthrough. The heroine squeezes the blade. A bright light is visible. The protagonist realizes that she did not join his party, so the level is quite low, but having talent means that the rank of her skill is good. She begins to cast a spell in rage. Opponents burn alive screaming for help. The guy notes that elementalism was a damn scary skill. The guide stands next to MC and calls him the gentleman in the wolf mask. He waves his hand indicating the way. The guy understands that even in such a critical situation, they prioritize the evacuation of clients. Lenovo, standing opposite, asks if they should help them with the rescue. She smiles sweetly. The protagonist thinks about this look. He sadly understands that she wants to help the elves and teach the black market a lesson. In the middle of the cave, an order is heard to go to the shelter and wait there. She asks why. The protagonist furiously asks if she is really so stupid to talk about helping with the rescue. A mercenary is standing behind. A question sounds about what to do with him, clarifying whether the companion wants them to leave him to die. Raising his hand, the protagonist declares that he cannot believe that she wants to abandon a comrade who will now be with them, offering her to change her views on life. Chairs are lying near the tables. He notes that they are the only clients who have not evacuated. The slaves lie on the ground, realizing that since they are immobilized by shackles, they could not escape in this fight and died. Pointing to the heroine with the mercenary, he declares that he will figure it out himself, and that she should go to the shelter with her new comrade. She replies that she understands. The protagonist looks forward while they leave. The amazed auctioneer hears an appeal to himself. Seeing Hansu asks why he did not run away, he asks to answer his questions. The amazed host hears the question whether it is true that this product no longer belongs to them. He agrees. The elf looks forward while the host states that the rules state that they must pay first, but under the current circumstances, the product goes to him, and from this moment on her life is in the hands of the gentleman in the mask. The protagonist looks at him and hears a request to follow the auctioneer to a safe zone. Since she is under the influence of anesthetics, she will not resist. The gentleman in the wolf mask grins, realizing that he is not stupid at all. The elf fights the guard. Hansu understands that the auctioneer has realized that the invader's goal is the slave and also realized that the battle is not going in their favor. The host smiles and hears that he is capable. While answering that they overestimate him, The protagonist thinks that since he did not have time to look after the elf, he decided to put this burden on him. Holding the blade, the auctioneer smiles and declares that in this case he will perform the rest of his duties. Dexterously cuts the enemy's body. The protagonist looks at how he fights and understands that it turns out that the auctioneer from the stage is quite strong. The guards run inside, understands that they have finished evacuating the guests to a safe zone and have come to the rescue, therefore it is clear what will happen next. Sylvia is in shackles. The guy realizes that the future queen of the elves will be captured there and put up for sale as a slave. He scratches his head and understands that she will not be punished for the incident, since the price of the goods may fall, and part of the profit received from its sale will go to the family of the deceased guards. Hansu holds the elf's face with a smile, while greeting her. She watches him and hears that he wants to say directly that if she stays alive, Sylvia will surrender. She looks surprised, hearing the question of whether she understands what he is getting at. The elf quietly answers that this child has a kind heart. The warrior stands opposite the auctioneer with the goods. The protagonist thinks about the fact that she did not give up in the battle until the moment came when the slave was taken hostage. In the memories, they were sitting near the fire. Hansu realizes that then, overwhelmed by a sense of guilt, she surrendered and told this story later. He holds the elf's face. With a grin, he takes off the mask, realizing that this is the look of someone who decided to sacrifice himself. He presses her to himself. He kisses her without closing his eyes. Sylvia is shocked to see this. The elf opens her eyes in embarrassment. Her cheeks are red. The protagonist understands with a serious expression that her heart has opened to him. The warrior holds out her hand in rage. The elf closes her eyes to understand that Sylvia fought for someone like her, while noting that she does not want her to experience the life of a slave even for a moment. They sit on a green field where the warrior is still small. She wishes her to always be happy. Tears flow from her eyes. She thanks him. Hansu puts on a mask saying that there is no need for thanks. The girl reaches out and calls the teacher. The protagonist with a frightening look declares that he can also enjoy this thanks to her. He breaks her neck. Sylvia is shocked to see this. The elf's body falls to the ground. MC thinks that it was easy due to the demonic curse and because he killed someone with level 851. The pop-up window says about the 4th level. In the next message you can see the 165th level of the protagonist. He with a crazy grin that this system is simply amazing. He looks at his hand and realizes that due to this murder he instantly increased his level, and if he used standard methods he would have gone a whole year. The warrior holds a sword. The protagonist understands that there is no need for talent or origin if you just kill by any means the one who is stronger, then there is a world where anyone can become like that just by killing. A bright light appears in front of him. He thinks that although this will require some effort and luck, in any case, the opportunity is given to everyone, a beautiful fantasy world full of dreams and hopes. With a grin he tells himself that only if he himself is a winner. The host looks at him with fear, asking why he did this. The protagonist, turning around, asks not to worry because he will pay the entire amount, while realizing that people who do not know about the system will think that killing a slave is ineffective and it would be better to use him as a subordinate, but he has a special bonus. The murder pattern is shown. He realizes that it is as if he killed 5 elves of level 851. A flash appears in front of him, while he thinks that there is still a lot of experience around here. A bright light burns in the opponent's hand. Sylvia furiously asks how he dared to do this to her teacher. The protagonist jumps off the stage. He takes the sword from the floor. Waving it, he declares that this is not the type of sword he prefers, but this time it will do. Frantically holding the blade, he understands that he is now level 165, and what he could not do before is now possible. The elf lies on the ground, realizing that she can rest in peace. The sacrifice will not be in vain. With a smirk, he thinks that now there will be no outcome in which the princess will become a slave. MC runs to the attack shouting that now is the time to fulfill his dream. Elves with weapons stand in front of the princess. They shoot at him. He deftly dodges arrows and daggers. Jumps high above the enemies, realizing that his body can't keep up with his thoughts. The frightened elves look up, while the protagonist realizes that he thought that if he increased his level, it would become easier. But is this similar to what he experiences at the peak of his abilities? The guy in the wolf mask smiles, realizing that everything is relative. A window with information about level 189, archer specialization and skills appeared in front of the enemy. The protagonist notices that she is using her abilities incorrectly and her reaction leaves much to be desired. The warrior cuts her body, noting that the most important thing is that her movements are too predictable. Her partner looks at her in shock, while Hansu realizes that if you take a dagger in your hands, you can't keep your distance. It is better to go on the offensive. Raising the blade, he thinks that either she has not fought with people before, or is accustomed only to archery from a distance. Despite this, he got a high-quality dagger. The enemy with the sword insults the protagonist. He turns around and wonders if there is an even bigger idiot here. The opponent puts out his sword and runs to attack. The protagonist intercepts the blade. Calmly swings it. In a few movements he ends up near the opponent's throat. With a grin he greets the frightened elf. His eyes open in surprise. MC punches him in the face. He flies away. He holds the dagger and swings again. He plunges it into the opponent's body. He screams in pain. The protagonist's eyes sparkle. He sees a burn on himself, thinking that a fire attack has occurred. Behind the elf stands a magician with a large fire sign. The protagonist is angry, thinking that she mistook him for a stake. Streams of energy rush towards him. A scream is heard that the spell must be concentrated in one point. Hansu smiles. The elf rolls his eyes after a deadly attack. Bright fiery rays pierce the space. It is said that the friend he recently made will help him, the meat elven shield of friendship. The elf with the sword stands near the magician and says that this is unthinkable. MC runs with the elf in his hands, asking if the opponent will shoot again. The fighter in the wolf mask goes forward, saying that the enemy is still. Throws him forward shouting that he is alive. Taking up the sword, he declares that they are slightly familiar, but he will borrow it for a short time. The elf is shocked to see how the protagonist cuts down opponents. Screams in horror. The protagonist, taking out his sword, says that since his cry is beautiful, he probably also sings beautifully, although no one will hear it. Hansu is surprised after hearing something. Leaning over the dying enemy, he says that he cannot die from some kind of blood loss. Sylvia stands behind him with a sword. The elf lies in blood. The guy says that if he dies a natural death, his precious experience that is meant for him will disappear. The protagonist laughs and says that if this is so, then their friendship is over. The princess with the sword madly orders to kill this man. Warriors with weapons shout that they cannot forgive him. Elementals fly up. Hansu exhales, realizing that they are indeed easily subject to emotions. A family of elves walks through the village. It is said that because of their long life, they live as a single community, and this makes them one family over time. This can be their strength and weakness. Grinning, the protagonist claims that the death of their comrades makes them lose their composure, leaving a gap in their defense. The auctioneer orders the workers to block the exit. A question is heard that the protagonist is not alone there. Guards with swords stand near him, hearing the demand to cover the gentleman in the wolf mask. Armed fighters stand opposite the elf. They fight each other fiercely. Hansu cries and talks about his precious experience. Destruction occurs behind him. Standing in clouds of smoke, he turns around. Sylvia calls elementals in a rage. The protagonist understands that even if they are cornered, they are still strong, and it seems she is on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Taking a knife out of the corpse, he understands that if he does not continue to increase the level, he will be buried, which means there is no time to be careful. Drops of blood fly to the side. He realizes that he must fight, preparing to lose a couple of fingers. The elf behind him swings his sword while he looks at the severed finger. MC in a rage pushes the enemy, screaming whether it was necessary to cut off the finger right now, because he was trying to collect his thoughts, and he was humiliated. He pokes a dagger, saying that he will compensate for the damage with his experience. There is a finger on the floor. The protagonist tries to put it back in place. The finger is restored. Sylvia watches him while he says that he looks a little crooked, but maybe it's just his imagination. Frowning, the elf asks if he is a demon. Waving her finger, she replies that it is sad that she thinks so. Sylvia stands among the corpses. He says that after the carnage that they both arranged. The tired elf looks. The guy thinks that again she is the only survivor like the first time, but with one difference. With a smirk, the protagonist realizes that his intervention changed the course of time. The dead guard lies on the ground. Hansu thinks that since they could not take a hostage, they could not stop the princess's rage. The black market was on the verge of destruction. Throwing the blade, he realizes that he can only guess how many people died. A window pops up in front of the enraged rival with information that she is a high elf of level 288. He realizes that her level has changed. The surprised protagonist realizes that she has risen several steps up. MC holds the blade smiling, realizing that it is also good. The system window says that it is level 203. He bows, expressing gratitude to the elves who turn to experience for his sake. The angry princess looks at him. He realizes that there is only one flask with experience left. With a smirk, he realizes that he cannot miss it under any circumstances. Sylvia swings, screaming that the demon will die with her. Energy forms around the warrior. She calls the elementals of the earth. The guards are frightened to notice that everything is collapsing and they need to quickly run to the exit. The protagonist, scratching his head, declares that he knows what is on her mind, clarifying whether he will hold back. On his face is a wolf mask. He says that if she does this, the corpses of the elves will become useless. The enraged rival declares that he knew all this and yet. Blood bags are visible. The protagonist explains that the corpses of elves can be sold at a high price. This is associated with eternity. They are used as magical catalysts. Running his finger along the blade, he says that they are cut into pieces like in a first-class butcher's work. Sylvia frowns and shouts that it is true, so she cannot ignore the deaths of her comrades and run away. The masked fighter asks what she wants to turn this place into a cemetery. Holding the sword, she hears that this is funny, because it was the princess who brought her comrades to this hellish anthill. With a mad smile, Hansu asks if that is so. She screams in rage that it is all because of him, and if not for him, everything would be different. A body lies nearby. Sylvia claims that if they had won, there would be no problems. The protagonist, pulling off the mask, says that it is a shame but it is better not to involve his comrades who were not ready for defeat. The wolf mask falls to the floor, saying that she still insisted on his demonic nature. There is a bright light in front of him. The amazed guard carries another. They ask why they stopped. Sylvia looks at the elementals in fear and asks why they stopped and ignored her request. She asks in rage why they are protecting this demon. The protagonist with a smile plunges a dagger into her body. Smiling, the guy states that the elementals in comparison to her, who uses her friends as a tool for murder, hiding behind friendship, consider the hero more important. In her frightened eyes, Hansu is reflected. She asks about the hero. She lies on the ground holding her wound, hearing that the elementals love nature and if they want to protect it. Petinar smiles. The guy states that they cannot do without a hero who will defeat the Lord of Demons. Standing with his foot on the sword, he asks if it will be worse if he is buried alive when he dies. Blood flows from the elf's mouth. MC suggests not to meet for the third time. The joyful hero is shown on the film. It is said that at the end of this brutal battle, the future queen of the elves became another past step for the hero. The elf lies unconscious. For her it was a truly worthy end, truly great and beautiful. Moral, with his arms crossed, looks displeased. The worried protagonist looks away. He sits on the bed and hears the question whether he really killed all those elves. The hero's eyes are hidden. She says that when revenge and anger are combined, they give birth to a daughter whose name is Cruelty. She is terrible and difficult to control. A piece of metal lies. The girl says that good is heavy as lead. A feather falls down. It is explained that evil is light as a feather. Hansu is surprised to hear that in this way, even if he defeats the demon lord. Discouraged looks, hearing that apparently he is not destined to pass the test. Sitting on the bed, he screams that this is unfair. Flashbacks of the battle are shown. He assures that the cruel elves attacked first. The professor spreads his hands, saying that patience brings peace, and impatience regret. While she asks if everything would have turned out for the better if he had endured, he reflects that it is impossible to sit and endure while swords are crossed. The warrior sits in the lotus position. Moral states that patience and time can do much more than strength and anger. Pointing at him with his hand, the professor asks him not to rush and calmly look around, clarifying what he sees. Hansu thinks. Raising his finger, he talks about experience. Alex grins. The guy says that he thinks that he can now kill the king of the sword. The teacher replies that you do not need to look at your weak comrades as flasks with experience. An insect sits on a branch. She explains that a dwarf sitting on a giant's shoulder sees further than the giant alone. The man folded his hands. It is explained that when a priest and a farmer are together, their knowledge is much greater than each of them separately. She points her finger upward. Moral looks at the student and says that this is his homework, to try to live peacefully, smiling even at those he doesn't like. A happy face is visible. The protagonist thinks that this is too difficult a task. The portal opposite Hansu closes. She manages to say that they will meet again in 2 days. The guy, looking into the void, says that they need to live peacefully. Sitting on the bed, he says that she should have said with whom exactly, because now she will have to worry about it. The girl next to him asks about what. Lenovo, smiling, holds a bag. In the house, the guy asks what she's doing here. She replies that she's accompanying a respected hero. He yells at her enraged that he left her to take care of the consequences on the black market, and her job of delivering the elf corpses home shouldn't have been easy. She replies that she only came after completing all the assignments. The bags are bloody. It says that the elf corpses are used as magical materials. The question sounds whether they said that they couldn't leave them to the black market. The cow smiles. It is explained that he just didn't want them to be cut into pieces and sold. With a smirk, MC thinks about how he can't let others profit from this when he himself went through all the suffering. The companion says that he doesn't forget to treat his enemies with respect. People mourn the dead. The question sounds whether the assistant took care of the families of the dead black market guards. She confirms. They carry the corpse up the steps. It is explained that it is quite a hassle to drag the corpses of elves from the 5th floor to the royal castle, and it would be amazing if there were elevators there. Gold coins are lying on the table. The guy realizes that he used all the gold he had to get the corpses at a low price, and also paid the black market for the services of safe transportation to the castle. Hansu changes clothes, asking how the negotiations with the elf king went. She enthusiastically declares that she told about what happened through a magic ball, so it went well and the delegation will soon visit their kingdom. Standing behind the screen, he hears that they will arrive with the money that the respected hero insisted on so much. He replies that this is the most important thing. The protagonist puts on a black suit, realizing that due to the fact that he emptied his wallet to buy elf corpses, it will be hard if there is no one to replenish it again, because he was a hero who will save the world. The seller asks him smilingly if he wants another one. He understands that it does not mean that they will give him anything for free. The guy eats ice cream, realizing that he had enough and that they did not try to rob him, because if he did not have money for the journey, he would have died of hunger even on the second playthrough. He bites the delicacy, thinking that in any case, everyone is mistaken about his level. With a smirk, he understands that they think that he is fourth. The elf sits on the throne. The protagonist thinks that the king of the elves cannot even imagine that his daughter attacked the hero and was killed by him. He walks next to Lenovo. realizing that there are no witnesses, since all the guards of the black market are dead, and he also convinced his companion that they killed each other themselves. The big guy hits the protagonist with a shout that there is a rumor that he changed his profession to an undertaker. The man smiles from ear to ear. The protagonist with a dissatisfied face understands that he is powerless against rumors. Ice cream is lying on the ground. He realizes that this is a secondary problem, and he does not need to respond to childish provocations. The fighter with a grin asks what he forgot at the royal training ground. He understands that he was just passing by. Warriors fight in the arena. The man says that there are 2 days left until the hero's debut. Grinning, he claims that he is looking forward to it. Hansu frowns and replies that he is also looking forward. A powerful spark of hatred arises between them. The protagonist's gaze is directed at the opponent. A system window appears in front of the fighter with information that he is at level 291, a swordsman with fencing skills. The professor raised her finger and said that you need to try to live peacefully and smile even at those you do not like. Standing opposite Alex, he confirms that he has changed his profession to an undertaker. Smiling embarrassedly, the protagonist assures that this is in order to make the best coffin for the enemy. The enemy's face is distorted from what he heard. His eyes fill with anger. A warrior in armor stands with a sword, talking about the Sword King Alex, a natural-born tank. The guy understands that despite the opinion that those who have excellent swordsmanship do not always become swordsmen. The fighter fights fiercely. It is explained that the swordsman who is truly valued in war is the one who is able to both protect allies and kill enemies for a long time, even if he is surrounded or left behind. The warrior in the cloak goes forward. It is said that he will be able to calmly return as someone with amazing swordsmanship and tenacity. Alex gets angry. The protagonist thinks that the reason why he will be called the Sword King is not only because he protected allies, but also because he was able to carry out solo missions. In the Hansu figurine there is a smaller Alex figurine. He realizes that the enemy will soon realize that the hero is higher in rank than the Sword King. The enemy with a smirk says that with such a sharp tongue, he could even defeat the Lord of Demons. MC smilingly states that no one knows about this. A cool demon is shown near the protagonist. It is said that if you remember his first playthrough, unfortunately the demon lord was more eloquent, and he must say that if it was a verbal duel, he would have lost. The man behind him assures that he could skip these 2 days and start instructing him right now. He thinks that victory is his this time. Alex mockingly says that if he so wants to get an apology earlier, is it necessary to go to the market now? With a dissatisfied face, the protagonist replies that he is in no hurry, so he should disappear from sight. Hansu and Lenovo continue walking while he is angry. The guy exhales, realizing that if he starts practicing, his level will be revealed. Since he wants to avoid the suspicions of the Elf King, he must act as if he is still on the 4th level. The protagonist stands on the defeated monster, realizing that he just needs to hide it until he gets a chance to go into the ancient ruins, somewhere deep in the forest. And then he will say everything that he got a level there. He thinks that and as a person has grown. Surprised, Lenovo watches him, while he understands that this is all thanks to the instructions of the professor of morality, since he treated the situation calmly. A huge wave overtakes him, while he thinks that in the past he would have cut Alex's throat in a fit of anger. But now he has achieved such progress that his provocations are still like peas against the wall. Looking in the mirror, he thinks maybe he is some kind of genius, his companion calls him. The joyful girl is interested in what he is doing today. Turning around, MC notices that she is slightly wary. He wonders why yesterday's events on the black market shocked her so much. The guards are piling up mountains of corpses. He thinks that he did not leave very many dead. Raising his finger, he asks the surprised girl what happened to their new mercenary comrade. The frightened prisoner trembles. The protagonist thinks that initially he was supposed to turn into a level up for him, but the professor said not to look at her weak comrades as experience, so now the mercenary works as a porter. They stand in front of the castle. It is said that in order to find the legacy of an ancient civilization, last time he gathered an expedition to the remote areas of fantasy, but this time he does not need to waste time wandering from place to place. With a grin, he realizes that he already knows where what he needs is. Flags are fluttering on the castle. A question sounds whether he has restored his health. It is said that he was inspired to hear that he will be a party member of the hero, and not a slave. The mercenary eats food. The girl says that she heard that he eats at such a pace that the yard cook cannot even take a break. Hansu smiles, saying that it is good, because he is level 286, and what can you take from him? A diagram of a person is shown. It is said that levels have a monstrous effect on progress, and unlike RPGs where you can greatly pump up an ability that is not needed, here the overall effect increases. Lifespan, resistance, strength, agility, and so on. The fighter is burning with rage, realizing that the more he thinks about it, the more angry he becomes, because they took away all his progress for 10 years in one click. Moral smiles. It is explained that returning to the past convinced him, because what if the teaching staff or those who stand behind him want? Looking at his hand, MC thinks that they can erase his levels and powers at any moment. Elementals are shown. It is explained that if he makes an effort with his heroic 5-fold experience boost, he will be able to get fantastic skills, but they mean nothing if the gods intervene in everything. He thinks about magic, witchcraft, martial arts, elementalism, blessing. considering that all this is not his. Clenching his fist, he realizes that the only real power is science. He walks down the street realizing that from now on he needs to rely much less on equipment. It means nothing since he will not return to Earth with it anyway. The sword has gold inserts. The protagonist thinks that the same applies to the hero's sacred sword, since it is impossible to give all returning fighters after defeating the demon lord a portable nuclear bomb. The guy turns around. The bald man smiles. The girl wipes the blade with a smirk. The protagonist clutches his head saying that there are not so many useful shops. Lenovo asks if he is preparing for an adventure and where he wants to go. Hansu answers with a serious look that where he is going, there is no way to get there in a day. Even if you use a magic transport circle and shorten the distance, it will still take a couple of days. The surprised companion hears that they need to hurry and prepare for an adventure. They are leaving as soon as they receive money from the elven delegation, because he does not want to go on foot. Smiling, he thinks that it is best to travel in comfort, even if it turns out to be more expensive, and since there will be a lot of money. The monster holds his parts. He realizes that whether it is a problem settler who was kicked out of the village. Standing in front of the fighters, he thinks about a group of suspicious guys. The gold coin jingles. It is explained that time and safety can be bought for money. This is the only lesson he has learned in his entire life. The girl walks behind saying that the road is long, and you will have to get permission from His Majesty the King. Waving a coin on his finger, he replies that he knows perfectly well what the dumpling wants to hear. Hansu laughs, imagining the king, stating that he will humbly give permission if he promises to return as soon as he finishes everything. Alex grins. The protagonist understands that it is not yet clear whether the fighter will follow them as an observer. Lenovo runs after the guy, asking if they are going to the ruins. He denies. With a sly smile, MC claims that they are going to meet a powerful creature. Two heroes of red and blue colors are shown. He thinks that if his spiritual teacher is Tony, then the creature he is looking for can be called a mentor in physical strength. Smiling, he says that last time he met him completely by accident, but this time he can go there again. The girl imagines a dragon, asking if it is him. He replies that he should not be compared to flying lizards, it is insulting. The enchanted companion thinks, MC wonders what is wrong. She follows him, shouting that he usually looks at everyone as if he already knows everything. He declares that he looks at them like that because they deserve it. The protagonist angrily realizes that with all this magic they haven't even thought of toilets. Because how can you look at them as equals if they live in filth? He gives the girl a notebook, saying that he will explain what is needed for the expedition. Someone shouts about the hero. Turning around, he sees a soldier who declares that His Majesty is calling him to him. Surprised, Hansu hears that a delegation from the elven country has just arrived. With a grin, he realizes that it's high time. There is a crown on the floor. He reflects on the fact that not even a day has passed since the delegation is already there, and although their precious princess has died, there is nothing to be surprised about. The protagonist smiles, realizing that he does not need to wait long. Coughing, he declares that he should tell the king that he can deal with it as he wants because he just needs money. He replies that the delegation demanded a meeting. Showing a stop sign, he tells him to say that he refused. He assures that there may be problems. The protagonist opens his eyes hearing about the delegation. The elves are walking along the red carpet. The guard explains that the delegation is accompanied by the first Elfheim prince. MC is shocked and understands that things are bad. Holding his head, he realizes that an insanely strong intermediate boss wants to see him, and he has no choice but to go there. Red flags are hanging on the castle. Bright chandeliers illuminate the hall. The protagonist is standing with Lenovo. He looks at her with displeasure, asking what is needed. She replies that nothing. The excited guy hears that she sees him so confused for the first time. He says that he also did not know that the prince would come with the delegation. The race of elves is shown. It is about royal or archelves, theoretically one of the strongest races in this world. Eternal youth is inherent in all of them, and as they increase their levels, they develop immunity to diseases. A warrior with a sword walks past a dead mutant. It is said that they can only die a violent death, but there are very few warriors capable of defeating them. The protagonist stands next to a piece of cake, realizing that levels never fall and sometimes the level can be lowered by an ability. A cut is shown. It is said that elves' experience can accumulate in layers like on a pie, making them eternally strong. Hansu looks forward thinking that skills and ranks can either weaken if they are not used for a long time, but if they are constantly honed, they can increase like levels. The gates open. In front of him stands an archelf of level 999, a swordsman. The protagonist understands what it means that such monsters are born later. The system window shows his race and level. The guy realizes that the display limit is 999, and everything above is displayed with a plus. The word luck is written. He understands that he can have level 1000, and will be shown as 999. Or maybe 5,000, and from this point on there is no reliable way to assess the opponent's fighting ability except by relying on instincts. The protagonist trains with a sword, realizing that in the past, fearing such invisible levels, he trusted only widespread rumors and trained and traveled for many years to become stronger. The villain smiles. Hansu thinks about how defeating the demon lord turned out to be much easier. The enthusiastic elf talks with the others. while the protagonist realizes that based on his experience, it seems that he is much more dangerous, and perhaps all because he did not prepare for a fight with him as he expected a battle with the demon lord. Suddenly, the elf sees him. He says with a smile that it is a great honor for him to meet the great hero of legends, introducing himself as Nasus and saying that he does not know how to express his gratitude for the fact that he protected his younger sister and brothers. The elf happily warns that he cannot bother with titles and just call him by name, because the hero is allowed. MC thinks about Sylvia, realizing that this is the first time he talks to him and he is nice, which means that not all elves are as bloodthirsty as she is. The protagonist, smiling, says that he is glad to meet him, sincerely wishes for this world to live in harmony, where people and elves meet like they do now. He smirks. They shake hands. The elf says that this is his wish too. People hold glasses, exclaiming that they need to drink to this. The guy holds a drink thinking that there is nothing wrong with making friends with an intermediate boss, just like his mentor said. There are empty plates and glasses on the table. The fighter takes the drink saying that his homeland is slowly crumbling into pieces. The surprised protagonist hears that the king of the elves does not want to hear about anything, still looks down on people. His look is sad. He holds an empty glass saying that eternal life is a blessing and a curse at the same time, and sometimes you don't have time to notice how time flies. Nasus looks at the glass in amazement, while he notes that he had to go through a lot. Smiling, he says that he showed his unflattering side because he drank too much. He assures that there is nothing terrible about it. Hansu smiles slyly. He sees the face of a happy interlocutor, while realizing that he likes him more and more, because there is nothing to reproach him for, and he is such a gentleman that it is hard to believe that he is not from Earth. A character sits on the throne. It is said that the current king of the elves does not understand anything and therefore kills time on some nonsense. The archers aim at the men. It is explained that their people do not interact with the people who captured the central fantasy. He remained on his land, professing seclusion for hundreds of years. Sylvia fought in a rage. The guy understands that it is worse that he appointed a fool as his heir. She sleeps in class. The protagonist declares that she is unworthy of such a post. She was never disciplined as befits a ruler. The girl happily runs. The protagonist thinks about how she always ran away from the kingdom just for fun. They stand in a tavern in fear. He remembers that with her level, Sylvia could be defeated by any mid-ranking demon. But if people who were weaker tried to flirt with her. The elf pulled out her sword in anger. He explains that the girl was turning into a cruel narcissist, burning everyone alive. A sword is stuck in the girl's body. Hansu thinks that now it is clear what exactly made the first prince commit a coup and take the throne. The elf sadly says that he told Sylvia many times that people should not be underestimated. But she always smirked at his words. He knows that such a day will come. A system window appears near the sad Nasus. He says that this does not make him any less sad. Lenovo looks at him sadly. The system window shows that his status is satisfied. The guy wonders why. The king strokes his daughter. The protagonist realizes that he valued the younger one, who was so similar to him and hated people to the point of insanity, valued her enough to steal the throne from the hands of the ideal eldest son. The protagonist standing opposite declares that his heart is probably broken. He replies that after her, his homeland will die. Nasus takes his hands and asks for help. The shocked guy hears that they will not stand aside either, and for the hero to defeat the demon lord. The elf waves his hand ordering to bring it in. The protagonist looks at it in shock. There is a sword in the case. The prince assures that it is his. Hansu stretches out his hand in shock, hearing that it is one of the 3 treasures of the kingdom, so it is better to return it after he receives the holy sword. The guy looks at it in surprise while holding it in his hand. Lenovo happily sees it in front of him. The protagonist bows, assuring that he will not forget his generosity. A sly smile is on his face. Grinning, he realizes that he will not give him the sword. The weapon sparkles. We are talking about the elemental sword Enmian. The guy thinks about how during the first playthrough he helped Sylvia defeat Nasus, and even if he was the one who put her on the throne, he still could not get that blade. The girl hugged him, declaring that it was the treasure of the kingdom. Smiling, holding the sword, the protagonist realizes that he can't believe that he got it so easily. Nasus smiles while he thinks that this elf is more worthy than his sister. He licks his lips, realizing that it's even a little sad that he's not going to return the sword. This doesn't mean that MC is trying to destroy trust and friendship. The blade is shown. The protagonist thinks about what the prince asked him to return after acquiring the sacred sword, but he doesn't plan to get it. He holds the blade, realizing that it's enough to chop the demon lord into pieces. Nasus enthusiastically declares that he's glad that he liked the blade. There's a scabbard on the stand. The prince explains that it's made of azure dragon skin. The protagonist presents the sword, realizing that he prefers the demonic sword type with an essence because it's more provocative. But this pure one is also not bad. Over time he can change it for himself. Licking his lips, he thinks that they will become a good team. The elf behind him assumes that the hero has outstanding strength. With a smirk, he says that it would be difficult for a level 4 to hold such a sword. Hansu looks at him in surprise and remains silent. Smiling, he replies that he has always been a bit strong, and he says that this is to be expected from a hero. They smile, and the protagonist realizes that he has realized his level. Sylvia lies in a coffin, and it is said that he has already assumed that the killer of his younger sister is the hero. She is carried down the street, and the protagonist reflects on the fact that he handed over the royal treasure to test this guess, because if so, he is a truly frightening person. Lenovo stands next to him, while he realizes that the elf has learned of his instability in the face of earthly desires. The people in cloaks cry. Nasu's bows before the king. Carriages with horses drive along the road. The guy smiles, realizing that it was a satisfactory deal, since he became rich in 3 days after starting empty-handed. There is gold near the bag. Hansu notices in the system window that this is a decent amount for the trip, besides level 204. An elemental sword hangs on his belt. With a grin, he introduces the porter and the archaeologist, realizing that he can calmly go to the place where the great creature lives. Alex angrily shouts that he is against this, because how can such a frail hero who was summoned 3 days ago suddenly go on a trip, asking if this should be done after training. The king sits opposite and says that he has his reasons, so no more arguments since the training is postponed for 10 days. Hansu smilingly tells Alex that they will see each other. Approaching his companion, he asks her to take him to the magic tower. With a dissatisfied face, he hears questions about whether he is really going to use the magic circle and whether it would be better to go on foot and find adventures. He angrily declares that he does not need such things, he just needs to show the way. The fighter next to him claims that the preparations are complete. In front of him is a mercenary with a backpack and a spear. The changes in his appearance are shown. The protagonist understands that after he was washed, fed, he looks much better and now he can be used as a porter. The protagonist is amazed and asks his name. He bows, stating that after becoming a slave, he discarded his previous name, and he can call him whatever he wants. The protagonist thinks. Thinking, he realizes that it is so troublesome and there is no need to spend much time on a slave. The embarrassed guy hears that since he will take care of his luggage during the trip, then the name will simply be Porter. He bows thanking the master, who replies that they need to hurry and go to the magic tower. People walk along the streets. Lenovo happily states that they have arrived because this is the magic tower. Hansu sees the tower in front of him, thinking about how he can pay the institution to use the magic circle of spatial transfer, just like at the airport. The girl smiles. It is said that according to the sage, who was one of the comrades during the first passage, a magician is a specialization that requires a lot of money for research and the purchase of rare materials. He realizes that since they cannot survive without support, they had no choice but to live in places with available resources or with high earnings. This is only part of the trouble since magicians and cities are not compatible like oil and water. A sheet with reasons is shown. The gate opens. The protagonist reflects on the fact that the magicians of the past have repeatedly thought about ways of living in cities and decided to build a high tower. The heroes walk along the corridor, while MC thinks about the fact that in this world, buildings do not exceed 3 floors, and if they build a 10-story tower in the center, its top will be isolated from the outside world, which will allow magicians to live in solitude. Girls in skirts greet them. While the protagonist realizes that they have no way to communicate with women, they inevitably become archmages. The ladies in hats thank them for visiting the magic tower. The protagonist understands why the sage was the only one who achieved such a title. He hands over his ID. Hearing such a request, he says that this is the seal and permission of the king. She exclaims that this is a handwritten letter from the ruler himself. The guy is shocked to hear that she will conduct them without the verification procedure. Hansu notices the power of money and power. Mr. Mage sits on the throne. The girl in the hat shouts loudly asking where to send them. The old man, lost in thought, hears that he needs to concentrate. He asks for forgiveness because he was lost in thoughts about the mysterious abyss. That is, about magic and all that. The protagonist looks away from the girl, hearing that she will buy him a cake as a change after work. The guy understands that he reeks of crime. They stand in the middle of the sign. The guy thinks that this does not concern him, while the old man can activate the magic of spatial transfer. The girl asks to stand in a circle. His hands shine. The magician conjures in front of the sparkling heroes. Suddenly the magic circle lit up with a different color. The worker smilingly declares that the transfer is complete. He realizes that he overcame a year of travel in one moment. Clenching his fist and smiling, realizing that he has freed himself from their meaningless and inevitable situations during the journey, he likes it madly. The events take place somewhere in the ruins of the first playthrough. Smoke bursts out of the structures. The girl with a serious look says that the temple is collapsing and they need to run away urgently. The protagonist and his companion run forward. He asks why she suggested studying it. She replies that as an archaeologist she cannot pass by such places. Lenova looks at him in surprise. She puts out her hands and shouts for the hero to be careful. Stones fall on him. He calls her name in shock. A bony hand takes his shoulder and says that it is hopeless. The girl frowns and declares that if they do not hurry, they will be buried alive. The companion under the rubble asks him to leave. He looks at him discouraged, hearing that until the end of their adventure, the girl would like to be with him until the end. Lenova with blood on her face assures that this is her last wish. She asks to defeat the demon lord so that it will bring peace to everyone. The shocked protagonist hears that he needs to run. He runs along the ground. The girl next to him calls the hero. He clenches his teeth. With a grin, he understands that she has served her purpose, which means that she deserves it. The image of Lenovo is visible. The protagonist thinks that she is the culprit of his suffering and he was waiting for the moment for retribution. There is blood on her body. The guy realizes that he was already starting to get tired of being enchanted by her beauty. This freed him from unnecessary work. He understands that now there will be no one to watch him and annoy him. It is worth celebrating and drinking at night. A fire is burning in the middle of the forest. The girl, holding out the plates, assures that she is hungry and the hero should cook dinner. The old man with a grin asks to wash his dirty clothes at the same time. The heroine shows the sheets and says that when he finishes, he should sit on guard and prepare the luggage, and not forget to calculate their resource costs. Hansu is furious. He throws everything aside and shouts that he is a hero, asking why the hell they make him do ordinary tasks. They answer that it is because he has the most free time. The angry guy hears that now Lenovo is gone and the only one who is suitable for replacement is himself. Sitting by the fire, MC thinks that none of them are capable of doing housework. He forgot about it because she always took it upon herself. Clenching his fist, he screams that there should be a slave, and how could he forget about him? The elf frowns and replies that even if she is a slave but also of royal blood, it is unthinkable to do housework. She angrily screams that how could his rotten brain think to transfer the work to a woman? The little protagonist falls down thinking that if he had known, this would not have happened. Hansu tearfully thinks that he had to save her no matter what. Tears fly, declaring that it is time to eat. Lenovo asks in surprise if the fighter is okay. He lies on the floor in shock. The little angel flies. He realizes that this is just a dream from disgusting memories. The magicians talk to each other. The guy asks if this is it. They answer that this is the waiting room of the magic tower, and he fell asleep right in the middle of the process. Frowning, the protagonist realizes that everything is fine. He lies and thinks that in any case he does not understand what feelings are experienced by the back of his head and hips, because his companion is sitting in another place. In shock, he notices that he is lying on the lap of the porter. He happily declares that he can help him get a good night's sleep. The protagonist barely smiles. His face frowns, realizing that he must endure because if he breaks his legs, he will not be able to use the slave, and there is no need to repeat the mistakes of the past. People walk near the castle. The question sounds that 10 years ago the Union State did not have such an atmosphere. Lenovo sighs. The gentleman with a displeased face asks why she is doing this. She sadly exclaims that the journey does not look like a journey. The enraged guy asks what is wrong with her despite the fact that she easily got there using savings, and why then does not complain about breathing. She is shown near household appliances. The protagonist realizes that the reason why he did not get rid of her is that she has the magic of household chores. The porter standing opposite declares that the girl is right because if they travel this way there will be no opportunity to raise levels and skills. He shouts that he was not asked. The protagonist makes a face and realizes that he has spoiled him a little and now he thinks that he has become a real companion. He asks him to shut up and follow him. An emblem is visible. The girl assures that she was there and it is a very good place, a mercenary guild. Hansu, perplexed, asks why he should go there. She replies that there may be a group of merchants whose path coincides with theirs. They fight a monster. The guy says that the opportunity to go in a carriage, help merchants with protection, destroy monsters and bandits, increase reputation and earn some money to raise the level, build relationships with people and so on. With a serious face, he assures that he does not have time for such a worthless part-time job. Questions about part-time work are heard from the castles. He asks that there is no time, but they are in no hurry. People are standing nearby. The protagonist asks if she forgot that the demon lord can rise again and attack at any moment. They shout that monsters attack the trade routes. MC smiles thinking that in fact he is in no hurry and a gentleman like the demon lord has been waiting for him for 10 years. They go on, discussing that there is no extra time, and the merchants will only slow them down. They at this time offer various tasks. A crescent moon is visible in the night sky. Moral in a mask asks how the hero can avoid adventures. The protagonist with a grin asks that if he fought half to death, she would feel better. The professor stands opposite and assures that this is not what she meant. He should not abuse his heroic experience bonus, and it is better to raise his level with ordinary adventures. She claims that since he went on a journey here, he must perform feats, because the heaviest burden for a traveler is an empty pocket. Lenovo stands with the guys wondering what their destination is. He understands that if she wants feats, then now one will show. They are opposite a village in the middle of the mountains. The girl says that the place they walked for 2 days is a mountain village. Perhaps they will find a clue to a secret conspiracy. He asks to just shut up, especially in this reverend place. The house is near the mountains. Hansu thinks that the landscape is the same as he remembered, although he came 9 years earlier. He knocks on the door asking if anyone is there. Lenovo and the porter are standing behind him. The protagonist, closing his eyes, claims that the unworthy hero needs instructions. The green-eyed girl was surprised and asked, "Master Mullen?" The brunette turned around and answered quietly. Then he looked at the building and added, "The Great One lives here." The door was open. The heroine stood at the entrance and asked, "And who is he?" The girl opened her eyes wide and asked how he knew their Mullen. It was the daughter of the village headman. The boy paused, kept silent and thought. Now it dawned on him that 10 years had passed since he had found this place the first time. She was no longer small. The woman was holding a child in her arms and saying, "Today, Mr. Hero was cheerful, something good had happened, and he thought she was an adult, married and with a child." The young man fell to his knees and continued his thought, and now he had come here 9 years earlier than last time. All his memories of that time were like a dream, but the fact that the Great One lived in the village headman's house had not changed. The blonde was scared and asked Mr. Hero, the Great One he was talking about, for whom he had abandoned all adventures and spent 2 days to get to the very northwestern end of the continent. The lady was holding the creature in her hands when she added, "It was a slug," and the protagonist shouted for her to close the door. He would not tolerate caustic remarks about the Great One. The girl looked sideways and answered, "But such great ones can be caught in a whole bunch, in the capital's sewers." The young man was furious and shouted, "Are her eyes for beauty or something? Fool, this is not ordinary slime." And the headman's daughter added, "He is right, Malin is soft, even softer than other slimes." Looking at the couple, the protagonist thought, it would be easier to show these stupid barbarians than to explain everything. He sat down and asked the little girl if she would let him hold her sweet friend for a minute. The blue-eyed girl silently looked at the pet. Then she pulled it to the guy and asked, "He will not hurt their Malin?" "Yes," to which he replied, "He promises." She handed the slug into the protagonist's hands and told the good Malin not to be afraid. The creature smiled, sitting in the guy's arms. The young man looked at it and thought slime. His eyes lit up as he added, "A more perfect being he doesn't know." The heroes were enveloped in power as he screamed, yes, a familiar feeling. Droplets floated in the air as Hansu thought, the human body is imperfect, a prison of KOT and ligaments, a chain of aging, the weakness of not being able to restore the lost body parts. He hovered near the pet and continued to think, it's just a prisoner in a cage called a body. A sword appeared in front of him as he added, "Foolish and desperate people who are shackled by this weakness try to find strength in fantasy things, martial arts, magic, elementals, physical strength, demonic and holy swords, heavenly power, divine power, game abilities, dragon hearts, elf wives and so on, but it's all not it, it's all deafness." The slime spread across the floor as the protagonist thought, these things can't be used to break out of the cage of his body, but for a slime, the body is not a prison, his body may not have brains, but he has more than enough emotions and intelligence. He can move his jelly body simply by force of will. The slime body is not a prison, but freedom itself. The brunette opened his eyes wide and thought, and it's true, this creature does not give him a scientific understanding of all processes to such an extent that it boggles the imagination. The heroes looked at him in fear as he continued to think, it gives him something that the savages of this fantasy world can't even dream of. It gives him the power that created refrigerators and toilets, the power that sent people to the moon and the stars, the power that exceeds all the limits of fantasy. The protagonist smiled and thanked Mr. Malin, and said that the first time he did not study his wisdom hard enough. After which he stroked the pet and added, then he had suffered humiliation from this savage world for 9 years. But this time his teachings would be embedded in his soul. People opened their mouths wide when he added, control over the vegetative system. Clothes began to tear on the hero's body. The young man turned into a jock when he applied skeletal muscle tissue and tensed up. 3 began to choke. The girl hung on the guy's hand and screamed how he managed to do it, to which he replied that she should leave him alone, he would still hurt the master. Then he looked at the green-eyed girl and asked her if she knew about the absorption of protein by the body, to which she answered, "What?" and he added, "What about growth hormones?" and thought, it is clear that savages from the fantasy world will never understand this. After which the main character began to think, since the human body is built on the vegetative system, what is called the vegetative nervous system, heartbeat, stomach function, hormone secretion, and things like muscle formation are performed independently of his will, but what if they can be controlled at will? The creatures spread out on the ground when the guy thought, it is natural for slime to have complete control over its body. It is so familiar to them that they will not be able to teach others this. However, there is one creature. A special creature that remains in a soft state all day long. The young man continued to think, and thanks to the primitive soft rhythm, his knowledge can be transmitted to a person. Feeling the rhythm of Master Malin, you can understand the technique based on a scientific understanding of the world. But this spiritual teaching cannot be explained in words or writing. But intuitive knowledge according to Plato will help. This soft great creature can share its enlightenment with the whole world and not even understand it. The lady frowned and asked, and this is the purpose of his journey. The great teacher Slug, strangely, can't understand it even after seeing it with his own eyes. The protagonist looked at her when she added, but to get the nut you need to break the shell. Why try if you can gain skills without even lifting a finger? The brunette sighed heavily and answered, no, Professor, why is she asking him about this? Then he smiled and added, to be honest, he doesn't care how hard it is for everyone else. She says this to a person who tried for the past 10 years, only to be thrown back to the very beginning by force. He frowned and said she has no right to talk about trying, even if she is a god. The blonde remained silent in response. The brown-eyed man was surprised when she said, yes, he was right. She sincerely apologized on behalf of the entire teaching staff. The Hansu student was the first to receive rank S in combat ability, there must have been tremendous efforts put into this. It was also true that they crossed them out for the sake of retesting. She would not argue with him about this anymore. The heroine began to disappear, apologizing once again, to which the young man replied he did not think that they would really apologize to him. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed. Suddenly, he looked at his hand. It looked strange when he thought how perfectly that worked. Looking at the status window, the young man thought, in general, last time he was able to defeat the Demon Lord, even without fully understanding the wisdom of Master Malin, so next, he needs to provide an alibi for his level 204th. The sun was setting over the horizon. A bat flew across the sky when the protagonist thought, somewhere around here hangs this guy. The dragon's mouth dropped open as he added, if he wanted to get home, he needed high marks in all 4 subjects: compatibility, achievements, reputation, and character, right? The boy smiled widely and thought, he would pass everything this time. The hero remembered that the first time, his combat power was undeniable, so much so that he dealt with the Demon Lord alone. The brunette stood among the monsters and thought, there were no special problems with achievements and reputation, because over the 10 years of his heroic adventures, they accumulated on their own. The 3 were walking through the cave when the protagonist thought, but now, in the second playthrough, his goal is to graduate quickly, so he does not have time to volunteer for free for the sake of achievements. In other words, if he accumulates power to beat the Demon Lord and saves points for personality, he can still fail the exam because he will get an F for achievements and reputation. The girl walked behind and said to the hero, this Lee, didn't their mission end with them meeting the Great One? She opened her eyes wide and added, no one knows what might happen during the journey, so if they don't start preparing to return to the capital. To which the main one responded, he understood what she wanted to say. Hansu opened his mouth and said, but let him think carefully, the world is teeming with thieves and monsters, but in this wilderness, not only heroes, even knights won't come here to train, since they came all this way. The 2 were surprised when he added, for the safety of the locals, they must get rid of the monsters in the nearby areas. Yes, they will have to change their plans a little, but he is a hero and this is his duty. And the lady screamed, unbelievable. The couple followed the guy. When the young man spoke, Hansu seriously thought about the hero's true purpose. He was proud that he could hold a spear for the hero, and the lady added, to be honest, she was worried if she had summoned the right hero. The brunette turned his head and replied that the hero's purpose was worthless. It was dark in the cave, when he added, is he a loser to waste time on this? Achievements also have a cost-effectiveness ratio. Lenovo, there is exactly what they need nearby. The blonde got angry and screamed, no? The protagonist raised his sword and was surprised. People silently looked at him when he thought during the first playthrough. The lizard looked ahead when the protagonist noticed that a small dragon was discovered in the vicinity of the village where Master Malin lived. The heroine hid the creature, and the guy said, this dragon is too close to the village, it can't be left here just like that, in the future it can lead to big problems. When she screamed, let him not make her laugh. The green-eyed girl opened her mouth wide and screamed, dragons are brothers of spirits, she thinks they will let some humans kill them. The brunette paused and thought, this misanthrope. He suddenly turned around when he was called. The girl's eyes were shining when she spoke, it is not necessary to kill, they are so obedient, and it is innate to them, to follow someone. The man smiled and said, violence is not a solution to problems. The blue-haired girl opened her mouth and added, a hero should not bring murder, but hope. The protagonist smiled and thought, good. Everything around lit up red when he thought, well, of course. After which Hansu noted, the dragon itself was a good achievement, but also its heart, a good thing. It contains experience points that should help him in the fight against the Demon Lord, but these blockheads, calling themselves the hero's companions, were constantly chatting about how they had actually been preventing him from becoming stronger for 10 years, and were more focused on holding him back. The young man stretched his arms and said, but this time no one will stop him from graduating. Dragon Slayer, can there be such an achievement in this fantasy world? The protagonist looked at the creature and thought, this meat dragon doesn't hunt much, so he has low skills and level, but when he catches it, he will be able to get a huge amount of experience points. In other words, he is perfect as an alibi for his level. The pet narrowed his eyes when he added, besides, no one can find fault, because he is just hunting, and Professor Moral should not be displeased. No, well, if she remains dissatisfied then, she simply has no conscience. The stars were burning in the sky. The heroes were sitting by the fire, when the protagonist thought, but then he frowned and continued his thought, these two are nothing but trouble. The brunette jumped up and screamed, his spear serves the hero, and the girl added, he can't leave them and go. The baby was sleeping soundly when he thought that this girl is a famous scientist. If she dies a violent death 5 days after joining them, the professor will grumble again. No, he didn't whitewash her grumbling. The guy got scared and thought, if he fails the exam because of the drop in his reputation score, he might meet Sylvia for the 3rd time. The young man smiled and continued his thought, he will have to go through that place anyway. It would be better to leave her there. The sun was breaking through the treetops. Suddenly someone's hand appeared. 2 orcs were making loud sounds. The young man looked at them and thought, if translated into their language, then these are toad pigs. To be honest, they are called that because of their nose, and their bodies are like bodybuilders. He peered out from behind the tree and thought, still can't understand the language they speak. Then he frowned and continued, a place where monsters like orcs compare, it's an endless source of experience. They don't live long and speak some primitive language like in some MMORPG game. All they do is supply this world with experience points. No one understands why else they exist, as someone shouted at the hero that they are orc scouts. Two appeared nearby when the lady shouted that they will help him, and he answered for them to disappear, and thought, where are they going, idiots? The man took a step forward and shouted, hey. The monsters turned around when he thought that he is now level 204th. The item lit up when the protagonist thought, no matter how weak the dragon is, such an enemy is difficult to challenge. The brunette held his sword out in front of him and added, so he plans to level up a bit in the orc settlement nearby. The light illuminated the heroes when the blonde said that they could help too, and he thought that while these two were sitting there and not moving, he could fight with peace of mind. The orcs cowered under the bright light. Looking at their characteristics, the protagonist asked, even scared of Endymion, are they going to fight? The brown-eyed man smiled and continued, this is thanks to the provocation skill, in any case, everything is going very well. The monster opened its mouth. The opponents moved towards the guy. Hansu looked at them from under his brows. He used force when everything caught fire. The portal began to suck in the orc. The number of opponents was growing. They surrounded the young man when he said, so there are more here. The brown-eyed man smiled sarcastically and said, although they are weaklings, but you can collect a little experience points from them, as they say, from the world on a thread a shirt is naked, here it is, the method of growth that Professor Morrill likes so much. Two people jumped out and shouted that they would help him. The guy turned around and answered angrily. He told them not to interfere. The couple stopped and asked, Standing among the monsters, the protagonist thought, if the orcs were distracted by them, he would not be able to work here normally. The opponents began to attack. One of them began to shoot arrows from a bow. The brunette smiled. The arrow flew forward. The protagonist raised his hand. She stuck an arrow into it. The two opponents jumped. The naked one closed his eyes and thought, if you follow the teachings of Master Malin, and make your skin hard as steel. Weapons broke on his body. When he added, then the attacks of such low-level weaklings will be simply nothing to him. Looking at the status window, Hansu thought, because he defends himself purely with his body, the endurance rank increases. He looked at the orcs and continued to think, in the past he knew people who fought elegantly without receiving a single blow. The monsters flew apart when the guy thought, but they were only good for becoming good bags of experience. The man grabbed the arrow and shouted, One opponent was left behind when he added, no matter what techniques he owned in life. The brunette turned around and continued, you never know where an arrow can fly from. The orc archer was shocked. Suddenly he began to run away. The green-eyed woman made a dash and shouted to the hero that she would finish him off. No matter how she looked at it, her level was still higher than theirs. As their partner, she could also show something. The protagonist put out his sword and answered, and she shouted, her magical lightning. The orc ran between the trees when the hero said, if he left one alive, he would call the whole group. He was not going to comb the entire forest in search of orcs. The lady opened her eyes wide and told the hero that he was covered in orc blood, she would wash it off now, to which he replied that she should leave it. After which the young man smiled and added that it was needed to hide his scent. Orcs have a very keen sense of smell, just like dragons. The skeleton was hanging on a stick. A crowd of orcs was moving forward. They were an entire army. The orc champion roared loudly. The orc sorcerer's eyes were glowing. The three were lying on the rock and watching as the hero spoke, and somewhere there was the orc leader. Most likely he was about level 400. The young man raised his head and replied that if you look at it that way, there were about 5,000 orcs, and the protagonist added that he would now explain their strategy. So let them listen carefully. They would surround and destroy the orc settlement with the power of their friendship. The heroes were developing a plan when Hansu said that he would attack from the northern gate. Lenovo would get the western gate, and the eastern gate would be his. They would like to block the southern direction as well, but the power of friendship would not be enough for that. The girl turned her head and asked the hero, what about reinforcements? To which he told her not to worry, there was a wide river in the south, so they would not be able to escape. The brunette raised his hands and added, they would have no choice but to run to the gate where they would be standing. They would be able to cope without reinforcements that would only get in the way. Well, they were already looking forward to leveling up. The two stood and were silent when he said, if there were any more useless questions, let them ask. Okay, everything was just fine, and offered to show them the power of their friendship. The girl stood in front of the gate. The evil orcs growled loudly. Suddenly they began to run forward. The green-eyed girl opened her mouth wide and said, how many of them were there? The heroine stood in the distance, and said that at such moments she always thinks about whether she summoned the right hero, she is only a little worried. Then she closed her eyes. After which she put out her hand and said, okay, she is the archaeologist Lenovo. She was illuminated by power. Trying on the power, the lady screamed, the companion of the legendary hero. The orc opened his mouth wide. The girl put out her hand and said, and what she could not do during the day, she will finish now. There was a flash between the enemies. A bright beam rushed upward. Then there was a powerful explosion. Looking at what was happening, the protagonist thought, okay, bait, oh, what is he saying? Jumping off the cliff, he added, the detachment distracting the main forces of the enemy began to pay for the food he bought them all this time. All the orcs defending this place ran towards the porter and Lenovo. The young man smiled and said, what idiots. After which he ran into the hut and thought, as far as he remembered, that ugly tent was the home of the orc chieftain. The fact that he distracted the orcs with bait, oh, a squad distracting the main enemy forces, was a strategic decision to calmly get to their chieftain and kill him. The guy looked inside and continued his thought, everything is exactly like that. Suddenly, a blonde appeared before his eyes, screaming, hooray, finally someone came to help, for some reason. She was hanging upside down and saying, she already thought that she would not be able to return to Elfheim, and they would make a barbecue out of her, she would reward him well, so let him help her. The protagonist looked out the status window and thought, damn, again this brand of a hero that made him suffer for 10 years. The brunette gritted his teeth and continued his thought, he feels that if something goes wrong, everything will only become more troublesome. The girl asked to save her. The main character thought that if a person does the same thing for 10 years, whether he wants it or not, he gets a feeling. She continued to hang upside down, and the guy thought that just because there was a hero in front of her, dangerous and troublesome things could be dumped on him, and some meager reward given. He stood silently, and thought that he had a feeling as if he was completely connected with people who thought exactly like that. The young man looked away and asked to wait a little. The lady laughed and said that she would go home. He thought that he would go home on his own. Walking on the ground, he thought that they would not waste time on useless things, as in his first playthrough, and as they wanted, she would give the Lord of Monsters a beating and would definitely be released. Raising his head, he thought about saving him and sending home the silly elves who were caught by the orcs. He would not do this to them, even if he was paid extra. The orc slept with his mouth open. The protagonist looked at it and thought that the level was much lower than he remembered, probably because he came 9 years earlier. He took out the sword and thought that the missing part could be filled with the remaining orcs. Bon appetit. The young man looked at the sword and thought that it was a gift received from the elven prince, the spirit sword Endymion. The heroine looked at the sword in fascination. Hansu thought that he should take it as an honor to die from a weapon filled with rage and become his experience points. The blonde continued to watch. A creature appeared near the sword, and the protagonist thought that it was the voice of the spirits. The lady's eyes widened in surprise. She opened her mouth and screamed that he was a thief, a man who stole the treasure of the elves. She saw upside down and was indignant. Where were the guards looking? They missed the treasure of the royal family. The protagonist turned to her and thought that she had gone crazy. A shadow appeared above him. The girl shouted that the spirit sword belonged to the elves. He replied that it was a gift from the elven prince. He raised his head and asked if they were making too much noise. The orc growled. The young man gritted his teeth and said that it seemed that he was angry because they woke him up, and he was also angry because his plans were ruined. Both opponents grabbed their swords. The monster struck. Looking at him, the guy thought how scary it was to spin this weapon with one hand, but due to the low level of skills, it did not pose much of a threat. He picked up the sword in the enemy's basement. Having struck, he shouted for him to calm down and become his experience. The orc fell. They put a sword to his nose and ordered him to sit quietly. The young man grinned and asked if it was better to die from one blow. It will not hurt so much. He pressed on the nose and asked if he was right. The heroine opened her mouth and screamed, thief, the treasure of the elves is dangerous. A beam of light appeared behind her, and she screamed, damn thief, no, bandit. Hansu turned his head. All three were interrogated by fire. There was an explosion. The creature clutched the staff. There were other orcs behind it. The green one began to make sounds. He headed towards the group. The yellow-eyed man started to tell him something. His interlocutor hit him on the head with his fist. Then he raised his hands and started screaming. The protagonist tried to get out from under the boards and said why those idiots used magic against the chieftain's tent. He scratched his head and said that he was going to do everything quietly under that one. The blonde was lying on her back. The protagonist said that it was all because of her. She was lying with her mouth open. Information about her appeared. The guy looked away and thought how the orcs were able to catch an 800th level elf. Maybe it was because of the curse. Imagining the green-eyed girl in handcuffs, he thought that she was like the elf he saw on the black market. This smelled like some kind of business that he couldn't figure out the first time. Looking at the information, he thought, well, okay, what business does it have on him? Then he plunged his sword into her. The young man picked up the rag and thought that judging by its status, if he didn't use recovery magic on it now, it would only suffer from pain and then die. Blood began to spread across the fabric. The young man stepped to the side and thought, if so, then let it become the hero's experience points. He smiled and thought, let it contribute to the fight against the demon lord and his quick release. The orc stood in front of the crowd. He turned around. The guy smiled and lashed out at the enemy with his sword. He laughed and said where he also gave his experience points. The mutant threw his head back and grunted, and then fell. The young man straightened up and thought that with the experience gained from the elf of level 892 and the orc chieftain of level 387, and even with a 5-fold boost. He looked at his indicators and thought that his level began to rise rapidly. He stood with his foot on the enemy's head and said that he had planned to deal with them one by one, but that was not necessary now. The protagonist raised his sword and said that he needed to save time, so let them all attack at once. The mutants rushed towards him. The protagonist looked at them. He squatted down and began to laugh. And then he took off. He ran away from the explosion and continued to laugh. The monsters ran after him. The young man smiled. He ran past bodies with severed heads. They were still making sounds. Imagining 2 orcs, he thought that he felt like he was already in his best shape since the first playthrough, although the average level of opponents now is 10 times lower than back then. He turned around. Shells were flying at him. Hansa's face twisted. There was an explosion. The dust began to settle. The protagonist began to laugh. He began to swing his sword and think, no matter how they stabbed or cut him, no matter what wounds they inflicted on him, and no matter how many bones they broke, thanks to Master Malung's technique, he quickly recovers. But he straightened up and thought, so he will not only stay alive, but also quickly pump up skills related to defense. His endurance, evasion and resistance skills increased in level. The guy turned around when he was called. The girl was fighting off the orcs and asking the hero to help her, because she could not hold out any longer. She opened her mouth and screamed that she had run out of mana, and there was no more strength in her hands. The protagonist turned his head and said that he had already forgotten about them. Two tried to fight off the creatures. The guy jumped up and said, "Here are the malingerers." The mutants' bodies flew in different directions. The brunette sat down on the ground and thanked the hero for saving them. He lowered his head and called the porter. He looked at him in surprise and said yes. Hansu presented the diagram and asked why he was so excited to fight. His order to attack 1,000 orc army was reckless, so it would have been fine if they retreated. The young man chuckled. Raising his spear, he said that she freed him from the slavery of the orcs. From that moment on, his life belonged to him. The dark-haired man folded his hands behind his head and thought, wow, he never thought he would hear that. He remembered how the girl turned her head and asked what he needed. Oh, these pathetic humans, and thought that he wanted to hear those words from Sylvia. The young man picked up the corpse and asked if Mr. Hero was really okay if he sent them to the village. The girl interrupted him and said that he needed to rest. The protagonist waved his hand and told them to stop. He had to finish off the orcs hiding in the forest, and they were exhausted. They were no use anyway. He thought to himself how he could not take advantage of such a good moment to get rid of them. He raised his finger and said that as soon as they returned to the village they should contact Prince Nasus and they would definitely need to get payment from him for the elf's corpse. The woman folded her arms over her chest and asked if she had said that she appeared suddenly. The young man replied that his respected professor of morality had finally arrived. He turned around and said that there had been no problems up until that moment. She replied that, unfortunately, there was a problem. She made up the story about the blonde and asked if he hadn't too easily abandoned the cute elf to her fate, while there was life, if any hope. Remembering the lying body, she added that life was a journey leading to death, but that did not mean it was so easy to give up. The young man raised his finger and said that this was some kind of misunderstanding. He did not abandon the elf he met in the orc settlement. She was level 892. How could he? He saw a bright future where they would soon become one, and if that was exactly what happened, she became a good experience for him. Listening to this, the lady covered her face with her hand. Turning away, she said that stubbornness makes one unhappy, and those who do not seek joy cannot enjoy it. He should value their connection, and he will be able to find happiness that he did not even suspect. The dark-haired man exhaled and thought, a new connection. He scratched the back of his head and said how complicated everything is. Walking through the cave, he thought that he would first deal with the dragon, and then think about it. The guy ran happily and thought that then he thought he would be happy. The creature's eyes were closed. They suddenly opened. The young man looked at the reptile and thought that he had come to the right place. For the first time in this cave a young dragon lived. He was covered by a shadow. He looked at the enemy with his head raised. The dragon opened its mouth and roared. Information about the chaos dragon appeared. The protagonist's face became swept away, and he thought that only the owner had not changed yet. Stepping back, he thought that his first playthrough, in which he suffered for 10 years, was just recently. The dragon raised its paw. The protagonist jumped to the side and thought that he understood it with his head, but his heart still could not fit. He clenched his teeth and said, damn, he thought that only a week had passed since he was summoned to this world. The monster roared. The blonde leaned over and asked if Mr. Hero was okay. Two shadows loomed over the boy and talked to each other. One said that it was too much, be it an exam or training. The second replied that he had already fully recovered thanks to the healer's magic and could not get up, but because he still lacked willpower. He remembered how he lay and thought that last time, throughout the first week, he suffered from complications due to severe beatings that were committed under the pretext of exams and training, so he did not know what was happening in the world at this time, and did not know anything about those who had passed away by that time. The man loomed over him and smiled. Imagining a dragon, he thought of a dark dragon with 3 pairs of wings. It was the supreme dragon of Oblivion Nebius. People began to look around. The young man thought that because of the resurrected Lord of Demons, his place was pushed aside, but this monster was one of the 5 disasters of the fantasy world. The reptile was breathing fire. She opened her mouth, and the young man thought that the first time, while he was defeating the rest of the 5 disasters, a long time had passed since his departure, so he was only whipping about his bad reputation. He looked at the huge eyes. Then he turned his back to him and thought that he needed to change his plans. He started to run and thought that this was an evacuation. Looking at the information, he thought that judging by the sunset in his state, his natural death was not long left. Apparently he killed the young dragon he met in the first playthrough and occupied his home. The young man continued to run and thought that even if he did not have much time left, with his current skills, he was completely helpless in front of him. On the contrary, it would be a bed dragon hunting the hero. A shadow loomed over him. The protagonist turned around. A mouth opened behind him, and he shouted if he could just let him go. He jumped up and shouted that he had simply confused the owner of the house. He thought to himself that he had said something but they had not understood him. Even the translation skill did not work on dragons. The reptile looked at him furiously, and the dark-haired man thought that she was especially bloodthirsty, and the fact that she had so many different SS skills meant that she had killed many for experience points. He waited from the cave and thought that a dragon with such a temperament would not let the invader go just like that. The earth began to tremble. The dragon roared. After which he began to look around the limit and he saw a man, and rose into the air. Hansu opened his mouth and said that he could not hear footsteps. Did he really give up? This could not be. A flame began to form in the reptile's throat. The young man heard the noise of wings. The dragon frowned, and he spewed out flames. The dishes on the shelf began to shake. One of the pots fell and broke. People stood with their mouths open. The girl looked at the smoke and said, "This must be Mr. Hero." The smoke hung in the air. It began to settle gradually. The protagonist turned and said, "Damn, if he had hit him on the head, he would have definitely died." He went into the body settings and set the recovery to full. He lowered his hand and thought that he needed to increase blood circulation and liver activity to neutralize the poison, close the wounds with platelets, and speed up tissue recovery. Headaches can be removed by controlling endorphins. The protagonist stretched his arms and said that thanks to Master Malang's teachings, if his brain was in order, he would be able to recover immediately. He turned his head and said that it looked like the power of an S-rank poison breath. It must be some kind of monster. The boy raised his head and said that if something went wrong, all this poison would reach the village. Looking at the dragon, he said that he didn't care what happened to the dummies, but he couldn't abandon Master Malang in trouble. The snake noticed him when he called him an old fat lizard, and asked if he had presbyopia, because his aim was simply disgusting. The young man opened his mouth and exclaimed how he had masterfully pretended to be an arrogant king or a supreme dragon all this time. He himself came out of the cave, so he would be perfect food for the maggots in the ground. Looking at the dragon, he thought that the translation was not working on him, because he could not understand it, but to hurt the pride of this killer, it was enough that someone could survive his poisonous breath. The dragon opened his mouth. Flames burst out from there, and the dark-haired man began to run. He deftly dodged the flames and thought that if it did not tear off his head, then he would be able to produce antibodies to neutralize the poison. He raised his finger up and said that this was a deadly poison therapy for skin restoration. He thought that he managed to take him away from the place where Master Malang's answer was. An explosion occurred behind him, and the young man exclaimed how much longer he had to fight this chase. The orcs looked around. The brown-eyed man ran past them and said, "Out of the way." The monsters looked after him. At that moment, they were doused with fire and poison. Hansu turned around and said, "Idiots, what are they doing hanging around here in the middle of nowhere?" He smiled and thought he said that when the adrenaline hit him, and it dawned on him how to turn this dangerous moment into an opportunity. Pink smoke appeared behind the hills. Then an explosion occurred. The monsters watched this. One of them had a bone mask on his face. Suddenly, a rapid movement appeared from the smoke. The leader of the monsters looked surprised. Hansu jumped up and appeared behind the fence. The monsters looked at him in surprise. A sly smile appeared on the guy's face. He thought that the target had been found. The hero landed not far from the monsters. He quickly ran forward, laughing loudly. The leader and his subordinates were surprised. A bright pink beam rose up. Bones were peeking out of the smoke. A hand wrapped in a bandage was shaking. Half of the monster's face was hidden in pink smoke. The system reported that this was an orc of level 265, with the skills Attack, Beast and Resistance. He was in a state of poisoning, burn, paralysis and on the verge of death. Laughing, the guy approached him. Raising his weapon above his head, Hansu said that the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion gave him experience points as a gift. The shadow of the weapon fell on the monster's face. The guy thought that it didn't matter who dealt the damage during the fight. There was a shadow from the blade on the monster's face. The hero thought that the experience went to the one who dealt the last blow. The brunette smiled contentedly. He stood next to the defeated monster and thought that he was able to dodge the dragon's attack. But the orcs around were poisoned by his poison skill, so they just became carcasses from which he could take experience points with one blow. The silhouette of a six-winged dragon appeared in the sky. The flying monster lowered its head down. Hansu grinned, thinking that none of them would want this, but they could make a good team. A bright spark appeared from the dragon's mouth. A powerful beam crashed into the ground next to the guy. The blow was so powerful that it broke the earth. Dark clouds gathered above the city buildings. The bell swung. People looked away in fear, shouting about the dragon attack. The supreme dragon of oblivion appeared again. A dark cloud began to appear above the roofs. People shouted to run faster, otherwise they would die. Someone else asked where to run. Where is the dragon slayer? A dark silhouette appeared in the purple sky. One of the guys turned around in fear. The monster with burning eyes looked at him, and then released a bright beam of flame down. A blinding flash rose. People were burning with fire, screaming. Hansu ran among all this. He concentrated on looking ahead, thinking that it was good to run on adrenaline, because his body does not get tired, but it is inconvenient that the view is narrowed. He saw a path among the purple water, but he thought that he needed to concentrate so as not to miss experience points. In the smoke stood a discouraged level 633 Cyclops. A bright beam of attack blew off half of his head. There was a snake cut into pieces on the ground. The hero laughed. Blood poured out of the monster's mouth. The guy said that because of the poison, all these high-level monsters lay like trash. In the system window, his level and skill ranks rapidly changed, accompanied by loud laughter. Flying out of the cloud of dragon poison, Hansu exclaimed that this was his first time. The monster with glowing eyes flew forward. The absolutely happy guy thought that they had good compatibility, so they traveled through the fantasy world day and night. No one could block their path. Hansu raised his sword next to the dragon, attacking demons. The dragon breathed poisonous smoke onto the tree. They defeated forests and monsters. Hansu raised his hand with a sword on the battlefield of a mercenary squad and many others. On the ground near the smoke lay a skull. They all disappeared like dust particles swept away by a vacuum cleaner. Ruddy with pleasure, the guy said how fresh. His system window showed that he was a superhuman with level 903. His skills had increased to S and SS, and he felt satisfied, saying that in just a few days, the skills had increased beyond the limits. If he increased the level further, he would have to fight the demon lord, and here he would need the help of demons, which give a lot of experience points. Hansu turned around, hearing a roar. A shadow covered his body. A huge six-winged dragon lay nearby. The hero thought it was a chaos dragon, and the supreme oblivion dragon Nebius. A tear appeared in the corner of his eye. Hansu said that it was fun, calling him a friend. The dragon opened its mouth. After a few days at the end of the flight, it fell from old age. Purple smoke rose above the hills. The hero stood nearby. He looked ahead gloomily, and remained silent. A huge dragon lay in front of him. Remembering his characteristics window, the hero said that age still makes itself felt. Nebius's mouth was open. Hansu said, what a spirit he had, to attack him until all his joints were damaged. To be known as one of the 5 plagues of the fantasy world, you need to be like this. With his hands on his hips, the guy bowed and said that their acquaintance was not long, but it was fun. The level increased greatly. As Professor Morrell said, new connections are important. Looking to the side, the hero thought that there was one problem. Standing next to the dragon, he said that it could be a crushing blow to the reputation. Purple liquid was spreading on the ground near the dragon. Among it were a skull and bones. Hansu crossed his arms, hearing that due to the breath of the supreme dragon of oblivion, many cities were destroyed. Half of the central continent was burned and polluted with deadly smoke, so that everything there cannot be restored. The boy twisted his hands and said that as expected of the demon lord, Pedinar, without lifting a finger, he was able to plunge humanity into the abyss of despair. Morrell stood in front of him and indignantly exclaimed that he was the scary one here when she heard how scary the demon was. The hero scratched his head and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl replied that because of the dangerous situation she couldn't interfere. It would be terrible if everything went wrong because of her. Introducing the attacking dragon, Morrell continued that because she waited for the battle to end. But the end came not only to the battle, but also to the continent itself. Hansu thought, what kind of end? It was too early to give up. He imagined a map and thought that these were the northern and western continents of the fantasy world. Introducing another part of the map, he continued that the southern and eastern. The fragment right in the middle was colored purple. The hero said that although half of the central continent was incinerated due to the chaos caused by the supreme dragon, the other continents were intact, so 90% of the lands were saved. She told him not to give up so easily. Pointing his palms at the map, Hansu offered to look, saying that there was still hope. The girl agreed, saying that for the hero, hope was an important moral principle. The guy smiled discouragedly, hearing that in any case, it was impossible to remove the bridle from a beautiful horse. This incident happened because he blindly believed in the memory and information from the previous playthrough, and thought that he would not deny it. He remembered how he stood with his hand on his hip, thinking that he thought a young dragon lived there. But who knew that in his place there would be a dragon in a dying state? Thanks to him now you cannot worry about personality. He was going to increase achievements. But in the end he lost all reputation. Standing next to the lying monster, he thought that he still had something left. The monster with the red eye heard that he could have returned to the cave or folded his wings and rested and lived for another year. Stroking the dragon, Hansu asked if he was happy that he had burned everything for the last time. The guy shuddered and fell silent. Nebius raised his head. Looking at him in surprise, Hansu said that he did not even have the strength to nod. Taking out his blade, he said that so this is the power he spoke of. Taking out his sword, Hansu told the Supreme Dragon Nebius that he had fun too. Covering his red eye, the monster growled. The brunette swung his sword, thinking that no matter how much spiritual power was in the sword, it could not so easily take the life of such a creature. Hansu thrust the sword into the dragon's body with effort, thinking that the Oblivion Dragon Supreme had given all his strength in a fierce fight to burn half the continent. This was only possible because he had made his final choice. Dark bubbles appeared around the sword. Hansu stared at the shadow that appeared tensely. Huge blisters appeared on the dragon's body. A huge amount of purple liquid gushed out around. Poison splashed in all directions. Standing in the purple wave, Hansu said that Nebius has more willpower than Pedinar. A lake of poisonous liquid, it makes you tremble in terror to the last. The guy covered in poison grinned and giggled, thinking that this was the enormous power that the Nebius Supreme Dragon had accumulated over the years. In the system information window, his level was 999 plus, and his skills had increased. The hero thought that all his experience points had passed to him. With a sly smile, clenching his fist, Hansu said that he also left him an element of chaos in the race name, status and skills, chaos everywhere. He noticed the white squares among the description and asked what kind of mosaic was in the skill window. Standing in front of the information window, he asked the professor what it was. Moral's mouth dropped open in surprise and said that it was simply impossible. She waved her hand and said that the hero can hunt the Chaos Dragon. As long as the hero grows and gathers reliable companions, the Chaos Dragon dies a natural death. Such a thing is simply impossible. Such an achievement is impossible only because he went back in time. Hansu turned around and said that is how it is. How could a mere disciple like him know such a thing? In front of him was a purple heart covered in poison. He said that he was only going to hunt the young dragon. If he knew that the Supreme Dragon Oblivion was there, he would never have gone. Looking at the garden, the guy said that he did not know about it, and only one due to a lucky coincidence. He took the heart in his hand, hearing Moral trying to stop him. The woman standing behind him worriedly asked what he was doing. Holding the heart, Hansu said that he would learn about the new skill on his own. Even if he asked her, she would not tell him what kind of mosaic it was. He presented crystals, a silhouette of a dragon, and said that the dragon's heart contains its attribute and skills. This is how it is done in this world. He caught the Supreme Dragon and acquired this skill, so if he uses the heart of the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion, it may give him a hint. The masked girl opened her mouth, saying that it was not that she did not want to tell him, it was just that she could not do it. She was also seeing this for the first time. Turning around, he heard that since you do not know, you cannot chase a dog if you do not know who its owner is it not better not to touch it until the higher-ups figure it out? Already disappearing, she stretched out her hand, saying that she would find out about the skill covered by the mosaic as soon as possible. Let him wait. A small spark remained in the place of the professor. Holding the heart in his palm, the guy asked, "Are they chasing a dog?" Although she is strict, she does not understand some things. He imagined a chest above his hand and thought that Pandora's box existed to be opened. If it did not need to be opened, the contents should not have been put in the box in the first place. This box was given to him by the teaching staff. They themselves sent him to the past. It was not his fault. A light was visible from the keyhole. Hansu thought that the more something is forbidden, the more you want it. Curiosity is what drives the progress of mankind. With a sly smile, he held a shining heart and said that he would see if he won the lottery. In the hero's palm was a purple heart. He thought it was the size of his fist. Looking at the object, Hansu said how soft it was, and thought that it contained the power and attribute of the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion Nebius. The guy brought the heart to his open mouth. Chewing, he said that the taste of jelly, ginger and raw beef. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He remembered the red eye. He imagined the sharp teeth of the dragon. Purple fire appeared from the boy's eyes, and he screamed. Purple smoke surrounded the hero's body. He thought that the attribute of chaos, which the dragon Nebius contained, began to rage in his body. Veins appeared on his hand. Looking at his body, Hansu thought that he was thrown into a meat grinder. The perverted Murims and sword masters from fantasy books dreamed of exactly this kind of pain. He imagined a man spreading his arms and screaming that he would endure any pain if it allowed him to become stronger. And he thought that now he understood their pleasure in becoming stronger. The boy sighed with his mouth wide open. The monster with the red eye looked surprised. Hansu looked forward tiredly, saying that, unfortunately, he was not such a pervert, so he did not want to just stupidly die. Something purple was spreading around him. The hero threw endorphins into his body, a feeling as if he was under anesthesia, waiting for the decision of the operation, and asked out loud, "When will this end?" In the purple smoke, the image of a puzzled dragon appeared. Then he closed his eyes. Hansu stood with his hands on his hips and asked, "Is it all over?" A system window appeared near his palm when the guy decided to check the skills. He paid attention to the white squares of the skill, which was covered with a mosaic. The letter F appeared in place of the outer square. He thought that he had become like this. Thoughtfully touching his chin, Hansu said that since the rank appeared, it means that the skill was activated. Who cares about the name? The most important thing is its effect. Then he decided to look at the skill window. The system window said that this is a skill with an unknown name, rank F. The effect depends on the rank, then hidden and cannot be forgotten. The hero asked what this means, and another effect is also covered with a mosaic. He looked at the inscription and repeated, "What is this that cannot be forgotten? Is this some kind of mistake?" Putting his hands behind his head, Hansu thought that, to be honest, he didn't care, even if it had the most unique effect. He remembered Professor Morel and thought that the skill was already good only because it puzzled the teaching staff, who sent an ordinary person back in time in this stupid world. Just this thought improved his mood. The guy grinned. The sun was shining in the clear sky. The hero thought that he needed to keep this mood and return to the village where the greatest creature lives. A scream was heard from the house near the hills, distracting the hero. Lenovo opened her mouth wide and said that he was late. Porter added that he was worried that something had happened to him. The guy in the red cloak said displeasedly that it seemed that they were very worried. There was a scroll on the table. He asked what it was, and heard that the staff member, he said that Prince Nasus sent it. The green creature was eating bread. Hansu smiled tightly because he didn't like that they were eating with the money he earned, but he decided to forgive it once he saw how happy Mr. Malin was. Words were heard that everyone was worried because there had been no news from him for a week. The girl, with her mouth full, asked what he had been doing all this time. Hansu looked at them in surprise and asked, they didn't know what he had been doing? Lenovo's eyes widened when she explained that he hadn't told them about his plans, so how could they know? The hero was dismayed to hear that the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion, who hadn't been heard from for 500 years, had also appeared. She pictured a huge dragon spitting poison and said that it was a huge disaster, so much so that it seemed like the end of the world. There was no news from him, and they were beginning to think that he had died. Lenovo held the meat sadly, saying that she was overeating because of the stress, and Hansu wondered if she really didn't know. Porter clasped his hands together and said that many heroes had gone out to stop the dragon, but none of them had returned. Half of the central continent had become uninhabitable. Such a resolution, the demon lord hadn't even attacked yet. Hansu chuckled in confusion, thinking what it meant. Is there hope for humanity? He imagined himself chasing demons together with the dragon, and thought that the fantastic duo of the hero and the supreme dragon hadn't left any survivors during their tour of the central continent. The people on the shore pointed at the dragon that was attacking. Hansu thought that if anyone had seen them, they must have been so far away that Nebius' body was too small for them to even notice. The guy's body was covered in purple liquid. He thought that no one knew the hero's face yet. He had only been summoned recently, and his face itself was stained with poison. The hero thought that because half of the central continent had turned to ashes, he had fallen into despair and thought that he had lost all his reputation points. He opened his mouth wide, amazed to realize that there were no survivors, which meant no witnesses, which meant no reason to remove points. There was still hope. He imagined the conclusion that the reputation points had not yet been cut, and thought that there was hope to increase the reputation and achievement points. The comrades tilted their heads, looking questioningly at the guy, who asked them to listen and not be surprised. Hansu said that the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion Nebius had been defeated by him. Lenovo and Porter were silent in surprise. Then their eyes widened in shock, and the girl asked again. The hero confirmed and promised that he would tell them. They opened their mouths, looking at the guy's palm, who was telling them that Nebius had fallen to the hero in the end. Hansu had a sly smile on his face. Naturally, the fact that the Supreme Dragon had spent his last days quietly in the cave and woke up because of him, he didn't tell. If it was revealed, it would be the end of his reputation. The comrades looked surprised. Then the small house shook with a cry that it was incredible to defeat one of the 5 disasters alone, as expected of a hero. Hansu scratched his cheek and said that he thought they wouldn't believe it. The blonde confirmed that they did, and the guy said that as soon as he saw him at the auction, he knew he was incredible. Hansu thought it was amazing, a perfect crime. He remembered how he was scared of the little monster, thinking that besides these 2 fools, no one else would believe that he was the hero who defeated the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion. He was inexperienced in his first playthrough, so around this time he only reached level 10. He didn't want to kill and had too many doubts. The boy scratched his cheek, thinking that for the sake of reputation points he needed to catch someone important, someone who would give him more experience than the 5 disasters. Words were heard in the house by the hills that they were going hunting, and the question was, what kind of hunt? The determined Hansu opened the door and said that one of the 5 disasters had caused such a huge amount of damage. Shouldn't the hero destroy the rest for the sake of the people of this world? Browsing, he said that this way he would increase his achievement and reputation points. And the question was heard, what happens with returning to his homeland then? The boy turned to the girl in surprise, who said that there was only 1 day left until the promised meeting with Alex. The brunette imagined a man smiling widely, the king of the sword Alex, and thought how he could forget. He imagined the man kicking him in the ass, and thought that while thinking about achievements and reputation, he forgot about important companions. He can't forget about meeting that guy. If Lenovo hadn't reminded him, it would have been the end. The guy smiled slyly and thanked her in his mind. Hansu crossed his arms and heard the girl address him, told him to speak. He was in a good mood now. He thought how to deal with Alex, so that he would be praised. She imagined a young man with a sword in his hands and said that she learned from the elves sent by Prince Nasus. The elf held out the sword. She continued that the elf, the corpse they handed over. The blonde girl was lying in a coffin. The blonde continued that she was one of the knights of the Queen of Elfheim. And what was even more surprising, Lenovo was surprised when she heard the boy continue that the elf from the black market was also one of those knights. and asked how he knew. The hero introduced the two elf girls and thought that it was not hard to guess. Elves live a long time, but it is rare for anyone to reach level 800 because they are not a race that constantly fights like dragons. The girl with short hair walked behind the hero, thinking that their average level was about 100, so it was only natural that elves with level 800 and experience would be in the royal guard. Putting his hands on his hips, Hansu thought that as he guessed, it was related to something experienced, and turned to the girl. Lenovo responded with an admiring look, anticipating a long-awaited adventure, but the hero said that he heard her out, and now let her shut up. He turned away, not listening to her tell him something, and ordered her to keep the rest in her heart. Hansu turned around, saying that he knew what she wanted to say. The Elven King's wife had been kidnapped by demons and all the knights guarding her were missing, but it had nothing to do with him. The girl's eyes were wide with shock, and the hero asked what that look was. A scream was heard. How did he know about it? Walking ahead, Hansu said that he was going to be a hero with 10 years of experience, so just hearing the introduction, he already understood everything. The girl pointed her finger forward, and the hero thought that she, like in his first playthrough, was a master at finding trouble, and he kept an eye on them so that such things would not happen. Yeah, the second playthrough is incredibly difficult. Hansu paid attention and heard the question, "What's going on there?" The heroine pointed her finger at the dust that had risen. The wheels were spinning quickly. Several horses were quickly pulling a carriage. They were being pursued by archers on horses. The man held a crossbow in his hand. He shot at the coachman. The man turned around and asked to hold on. Hansu watched with his arms crossed and thought that he had seen this carriage before. A question was heard, "Are they being pursued by bandits?" The hero closed his eyes and used body control. He opened his eyes wide, using vision enhancement. The guy looked at the carriage with a yellow roof. On its door was a crest with a sword and a snake, and he thought that this crest was impossible to forget. He imagined a girl with glasses and thought that the daughter of the Emperor of the Divine Empire was crossing the border, but on the carriage was the personal crest of the next successor. The girl looked out the window of the carriage in fear. The hero thought that if such a person leaves the country, there is only one reason: political repression. He imagined a man with a mustache who told his niece that he was taking the throne. Hansu thought that it seemed that her uncle had managed to carry out a coup d'état this time too, just like in his first playthrough. Looking ahead, the boy thought that the only emperor of the Holy Empire was supposed to die in about 5 years. Why now? And then he remembered. The boy remembered how he and the dragon burned everything down, and thought that Nebius had also flown over the capital of the Holy Empire. He scratched his head when he heard that he had to meet Alex. But they still had time to save the poor people in trouble. His comrades were shocked when they heard the boy shout that Nebius had become a zombie, and was now flying here. Adjusting his red scarf, Hansu heard the girls say that they needed to evacuate people faster. The system reported the activation of the poisonous breath skill. Hansu exhaled a purple stream of smoke. The poisonous ball flew towards the carriage. A poisonous explosion was heard. The horse lay there, foaming at the mouth. The carriage overturned. The girl's hand, covered in blood, was sticking out of it. Hansu smiled wickedly when he heard the blonde say that there was no zombie dragon in sight, and Porter said that it was good if he was wrong, and replied that he probably was wrong. He imagined the bald man with the crown who said that how could a child show determination and sit on the throne, and thought that in the first playthrough, the wise emperor of the Holy Empire gave his younger brother a title, gave it to him and sent him to a distant region. But he did not lose heart, became stronger, and after the emperor's death, he drove out his niece and took the throne. He remembered how he stood in front of the girl, and thought that the hero's group saved the emperor's daughter. Now, after her death, all of its members became rebels. The direct heir to the throne was overthrown with the help of the force and power of the usurpers. The hero remembered how the girl ordered to kill her uncle, and how they said that this smart empress would lead the country to success. The girl's eyes with glasses sparkled mischievously when the crown was extended to her. Hansu thought that he should have realized that this was not so back then, when she, without understanding, asked them to kill all the invaders. The guy said irritably that he remembered again. For the first time in his life he was scolded like that. The girl approached the lying bodies and asked what happened here. They only turned away for a minute. Are all these people dead? Hansu crossed his arms and said that this time the Holy Empire will be calmer, although half of their lands were poisoned by Nebius poison. Next to his hand lay broken glasses. Hansu remembered that after regaining the throne, the emperor's daughter became extremely suspicious and began to use her smart head for other purposes. Because of this she became known as the Bloody Empress and was eventually killed. Today they prevented troublesome affairs. Exhaling poisonous smoke, Hansu asked, although it seemed that it was not his problem, and thought that at the same time he had atoned for his sins for the first playthrough. The grey beast looked up. A question was heard. This is not a joke? Hansu held the blade, looking down, and asked again, kill him? Lenovo, standing behind, said excitedly that he said that it was still difficult for him to kill monsters that looked like people, and the guy shouted that it was not so easy to deal with this either. He retreated from the growling monster, saying how scared he was. The blonde looked at the man, who said discontentedly that, apparently, his efforts were not enough. Alex smiled widely, saying that in the last training it was necessary to teach the hero a lesson in willpower better. Clutching the sword, the man said that, before it was too late, he wanted to help him with training. Frightened Hansu arched his eyebrows. He saw the blonde scream that it was impossible. The hero had just recovered from a complication from the previous training, and the man replied that it was all because he lacked willpower. He ominously frowned, saying that a hero's strength was not in levels and skills, but only in how good his willpower was. The guy opened his mouth in fear. There were red flags on the roof of the towers. Hansu said that the supreme dragon of oblivion had caused a ruckus. But everything was fine here. Lenovo replied that it was fate and lucky that he flew in the opposite direction. And so the kingdom. How lucky with his summoning. Maybe the king is patronized by God himself? The guy looked forward completely indifferently, saying that it was all thanks to Master Malin, but did not explain. The blonde closed her eyes and said that thanks to teleportation they returned in 2 days, but were still 1 day late. What should he tell the king? The king pointed angrily and said that they were given 10 days, just because he was a hero. He did not have the right to break the promise he made to the king. A purple cloud appeared around Hansu. The king hurriedly said that he had the task of saving the entire world, so he should not hold himself back with some small promises. So the problem of being late was solved. The crest had crossed swords. The hero was welcomed to the training ground of the royal palace, and Alex's introductory briefing began. The muscular man said that looking at his smooth skin without a single scar, he could tell that he had never trained properly. With a sly smile, he told him not to worry, because the best sword in the kingdom would grow him into the greatest hero. Hansu looked away indifferently, hearing that it would be so fast that he would not even have time to blink. There were observers standing at the site. The hero thought that now everything was happening later than in the first playthrough, but there were still quite a few spectators. The people in hoods smiled, discussing that they had a lot of work to do. For them this was also training, like a real fight. Hansu thought that the magicians were mandatory people on Alex's show so that he could continue to beat the victim. They were conducting a very important healing mission. With a calm look, Hansu repeated that he would not even have time to blink. Continuing to smile, the man confirmed and said that they did not have time. He introduced Petinar and the demons and said that the demon lord could attack at any time, although it would be hard. But he must give him intense training. Alex smirked and said that in order to increase the mastery of skills, one must train as if it were a real fight. Hansu asked, what if he died? The man frowned in displeasure and asked, he thinks he can't adjust his strength to a beginner. There are magicians there, they will heal him, so he shouldn't worry. The cunning man's eyes widened. He said that he seemed to be looking for a way out, but he had no right to refuse. The fate of humanity was at stake, so complaints were not accepted. A system window appeared in front of Hansu, the hero, thinking that he wanted to beat him so much that his world twitched. The system window said that this was a level 292 man, a swordsman with sword skills, physical strength, tenacity and resistance, in anticipation and anger. Hansu crossed his arms, thinking that he hadn't seen this in the first playthrough, and called out to the man, saying that it seemed like he should be the one training here. The man frowned in displeasure when he heard who he was going to teach at level 292. Looking at him, the hero said that he would give him advice. He thought he heard that he had defeated the orcs on a visit and dealt with the supreme dragon of oblivion. Alex lowered his head and remained silent. And then he raised his hands and addressed the knights of the kingdom so that if they were going to bluff, they should do just that. He tilted his head indifferently. Hearing that he had made this up just to avoid training, the hero was a great guy. The guy thought that the Dumpling King also felt something similar. He studied his system window with skills and characteristics, and thought that even a million-strong army consisting of Alex would not do anything here. Focusing on the line with a hidden skill, he wondered where that black box had gone. In his skills he had a rank, so he was transferred to the end of the list. Hansu crossed his arms and looked back at the line, not giving in to oblivion. He did not pay attention to the flying fist and heard a shout that in a real fight no one warns about an attack. You should always be wary of a surprise attack. Alex swung his fists, but the hero dodged. Veins appeared on the man's forehead. The hero thought that he said the same thing as in the first playthrough, and rushed forward, but now he aimed at a different part of the body. The guy dodged indifferently, thinking that he started to strike so that he could not escape, but he was actually aiming for the groin, and the hero thought how childish it was. Alex grinned evilly. Hansu thought that if he fell in the stomach, he would have shown the endurance of the S rank. Hansu's eyes lit up with anger. He thought that he could not forgive him for this. Leaning down, he tripped the man. The spectators were surprised, listening to his scream. Hansu stood next to the opponent lying on the ground and told him to stop simulating and get up. In a real fight, the enemy will not wait for him. Furious Alex foamed at the mouth. He cursed. His leg trembled, and the man promised to kill him. Hansu looked down, thinking that in a few years he will be called the King of the Sword. And now he is so weak that he cannot face even 1 or 2 low-ranking demons. Hansu smiled wildly and thought that with such skills he was going to teach others. Hansu grabbed the man by the hair, turning to the head of the Royal Knightly Order. Raising the head of the enraged man, he said that he himself lacked experience in battle, so whoever he was going to teach should not judge others by appearances. Deciding that he understood everything. With a sly smile, the hero said that this is because prudent people hide their true skills. The probability of winning in battle is always 50-50, and in case of defeat, death. Alex gritted his teeth, hearing that fools like him neglect such rules and die early. Hansu slammed the man's forehead into the ground. The healer opened his mouth in surprise, telling the hero that at this rate, Captain Alex could die, to which he heard that, of course, in a real fight people die. Hansu dusted his hands and said that he was trying so hard, trying to convey something important to him, and he was denying reality. He felt it was hard to listen to the entire lesson, so he would cut it short, teach him the most important thing, and then they would end it. He sat down next to the man in the blood and asked, didn't he take much better care of his students than he did? Alex's eye widened when he heard the question. Did he know what was most important in a fight? Suddenly, Hansu hit him on the back of the neck. With a calm smile, the guy continued that it was to cut problems at the root. Blood flowed out from under the man lying on the ground. A message appeared about the murder of the emperor's daughter and the Sword King. Hansu put his hand behind his head, saying that the professor quickly returned. Moro folded her hands, answering that one takes off one's hat to the past, and one's coat to the future, and they should not ignore past mistakes, but let them go for the sake of the future. The boy frowned slightly as he heard that he had had a bad experience in the past, but he could lead these two to a bright future. He pulled his hand away and replied that he didn't know anything about the future, but the professor didn't have to worry about it because no one knew that he had killed the emperor's daughter, and it wouldn't affect his reputation. He presented the crown over the girl's head and added that it was only better for the innocent people of the divine empire, because killing this greedy and power-hungry daughter of the emperor was much better and safer than re-educating her. Hansu smiled and noted that it was much better and easier this way. The professor lowered her head when the other man wanted to say something about Alex, and clarified that she meant to omit the grievances of the first playthrough. The boy placed his hands on his waist, hearing that the greatest victory is the victory over one's own heart, and if a sage gets angry, he is no longer a sage, and besides, even a foolish person deserves a chance to repent. Imagining the faces of Alex and Sylvia, the hero heard that generosity is an important virtue that he must possess. Moro covered her face with her hand and, hearing the question of whether he should pardon the demon lord, answered that it would contradict the very essence of a hero's existence. Smiling, he looked at her and answered that they would see it. Fingers opened an eye. The man tried to feel the pulse. The people in hoods looked down in confusion. Hansu smiled contentedly, hearing that the head of the knightly order was Alex. The people's mouths opened in surprise. The hero stood with his back to them, listening to them talk about how this was a stupid death. He moved his hand to the side, telling them not to worry. Then, turning to them, he added that the man who had protected the royal seven and the palace had died in front of them, and although he understood their concerns, there was no need to worry. Smiling widely, the boy told them to leave it to the hero. They looked at him with confusion. Hansu stood silently in front of them, thinking that he had trained the skill of a wide smile for 10 years, inspiring people with calm, and it always worked, but now the reaction was somehow strange, because he had always been confident in it. The boy looked at them carefully, realizing something. He saw strange smiles on their faces, realizing that they were not just some powerless people. That was why they were so scared, and if you shake them, you can definitely find out that they committed some atrocities in the past, so you need to remember their faces. He imagined Alex in a bright light, thinking that if he had the chance again, he would kill him again without hesitation, but he was in charge of the palace's military power, and he was also the head of the knightly order, so his death was a huge loss to the kingdom, and no matter how mercilessly he killed him, he was also determined to take all the responsibility. The hero raised his finger, announcing the General Assembly of the knightly order. The people became visibly nervous, hearing that if they were tired of living, they could ignore him. Footsteps were heard as the boy repeated the General Assembly command again. Everyone stood in a row. Hansu smiled slightly. He walked past them, saying that they themselves saw Alex die in training, and this often happens when training is carried out as close to a real battle as possible. One of them pursed his lips when the guy was talking about how the most important thing in a fight is not strength, but insight. Hansu stopped in front of him, saying that Alex ignored this, for which he paid with his life. He looked menacingly at everyone, asking if there were any suicides who did not understand what he was talking about. The people silently looked forward, and he decided that since everyone was silent, they understood him. Looking around at the people with satisfaction, he saw looks full of respect and admiration directed at him, noting that in the first playthrough it took him 10 years, but this time he managed in 10 days. Throwing up his hands, the hero said that this was the end of the briefing, and now they will begin to eliminate the problems that are damaging this kingdom. But judging by their faces, they did not understand what he was talking about. Hansu raised his hand, saying that they could do the same if they had questions, but let them raise the one that they didn't mind cutting off. The people lowered their heads. The guy noticed that they understood everything quickly, and this was expected from an elite knightly order. Lenovo looked at him. He heard that they would split into 2 groups. Half would follow her, and he would command the rest. She copied the banner from the wall, and he said that the girls' group's goal was the queen's villa. The soldiers stood by the purple cabinet when he said that in the 3rd room they would find a secret passage in it. They went down, remembering the words that they would see an altar for sacrifices there. Lenovo looked ahead with confusion. The queen held the heart in her hands. Hansu said to deal with the demon followers and seize the evidence. People in cloaks appeared in front of the queen, telling her to hide in the shelter. The girl threw them to the ground, and the guy said that if the queen resisted, then let them kill her. He put his hands on his belt, adding that she would still face the death penalty, and the 2nd squad would cleanse the kingdom with him. He kicked the door, saying that this was the delivery of a fair hero. Seeing how the bandits attacked the man, he ordered to take and lock them, but someone answered that they were under the protection of the supreme judge. Then the hero looked at that person frighteningly, asking, "So what?" The bandits were tied up. He thought that he usually took payment for such services, but for the murder of Alex he had a great responsibility. People clenched their teeth in displeasure. He thought that even without this wild one he would cleanse this kingdom so that it would become safe and peaceful, so well that no one could object. He watched as the prisoners were taken away, thinking that the people of the Divine Empire might scold him. But this only made him stronger, and then he would show his skills, and heard a question about his change in state of mind. Looking behind him, the hero saw Moral and, surprised that she was still here, asked her to give him a good rating for his reputation, and he would work hard, and also asked if she saw how hard he tried in the first playthrough, to which he heard that she did. Pointing his hand forward, Hansu shared that he was kidnapped into this wild world, but still solved many problems for almost nothing. He remembered the upset Lenivel, saying that he did everything perfectly, but it was good that he was summoned and he was here now. Clenching his fist, the hero noted that he did everything, from deeply hidden problems to solving all troubles. Moral looked at him silently, hearing that with his knowledge he could repay the kingdom's inhabitants who had lost Alex, and that was good. The guy said with a smile that before he got a headache and had an emotional outburst, like in the first playthrough, he would cleanse this kingdom. Folding his arms across his chest, the hero told everyone not to move. The soldier added that it was him and the knightly order of the kingdom. The man raised his hands in front of him, outraged by such treatment of the aristocrats, but heard the order to arrest him. Another aristocrat tried to run away, hearing that everyone should be arrested. Flags fluttered in the wind. 5 days later, someone addressed the king. People looked at the tied-up aristocrats, who addressed the king, saying that the hero had gone crazy. They seemed not to understand what was happening and why the procurator and the writer's daughter were there. Hansu thought about how doing everything for free in the first playthrough had made him realize something, and that there was a huge flaw in this wild world. One of the arrested opened his mouth wide, shouting that it was a disgrace to appear like this in front of the servants. The guy realized that the main flaw was the level system. So, imagining the various human settlements, he thought about how usually the higher the level, the faster aging slows down, endurance increases, and many other things, and in this world with level 5, you can look like a trained athlete. Imagining a strong person, he realized that the problem is that the way to gain experience to increase the level is limited. The strong strangled the weak. He realized that the method is limited by one's own diligence in killing other people. Imagining how a soldier fought a monster, he thought that those who are constantly at war on duty and honestly do their job have no problems, because in this wild world, wars against neither people nor monsters stop, but the problem arises with those who do not participate in battles. The man opened his mouth wide, addressing the king. The system showed that he was an aristocrat and his characteristics. The guy thought about how he started killing ordinary people from the age of 10, and in the 6th year of his first awakening, he dealt with him. Tears were streaming down the girl's face. He thought about how, for the sake of preserving her youth, she kidnapped her father and daughter, sacrificed them, and he dealt with her in the 7th year of the first playthrough. Someone else was crying pitifully, saying that this was a conspiracy. He dealt with him for the same reasons in the 7th year of the first playthrough. Hansu looked at them with a smile, thinking that at first he wanted to drown them in the sea. But he found a better way that would protect the environment, and would be a reward for killing Alex. The man bowed to him when he called the porter, and he asked if he was listening to what he was saying. The porter smiled widely, and when asked if he understood how much the hero valued experience points, he answered that he understood everything. Hansu looked at him with a smile, thinking that even if he cleansed the entire kingdom of this rabble, he would need someone like Alex, because otherwise he would have to clean everything again. The man took the spear in his hands. The hero decided that he would give the kingdom a new cleaner, and he would feed these bags of experience to the porter. The system showed how the porter attacked the noble. Reporting this, he fell to the ground. A new window reported that the porter gained experience points. Blood flowed from the spear. The people cheered, welcoming the hero. The noblewoman looked on in fear as another died. Hansu thought that in the first playthrough he had been fulfilling this annoying request for revenge for a long time, and now he was able to deal with everyone at once, and it was effective. The soldiers dragged the body along the ground. The guy understood that these nobles were just small fish. He did a good job on today's main dish. Several people were tied to poles, speaking of their innocence, and asking for it to stop. The girl burst into tears, not understanding how she could be abandoned. The hero thought that this was the queen who was caught red-handed worshipping the devil. Another opened his mouth wide, calling the hero a criminal who despised the royal seven, saying that he would pay. These were the principals he killed in the first playthrough for starting to commit lawlessness because of the inheritance. Standing in front of them, he told them to stop shouting, as they were involved in murder, devil worship, and usury, mocking the common people. The queen gritted her teeth, hearing that since they were all children of the devil, worshippers, it was understandable why they were so unpleasant. Scratching his ear, Hansu ordered them all to be executed. But he turned around in surprise when the man asked if they could give them a chance, and replied that he had misheard something. Porter looked confused, answering that the blood ties of the royal family were sacred, and wanted to tell them what would happen if the queen and the heirs were executed. The people were afraid, hearing that this would be too much. Hansu looked at them in shock, surprised by such pathetic and wild talk. He literally pounced on his interlocutor, angry that his edifying talks were not enough, and reminded him that they were guilty, and this was undeniable, and he wanted to spare them only because they were members of the royal family. But no one would believe such a state and a hero. The guy pointed at him, saying that the queen was a follower of the devil, and the princes were the sons of the queen who sold the country to demons. The people knew who was the first to betray the sacred blood ties in the state, and they were traitors. Frowning, the hero added that they should be dealt with in the same way as traitors in the kingdom, and asked if his interlocutor understood. The girl saw the spear. Hearing that he understood, the weapon struck her. Blood splashed on the people when he said to deal with the princes as well. Several reports appeared that the porter killed the queen, Prince A and Prince B. Their souls rose to the sky. The system indicated that the porter had gained experience points. The hero scratched his nose, telling them not to fight in hell and to show respect to their mother. The light beam reflected from the spear. He thought that they were all caught in connection with demons, so no one objected to the execution of the queen and princes. And if the royal family was dealt with like this, then there was nothing to say about the aristocrats. The porter held the weapon in front of him. The system showed its characteristics. The boy thought that he wanted him to carry out justice, because the more evil the aristocratic family, the higher its level will be in the end, and that not long ago he was only a slave with level 286, and now under the leadership of Hansu with 10 years of experience, he took the form of such a courageous man. The hero put his hand on his shoulder. Giving him a thumb, he said that all that was left was to find him a wife. Porter looked at him confused, not understanding what he was talking about, but the guy replied that he would make him a king, and he would take this place, and he would bring peace and security to this kingdom. The old king sat on the bed, crying for his heirs. The hero understood that he had become completely useless. Imagining how he sat in front of him on his knees, he understood that the king wanted to lock the queen in the dungeon, and tell the others that she was killed by demons in order to save the princes. Hansu, lowering his head, looked at him, thinking that in the first playthrough, these principles were the main problem, so he had no reason to leave this garbage. The king, trembling, looked at him, saying that he was a devil. The guy thought that now all that remained was to give the purified kingdom a new protector. The bell rang on the high tower. Porter stood surrounded by Lenovel and Hasu, who told him that there were many spectators here, and he grimaced. The king said that today was his day. He lowered his head, realizing that he was the groom, not hearing that, in addition, he was worthy of this couple. Seeing the princess in a wedding dress, the guy noted that he still killed her family. But the hero looked happy, saying to call things by their names, and he did not kill them, but executed them, enforcing a just law, and his mother-in-law and brothers-in-law forever remained in his heart as experience points. The princess felt the gaze on herself. He noted that she could not stand the shame of being the daughter of a devil worshipper, but no matter how they checked her, they found nothing, so he was a suitable match for her. Showing a thumb, Hansu added that he believed him and was more confident himself. Porter smiled confusedly, responding to this that he would be poisoned on the first night. A message appeared that the news of the purge that the hero arranged flew throughout the fantasy world. Fireworks were lit above the towers, and it was noted that this was the wedding of the porter and the princess. The man folded his hands with a smile, wishing the hero endless victories. Pointing to the chest of gold, he said that it was a small gift from their empire, and although it was modest, he hoped that it would be useful in the fight against the demon lord. Hansu looked at it with pleasure, answering that it was not worth it, and now he was very embarrassed. The bride and groom sat silently at the table. When he added that they were the main characters today, there were many gifts around him. The guy added that he should visit the man's empire sometime. He trembled with fear, answering that there was no need to bother so much. Lenovo looked at the hero with apprehension when his interlocutor added that there was no need to do that. He fell to his knees, saying that he would have nothing to do, and the people were living happily. Showing the shiny armor, he added that the best craftsmen of their kingdom put their hearts into creating it, and he also hoped that it would help in the battle against the demon lord. The girl modestly lowered her head when the man said that he heard about the hero's loneliness, offering to introduce him to their princess. The other people also smiled confusedly, saying that the previous emperor recently passed away, but everything is calm in the divine empire, so the hero does not need to worry about anything, and nobles and evil pirates every day, they do not need to see their dirty waters, asking him not to visit their country. Hansu was lying in gold, pushing it with his hands and feet. He said that he did not start everything because of this, and did not understand why everyone was worried about him so much. Lenovo stood over him, saying that she saw his complacency, and that it was better than being sad. He looked at her, asking what she was unhappy with again. The girl lowered her head, saying that the ancient heroes were respectful and also impartial to wealth. The boy tossed a coin and said that after fulfilling the hero's duty, they still couldn't take it all with them, thinking that it might offend, but there was nothing that could be useful to him among these gifts. He held the sword in his hands, thinking about the armor from the best masters of the continent and the magic sword, saying that it has stamina and recovery, yes, and he also has enough Endymion. Looking at the elixirs that increase experience points, he said that they would be useful if he was around level 300. A man entered them while he was thinking about where to put all this. The man looked absolutely tired. The system showed that he was a newlywed, and other information. Hansu said what he found. The spear rushed forward. Armor appeared on the newlywed. A helmet appeared on his head. His armor and spear shone brightly. Hansu calmly moved his hand to the side, answering the question of whether Porter could really take all this, that it was so. Looking at the mountain of gold, the hero added that he should sort out all this junk and that it was now his. Raising his finger, he asked to remember something else. The interlocutor looked at him attentively, hearing that he could do whatever he wanted with equipment and other things. But paying attention to the elixirs, the hero said that they could not be sold, only drunk, and that if he found out that even one was sold, he would kill him. Smiling ominously, Hansu clarified that if he disobeyed, he would immediately turn into his experience. Porter was noticeably scared, answering that he understood everything. The hero scratched his nose, deciding that this was the end of the free service, and he repaid his debt to the kingdom. Imagining the armored Porter, he decided that he could easily replace Alex, and he also rid the kingdom of trash, so he would be here for a while. Lenova was standing behind him when he thought about how he had nothing to do here now and turned to her. She replied that he should not worry, because she did not need to be given anything. However, she was upset to hear that he was not going to do this. As he left, the guy told her to follow him. He would show her what a real hero is, and she could tell people about everything she saw. Looking at him with interest, asking what he was going to do, the hero replied that it was a good question, asking him to stop pretending to be nice first. His hand lay on the hilt of the sword. Taking it in his hand, he said that he was going to earn achievements. Lenovo, not understanding, looked at him, and he added that she would understand when she saw, thinking that she needed to start preparing for graduation. He remembered climbing a tree, thinking about how he had accumulated many achievements in his first playthrough, such as finding a lost cat. Afterwards, he stood in a field, harvesting for lonely old people, wondering if he was a farmer or a hero. And then he delivered love letters from a timid guy to his unrequited love, the girl wondering if stalking was a hero's job, to which he replied that he was not sure. It was noted that he did other things that no one would know about, for which he did not even get paid. Hearing laughter behind him, he thought that it was justified by the fact that he did everything for his own satisfaction, but in reality, only his companions received pleasure from it. Feeling empty, he realized that he was only wasting precious time and abilities, and accumulating stress. A slight smile appeared on the evolution, saying that this time it won't be like that, and he will only do things that can truly be considered achievements, thinking that there is still a whole year left until his best sponsor, the Demon Lord, starts sending him experience and achievements. Seeing the tall tower, he thought that although he didn't plan to wait that long to graduate, he would do one more thing comparable to killing the Oblivion Dragon Supreme, and he would be able to graduate quickly. Lenovo walked behind. Asking why they came here, the guy answered that they were here to solve a problem. Seeing the tall tree in front of her, she was surprised that this was in the country of the elves. The elves looked back at them. She didn't understand what the problem was, and said that the elves were bad to humans. Lenovo laughed jokingly, asking about him wanting to capture them, to which the hero said that she surprised him. Hansu smiled ominously, saying that she had hit the nail on the head. His companion was still beaming with a smile. She opened her eyes in surprise. Horror gripped her. The boy motioned for her to be quiet when she said that he was really going to capture them alone. He was surprised at how long he could keep her by his side and respected himself from the first playthrough. Both looked forward, hearing that someone was waiting for them. Someone's footsteps were heard, saying that after receiving a letter from him, they immediately began preparing for the reception, to which the boy thanked for allowing him to visit their country. The elf extended his hand, saying that it was an honor for them to accompany the legendary hero through their lands. The servants carried trays with food. The elf played the harp. The hero thought about how he had already been to such a banquet in the first playthrough, so this was nothing new or surprising for him. Lenovo was visibly worried. Hansu ate calmly, saying that it was very tasty, although their choice of ingredients was very limited. But the girl was surprised by his indignation, to which he replied that she should not talk nonsense. Seeing the food on the table, he thought about the fact that elves do not use meat or plant tops when cooking. Their main diet was grains and fruits. So, imagining meat, he understood that if they killed an animal or pulled out the tops of a plant, the elements would react to their pain and suffering by getting angry. The elf sitting next to him lowered his eyes, saying that he, Sylvia, liked to hunt and fry the caught prey. Imagining the elf with a defeated beast, he added that she often angered the elementals. A knife appeared in Sylvia's hands. The elf noted that he was worried that no one would want to marry such a troublemaker. Closing his eyes, he added that now he no longer needed to worry about it. Taking a sip, Hansu knew that if the other man started talking about this elf, it could last the whole night. Because they had been traveling together for 9 years, so he knew that she loved meat, which was not typical for elves. Imagining her warlike appearance, he noted that the future queen of the elves was impulsive and cruel. She enjoyed meat because she did not care about the anger of the elementals. Sighing heavily, he said that as soon as he thought about it, he began to feel sick. Nasus looked at him with a smile, saying that he had become stronger. He, looking at him, replied that only a little, thinking that he, as always, was very perceptive. The elf filled his glass and said that he was surprised that the guy was able to defeat the supreme dragon of Oblivion, having become only a little stronger, and offered to drink to this. Holding a jug in his hand, he said that the elemental tree bears fruit once every 100 years, and it makes amazing alcohol. Smiling, he added that they were hosting a legendary hero who had defeated the supreme dragon, so he wasn't sure if this drink would suit him. The guy looked at his interlocutor with warmth, thinking that he was 100 times better than Sylvia, and mentally apologized for killing him in the first playthrough. A girl was standing nearby, and he thought that there were familiar faces here. She turned towards him. He realized that this was the knight who guarded Nasu's in the first playthrough, and she was the third strongest after the Elven King and the most guarded. The system showed her characteristics, and he noted that her help was the decisive factor in his coup. Imagining the swords and the crown, he thought that no matter how strong the Elven King was, he could not stand against 2 or 3 warriors of the kingdom at once. The elf held her sword in front of her, and with her outstanding fighting skills and tenacity, she single-handedly took down the hero's group, though she ultimately lost to the power of friendship. Taking a sip, he tried to remember her name, though he decided it didn't matter since he remembered her as an elf. Pointing to the girl, Nasu said that her name was Ares. She was the talent he trusted the most, and she might not look like it, but she understood the strength of humans like no one else. The elf nodded, hearing that her grandmother was a human, and she had excellent skills that proved that humans and elves could live together. Smiling, Hansu understood why she had participated in the coup with Nasu's, and it was because the current king of the elves and Sylvia, who was claiming the throne, hated humans. The door to the hall swung open as he realized that the other person understood what he was doing. Nasu's looked to the side, hearing the question of what it meant. The hero also looked towards the bright light, hearing that his comrade had turned the pure royal palace into a den for wild animals, so he could ruin himself. A loud stomp was heard. Hansu knew that only one elf could call the prince by his name so casually. The man gritted his teeth. He was Nasu's father and the king of the elves. Lowering his eyebrows, the boy realized who Sylvia resembled. The king of the elves tilted his head when the prince asked him to calm down, talking about how he was building a welcoming banquet for the hero. These words angered the elf, and he replied that the hero was a human. He pointed his finger. The boy thought about how he had not had the chance to meet him in the past, so they met for the first time. He opened his mouth wide when the hero wanted to see his skills. Hansu stared at him. Information about the elf appeared in front of him. The boy was surprised by his skills, thinking that if you do not pay attention to the racial profession, you can think that he is just an elf who has just reached level 999. The elf king pointed at the prince, saying that he just recently lost his younger sister to these insects, and asked if he has a heart. Hansu still noted that he is a king, and his level is extremely high. The elf pointed at the hero, saying that his son should have felt the fear and humiliation that his sister experienced in her last moments through the elementals. The boy only sighed heavily, hearing that Nasu's was still on their side, and thought that the king spent a lot of time on the throne, so he lost his skills and ability to reason. The prince stood up from the table, saying that humans are not to blame for Sylvia's death. He spread his hands, adding that this was a natural end for the arrogant elf, who did not understand that there was someone higher than her in the world. With a smile on his face, he also noted that judging by the fear and humiliation she experienced before her death, it seemed that she finally understood reality. The king looked at him in confusion. Hearing that as her brother, he was glad. The man opened his mouth when he said that he was glad that in the last moments of her life she had grown up. This made his eyes become smaller. The king was surrounded by flames, and he said that Nasu's was no longer his son. Silhouettes of dragons were visible in the flames. He put his hand forward, telling him to get out of his kingdom along with those he had brought. But suddenly he clenched his teeth and fell silent. Blood began to flow from his mouth. A blade pierced the man. The fiery dragon lowered its neck. The fire began to die out. The elf king fell to the ground. Nasu smiled, closing his eyes. Hansu put his hand forward, saying that it slipped, and asked for forgiveness. Remembering the elf lying in blood, the hero thought about how in the first playthrough, the prince staged a coup and killed his father with his own hands. Nasu stood over him, so he seized the throne. He held a crown in his hand, telling his father not to worry about the future of the elven country and to rest in peace. The prince put on the crown. Ares stood behind him. The elf looked in her direction with a smile. The girl looked up. Kneeling, she said that she greeted him and wished eternal glory to the king of the elves. Nasus extended his hand to her, telling her to stand up. The hero noted that this was the era of the eternal reign of the new king of the elves. The new king extended his hand, telling the girl to see the new era of Alfheim. This lasted for 100 days, until the hero and his companions reached them. The stone face said that he felt empty. Sylvia and Hansu looked up, hearing the request to free the interlocutor from this burden. They saw a large rock in front of them, hearing that he said to be careful with Nasu's and should have immediately noticed something was wrong when he began to be nice to people. So everyone who had known the elf king for a long time was unhappy with the coup. The human king was noticeably nervous, thinking that although this happened in the elf kingdom, but if it was not left alone, then someone would want to do the same thing in his kingdom. So the human rulers did not like it either. Nasu's and Ares stood back to back. They had to fight off the hero's group, who was supported by other kingdoms. Blood dripped from his hand onto the floor. The man in the crown sat by the window, hearing that the elf king was dead and the hero killed him with his own hands. There were several people behind him, and he said that the guy had finally shown his true form. Another grabbed his head, surprised that a high-level elf king had been killed, meaning that he had truly killed the Oblivion Dragon Supreme. Presenting a bloody crown, He said that the hero had gotten rid of all the fantasy kings or turned them into his puppets, eventually taking over the entire continent. Gathering together, they understood that the hero who had been summoned to stop the demon lord would be the end of them all, and heard that he had made an announcement in the square near the Mage Tower. An image of Hansu appeared on the tower, and according to his announcement, the Elf King attacked him first because he was a human. The boy smiled, saying that the Elf King's death was an accident in self-defense, and he was very sorry that things turned out this way. Stoneface silently heard that it was shameful to attack a guest who came in peace, and anyone would be angry in such a situation. Rock frowned slightly, saying that things were bad. The man with the crown looked ahead, telling the others that perhaps he had not found a way to avoid the end. The flag with the crossed-out elf fluttered in the wind, and a demand for an explanation could be heard for the heinous attack on the hero in Elfheim. A red banner was stretched nearby. People wanted to know why they attacked the hero and whether the elves were in collusion with the demon lord. The people were waving flags and shouting that the elven king had been killed, which meant that the rest of them needed to be gotten rid of. They were shouting about taking over Elfheim with their mouths wide open. Hansu folded his hands behind his head, saying that it wasn't that bad, and those who had been on the elven king's side last time were keeping quiet, and since no one was blaming him, the self-defense version was plausible. Moro covered her face with her hand, hearing that it wouldn't affect his reputation. Without lowering her hand, she told him that he had killed the elven king who had fallen into the prince's trap, and that people needed to be convinced not by words but by actions. The guy smiled contentedly, hearing that he might have overdone it a bit with self-defense, and that if he pulled the bowstring too hard, the bow would break. The interlocutor folded her arms across her chest and, hearing the question of why she had suddenly appeared here, replied that she had come here as an emergency. Introducing the man crushed by the rock and Ares, she said that anything could have happened before, and that Nasus could have died from the hero's clumsiness, and the elf became his lover, refusing to join the conspiracy, so the coup d'etat might not have happened. Recalling how the sword struck the elf king, she noted that Hansu's student was the first to kill him, and so quickly. Lowering her head, the professor said that she came here to investigate what was wrong. Hansu pointed his finger at her, saying that he had attracted her attention, and would be glad if he was released with some kind of certificate, to which the interlocutor replied that there would be problems with that. The guy was noticeably surprised to hear that she would return when she sorted out important documents, and he could expect her no later than tomorrow. Turning around, Moro asked her to treat her comrades with care in her absence. After introducing them, the hero told her not to worry, since he only had two. The professor frowned, saying that she meant old comrades. But turning away from the bright flash, he called her a bore. He introduced a porter in armor, arguing that he had made him strong enough to replace Alex, so it made no difference since his old comrade's place was not empty. He folded his arms, saying that he had no idea why there was such a fuss about it. Ares held up a box, saying that people were always making a fuss since the hope of humanity was being attacked on racial grounds. Looking at the box, Hansu asked what was in it, and she replied that it was a gift from the new king of the elves. He saw the elixirs and bracelets, hearing that it was an ancient elven ring that increased the effective skills, and the tiara of the elven count increased the experience gained, as well as the juice of the world tree, which concealed the secrets of the universe. The hero looked at the gift with delight, thinking that it would help raise his level, and that it was worth admitting that Prince Nasus was his sponsor right after Petinar. Ares sat down next to him tiredly. Lowering her head, the girl said that there was no one to talk to here and apologized for being rude. He saw her red hair, hearing that human blood flowed through her, and she seemed to be stuck between two worlds, so she was never able to cross a certain line and get closer to her elven comrades. Imagining Nasu's smile, she said that the prince knew what humans were capable of, so he noticed her abilities and appointed her a knight, but he had little power. Afterwards, she introduced the slain king, saying that he hated humans and was always ready to declare war on humanity, and she was ready for this war between her human and elven comrades. Nasus stood behind the wall, hearing that when she saw the weapon slip from the hero's hands and pierce the elven king's heart, a disrespectful and evil thought came to her. The elf narrowed his eyes with a smile. Ares looked down, saying that now she did not have to worry about the war. Hansu, not understanding, looked at her when she said that this human invasion was like a punishment for her for such thoughts. The girl looked in his direction, hearing the question of why she was worried when the hero was next to her. The guy smiled, saying that he would never miss such an opportunity to raise his reputation and earn achievements. A round table stood in the center of the hall for receiving the palace delegation. The hero moved his hand around the glass, saying that he wanted to tell the great delegations from each country something. Pointing at them, the boy demanded that they stop waving the placards. The people smiled in confusion, hearing the incomprehension of what kind of nerves it took to drag these tablets to the main elven palace. Resting his head on his hand, Hansu heard that they came here out of outrage at the attitude the elves had shown him, and replied that they had already figured everything out, so he did not understand why they were reacting so strongly to this. Remembering the angry face of the previous king, he added that not all elves were racists, and it was not worth comparing everyone to him. He then pointed at Nasus, saying that many of them wanted to live in harmony like the new king, and that even the head of the knightly guard was a half-elf, adding that a gifted person should not be passed over based only on his origin. Looking at these two, the people thought that the new king of the elves was a friend of the hero, which meant that he had officially approved the change of power. Raising his finger, Hansu remembered that some countries were starting to prepare for war, using him as an excuse. His gaze became more threatening as he said that if they could not rule their country peacefully, he could help, although there might be some difficulties. The people present became afraid, saying that they would deal with their own problems and that the heroes should not worry, wishing glory to the peace between humans and elves, and that as soon as they returned to their homeland, they would immediately announce the recognition of the legitimacy of Prince Nasu's rights. He raised his hand with a smile, hearing that they would send delegations back to congratulate him on his ascension to the throne, and responded with gratitude that he would prepare a banquet and gifts. A cry was heard under the tree that it was an honor for them, and wishes for glory for him. The crown was placed on the prince's head, and thanks to the hero's mercy and tolerance, the expedition to the Elven Kingdom ended peacefully. Nasu spread his arms good-naturedly, killing the Elven King and the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion. Hansu gained a whole bunch of experience, and also acquired a good sponsor, and also received an achievement for negotiating peace between the elves and humans. The fire was spreading everywhere, and someone was shouting that everything needed to be burned. The flames were rising higher and higher, and words were heard that if they left even one poster with anti-elven propaganda, the hero would find them, and then their country would end. People were tied to the poles, they were burning canvases along with the artists. Hansu looked ahead with a smile, thinking that he was able to stop the war and earn a reputation as a loving and caring person, and this is a big step towards a quick release. Confused, Lenovo turned to him, asking him to do her a favor, and the guy asked if she had packed their luggage, not realizing what she was wearing, because they were leaving the Elven Kingdom. Looking at him pleadingly, she asked him to stay for a few more days. The vaults were visible at the ceiling. Diana said that here were the monuments and culture of the Elven Kingdom, which people had not had access to for 1,000 years, and here remained antiquity, the likes of which cannot be found anywhere in the human world. The girl fell to the ground, asking for one day, because she would hardly have a chance to explore and write everything down if not now, and he remembered that she was an archaeologist, saying that he understood her. She looked at him happily, looking at her with a smile. Hansu still refused her, thinking that he would not look at some ancient ruins when he was one step away from graduating. His reputation to achieve should already be rank A, so it was time to graduate. A clap of thunder was heard above the castle. The princess stood in front of the king, who said that her father had no strength left. The others knelt before them. The king asked the girl for farewell, saying that the life of each of them depended on this wedding. The king looked scared, saying that the hero dealt with the king of the elves right after defeating the supreme dragon of Oblivion, and the demon lord is the least of the problems now, so the entire fantasy world can't do anything. The man grabbed his head, saying that they would have to bow down to him, and she would have to marry him. A tear appeared on the girl's face when he added that it did not depend on her desire, but she should be happy. Porter silently lowered his head. He was looking ahead when someone called him. Hansu appeared nearby when his comrade said that he had returned from the Elven Kingdom, and replied that he had finished his business, and that he had married while they were away, which he congratulated him on. But he looked sad, and the hero did not understand such a reaction, calling it post-wedding depression. Hansu looked at him in surprise, hearing that thanks to him, he had married the princess, but he was beginning to doubt whether this was right. The hero tilted his head questioningly. He thought that judging by the look of his comrade, it seemed that something had happened to the princess during the wedding ceremony. The man threw open the doors, shouting that he did not recognize this wedding. The newlyweds turned around, hearing the words about the princess not to give in to threats. Frowning, the blonde boy said that he came for her as promised. The princess was having a hard time holding back her tears. Porter looked at her. Now he lowered his head, saying that at that moment it became clear that the princess loved him. Imagining how the boy ran away, the hero thought that the intruder who came to ruin the wedding could not achieve his goal. But such a shame cannot be washed away so easily. Seeing the saddened comrade, he remembered the words Moral said to him before leaving. Then the girl turned to him, telling him to take care of his comrades in her absence. Hansu put his hand on his shoulder. Looking up, he decided that he would not abandon his own in trouble. The boy hid behind a large rock. Flags fluttered on the high towers. Looking up, he asked the princess to wait for him. The hero appeared behind him as he spoke of saving her at all costs. There was a slapping sound and words about how he was being punished for ruining a healthy marriage. The boy fell to the ground. Trying to turn around, he asked who it was and how he knew about this path. Hansu looked at him with a smile. He put his hands on his waist, recognizing him and saying that it was him, the one who ran away with the princess last time. But the boy did not understand what he was talking about. Exhaling smoke, he thought about how this was the one who could not resist and stole the wife from her legal husband, and that this was his end. The fog completely enveloped him. His silhouette disappeared into it. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. He thought that such a small thing as getting rid of this parasite would not help him in any way. But still he felt great pride and hoped that Porter was pleased, decided that this was a sign that he was doing everything right, which meant that he was getting closer to the end. The princess raised her hand. She looked up questioningly. The moon illuminated the walls of the castle. Pink smoke rose below, so the hero carried out justice by killing the destroyer of marriages, and now Porter cannot worry about anything and be happy. Hansu gave him a thumbs up, telling him to be smart. What was done for him, and let him be happy, and he leaves the future of this kingdom in his hands. His comrade waved his hand at him, wishing him luck. The hero rushed forward, saying that it was time to go home. Lenovo asked him to wait. He thought that he was going to his beloved land. Lightning flashed in the sky. It was the southern end of the central continent. The skulls were planted on spears. The boy turned to his companion. Looking in her direction, he said that there was an important task for her. Taking a serious look, the girl replied that she was ready. Moving his hand to the side, Hansu said that from now on she was not allowed to climb forward, and she should stay behind him in safety. Having presented his image on the tower, he added that she should use her magic to show everyone how brave he was. The people looked at him in surprise, wondering where he was. Hansu smiled widely, calling himself a hero fighting demons in their sinister lands. Several creatures gathered on the platform. When the boy added that although his companion was stupid, she should cope with this. One of the creatures ran up to another, offering to go and eat. He looked happily at his comrade, saying that today in the palace of the four kings they were serving hostages, and they would eat their fill, to which he replied that something was wrong. Seeing the birds flying by, he added that he had goosebumps. Opening its beak, the bird screamed loudly. They began to fall down. One of them fell in front of them. The creatures looked at the animal in confusion. The bird was still trembling. Smoke was coming out of its mouth. One of the monsters tensed up and felt something. Blue blood came out of its mouth. The others also began to vomit blood. The monster's hand lay among the blood. Lenovo stood there in a gas mask, saying that she had never read about such a thing in the records of the past. Exhaling smoke, Hansu told her that it was supposed to be like that, because they were weaklings. Seeing how the smoke enveloped everything, he thought about spraying poison in all corners of the demon lord's lands. People were watching the dead demon. He decided that the heavens, the earth, the rivers and lakes would be polluted. Seeing the foam coming out of his mouth, he also realized that there would be no living thing left. The people watching were worried. A girl standing behind him asked him if he thought it was too much, to which he replied that she shouldn't worry. Hansu smiled widely, adding that if they killed them with their own hands, they would get more experience points. But at his level, it was already too little. A loud stomp was heard. The hero understood that poison couldn't kill them all. The huge demon opened its mouth wide. The guy thought that unlike the others, the bosses could last much longer. The monster asked about whether it was the end of the world, and heard that it wasn't. Blood flowed down his face when he asked who Hansu was. The guy chopped off his head, answering that he was a hero, thinking that he had learned the strategies for finding cover and defeating bosses the first time after many unsuccessful attempts. Lenovo looked at the severed head, hearing that this was the end of the demons of the central continent, and asked if anyone else had achieved this. She replied that there were no more heroes like him. He clenched his fist in satisfaction, saying that now his achievements and reputation would be assessed as S rank. Moral appeared behind him, saying that she didn't even know where to start, to which he replied that it was natural, because he was too perfect to have any problems. Smiling while looking behind him, the hero asked if she remembered how ineffective he was the first time. Back then he couldn't get stronger because he was worried about his comrades. Remembering their faces, he talked about how he couldn't defeat the bosses because of them, and they had to attack the demon lord through a long route, and after a single victory thanks to the savage power of friendship, they were having fun as if they had achieved something. The professor stared at him, hearing that Fantasia no longer needed to worry about demons, because no hero had achieved this before him. Together with his companion, he found himself near the castle, and she replied that she would agree with him here and noted that now he was just waiting for the results. Moro was still standing behind him, saying that she wanted to give the student one last piece of advice and that he should accept the world as it is, because if he takes care of the world, it will take care of him in return. Hansu smiled happily, hearing the wishes for victory and graduation. Looking at her confidently, the guy wanted to know about his results, but the interlocutor said that grades were outside of her jurisdiction. The hero opened the gates, hearing that his training went unexpectedly quickly, and gratitude for listening to her lecture. With his arms folded, Hansu told Lenovo that she could take off her mask and that the demon lord's room was behind these corridors. She asked how he knew that since she couldn't find any information about this demonic castle. Looking at him, she heard that the last time this place looked terrible and there were pieces of human and demon flesh scattered everywhere, all because he was weak. She beamed happily when he addressed her. Turning around, the guy thanked her for everything she did. Lenovo opened her mouth in surprise, listening to him not being bored during the journey, as well as his wishes to find herself a rich man who could handle all her expenses so that she could give birth to a child who would not be like her and would be happy. She replied that she always thought he was insulting her in a veiled way. Looking forward again, the hero said that he would go on alone, but his companion, worried, asked if he would be okay, to which Hansu said that if she died trying to peep through the door and thereby ruin his reputation points, he would kill her again. Seeing the guy leaving, the girl asked him to be careful. He smiled widely, thinking that compared to the first time, everything was going perfectly now. Warming his fingers, the hero thought about the fact that his combat skills were weak, but he would be able to defeat the demon lord. A tall door appeared in front of him. He thought that thanks to the achievements and Lenovo, which shows his gate to the lord, all of Fantasia admires the hero, and now that everything is in order with the reputation and achievement points, everything will be in order with the personality too. Hansu kicked the door open, telling the demon lord that he is too quiet when the guest has already fallen. He smiled ominously, thinking that he will graduate in any case if he defeats him now. But what he saw confused him when he said that he should come here and prepare to die. The demon was kissing a girl. The hero asked about his bad timing. He looked in his direction. He opened his mouth wide, not understanding how the hero managed to get here. The guy awkwardly put his hand behind his head and apologized for starters. Petinar looked at the hero in surprise. Holding the elf on his lap, he asked then if he was taught to knock, not understanding where his manners were. Hansu folded his arms across his chest and replied that he thought he would be bored here alone. But apparently he was wrong. The elf frowned when he asked why all the elves outside the kingdom were kidnapped, and did not answer that she did not understand what he was talking about. He saw her characteristics when she said that they communicated closely. She was a little embarrassed, saying that they had a friendly relationship, to which the demon said that it was awkward, and, looking at her questioningly, he was surprised to see the queen of the elves. Imagining an angry Sylvia, he remembered her words about her mother being brutally killed by demons, so she would definitely cut off their lord's head, and they would pay for it. The guy thought that these words were just an assumption. Porter hugged the elf again, telling her to wait for him in the office. She asked him to be careful. Watching their communication, the hero thought that they were having fun here. The demon coughed into his fist. Placing his hands on his legs, he asked the hero why he came to him too quickly. The hero looked at him thoughtfully. He opened his eyes wide, saying that he was a little confused because this scene had thrown him off balance. Hansu took the sword in his hands, adding that he came early anyway because he could, and that where he came from, when people act too slowly, they already start asking to say hello to their parents. Raising the sword, he said that speed is very important when paying respect to parents. Petinar gritted his teeth, recognizing the blade, and was outraged that he did not even draw the holy sword and dared to come to him. A smile appeared on the demon's face. The hero looked at him silently, hearing laughter. The enemy stood up, saying that he was a hero who dared to challenge him. They had never hurried before, they always had companions next to them. His hand filled with power, saying that they had always shone before him, full of hopes and dreams. Surrounding himself with a powerful aura, the demon said that he, Petinar, who had overseen the creation of the Fantasia world and was the first demon, and even the heavens and the protectors of the people could not challenge him. His shadow covered the hero, saying that he had appeared before him, although it had not been a month since he was summoned, and without companions or the holy sword, so it was foolish to challenge him like that. Petinar was visibly surprised to hear that, to be precise, he had come here after 22 hours. The hero smiled, saying that the question of why he had come now was rather foolish. The demon gritted his teeth in excitement, hearing that he already knew the answer. A dark aura appeared around the hero, and he said that even without companions and the holy sword, he could defeat him. The system showed Petinar's characteristics. The guy noted that this time he looked at him calmly, and as he loved to brag, there is no rival equal to him in this world. Having paid attention to several lines, he noted that a stupid profession was dragging him down. The Demon King was noticeably nervous. Hansu thought about the fact that when meeting a hero, a penalty is imposed on him by the level that he has accumulated since birth, and although he has only a vague idea of this penalty, he thinks that it is definitely somehow connected with the fact that in order to defeat the Demon Lord, it is necessary to summon a hero. Standing on his throne, he said that the hero is stupid, impudent, and they will see where his courage leads him. A weapon appeared in Petinar's hand with the words that since he does not have a holy sword, he will do without a demonic one, and will not use it. He clenched his fist, adding that if he crushed him with such a great weapon, his authority as a demon lord would only fall further. Smiling, raising his eyebrows, the hero nevertheless noted that he should not be underestimated. However, the sword in his hand glowed brightly. He said that although he was not a saint, it was better not to joke with him. Petinar frowned, noticing something. He saw a bright light from the blade, not understanding what it was. Souls were rising up. The demon raised his head, saying that from the beginning of time until now, he had never seen such a thing. Opening his mouth wide, he wanted to ask the hero the name of this demonic sword. Hansu silently looked at his weapon. A spirit flew near him when he called it the elemental sword Endymion, and that it was the treasure of the elf kingdom. Some souls fell to the ground as he spoke. The souls of the demons he killed had joined the souls of the elves in this sword, and they were resisting, so it was difficult. The boy's eyes were shining brightly, and he asked the blade if it was ready. The souls grabbed onto Petinar, which angered him. The blade's glow became even brighter. He told him to show a fantastic combination to this demon lord. Petinar opened his mouth wide. Hansu struck, and drops of blood were visible on the floor. The boy stood in front of the body of the defeated demon lord, saying that he was much weaker than he was in the first playthrough, and after that, he understood how his penalty worked. A window appeared explaining Petinar's job, and he noted that his weakness was proportional to the difference in level between the first playthrough and now. So, introducing creatures of different levels, he noted that, in other words, the demon lord's level is adjusted depending on the hero's level. Seeing him lying on the floor, he talked about how that was why he was dragging his feet in the first playthrough and sending him experience points. A new message appeared behind him, where he was talking about how he was stressing himself in vain and that this adventure was stupid. The system asked if he enjoyed the adventure. He answered that he did and that it was really fruitful. so he would miss it even after returning to Earth. He smiled, seeing the message that the path of a true hero is thorny, but along the way he met people who support him, so he did not lose his dream and hope, answering that he really learned a lot, thinking that this was the same speech as in the first playthrough. Another message asked to accept congratulations. Han-Soo was still smiling, thanking for this, thinking that he wanted to say something, but he was afraid that it would affect his grades, so he would remain silent. Another message suggested looking at his grades. Smiling widely, he thought about this fateful moment having arrived, hoping that everything would be fine. Standing in front of the system window, Han-Soo begs to let him go home. The pop-up message says that he needs to check his report card. The protagonist exclaims in anticipation that he passed. The notification says that his combat power is at A+ rank, and his achievements are SS. He says that he expected so. In shock, he sees a reputation at level E. He sighs after noticing a character at rank F-. The system window says that he poses a danger to the planet and other heroes. He asks to wait. Kneeling, the guy tells the respected examiner that he will live peacefully and quietly on this planet. Enthusiastically shouts for him to think a little more, because he will not destroy the planet where he was born and raised, because if it disappears, then where will he live? A pink notification says that the test has failed. The protagonist sees this in anger. He starts jumping and screaming why this happened. The system writes that instead of realizing his mistakes, he abused his knowledge the first time. MC is discouraged by the message that if you do not pay attention to morality, then excessive violence always causes hostility and generates fear, and for the sake of maintaining peace and order, he will return to the first day of the test. The floor under him begins to glow. Han-Soo is shocked to see a window that the teaching staff will make changes to the upcoming course. The guy opens his mouth in surprise. The message says that the staff will pray for his success. The floor under him falls apart, while emitting a glow. Stones collapse down. It says that supervision of the hero will be strengthened. The protagonist falls down while the system says that a special instructor has been assigned to help him. The guy lies on the ground, without making a sound. He looks away when he hears a greeting. Lenova looks at him enthusiastically. He is silent. Lying upside down, the protagonist asks what is really the third playthrough already. Without raising his head, he hears that he is probably confused because he was unexpectedly summoned, because this is a place called fantasy. The guy thinks that in novels and films, returning to the past is not a chance given to someone who was defeated. The companion, smiling, says that they do not expect him to understand right away, so she will explain in more detail, while MC is thinking about why he is going through this for the second time, despite the successful destruction of the Demon Lord. The main character looks down with annoyance, thinking that if this were a novel or manhwa, most likely it would be criticized, disappointed in the development of the plot. The girl, smiling, pronounces her name, saying that during one of the expeditions to search for ancient legends, she received a prophecy and summoned him. Enthusiastically says that from ancient languages, her name is translated as truth. Han-Soo smiles, realizing that this is the third time he hears this nonsense, while thinking about what will happen if he kills her right now. The professor stands behind him and asks him to wait, thinking that the plot might go differently. Moral says that just as one word can have an irreversible effect, one person can stabilize an entire country. The masked girl assures him that he shouldn't start by killing his innocent comrades. The protagonist, without turning around, declares that she has appeared again. She replies that it is unfortunate, and if it somehow consoles him, then he is the first person who was able to achieve an SS rating by any criteria. Waving her arms, she explains that this is possible due to the fact that he defeated the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion and slew the Demon Lord in just 22 days. Admiringly, she says that his name will be inscribed in the Hall of Fame and will remain there forever. The guy clenches his teeth and hears sincere congratulations. Sitting on the ground, he thinks about where he went wrong, because he was able to get the best result in the shortest possible time. The achievements are shown. The protagonist realizes that this is not a subjective opinion, but an objective judgment. Eyes wide open, he thinks that his reputation has been rated lower than before. Eyes sparkling, he realizes that it has been lowered from D to E. In front of him stands a huge monster. He realizes that only the exciting journey with the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion comes to mind. They fly forward. He realizes that no one knew that he was the one who woke up Noibius. But still, fire comes out of his mouth. Han-Soo thinks about how there were many casualties after the incident with the Chaos Dragon, and of course someone was needed to become a scapegoat. Obviously the summoned hero would be perfect for this place. Biting his nails, the protagonist wonders if this means that his reputation began to fall when the first victims appeared, and what they even expected from a hero who was summoned only 10 days ago. Lenovo smiles at the enraged MC and hears that during the first playthrough he diligently saved lives, but in response they complain to him that he did not save their property or family members. That is, being ignorant is their calling. The girl asks again. He furiously asks to shut his mouth when she warned that the king is waiting for him. A warrior in white armor stands behind and says that he understands that he is confused, but they are too late. Surprised MC asks again. The soldier assures that the king is waiting and they need to go. Sitting in a magic circle, the guy says that it is he who is waiting. With a crazy grin, he asks to listen to him, asking how many heroes in this world in the opinion of the interlocutor, capable of killing the Lord of Demons. He confidently calls the number 2. Smiling, the guy replies that this is so, and even if something happens to the king, his place will be taken by the heir. He closes his eyes and grins. Turning around, he sees a man and asks about two. The character with glasses greets them with a smile, saying that he has been calling him for some time, but he does not answer. The system says that the stranger is at level 1 with the interpretation skill. The surprised protagonist hears that he is from Seoul, a high school student. The interlocutor delightedly says that he is 17 years old, enjoys games and reading. Sincerely smiles, while Hansu thinks that this is an ordinary guy who was summoned, worried and at the same time in anticipation. The amazed protagonist thinks that someone is full of calm despite the fact that he was kidnapped, and is kind to suspicious individuals dressed in medieval clothes. Hirobi appeared. On the phone case is an image of a pink-haired charming priestess in tights and a bandage on her hips. The surprised protagonist sees this. The interlocutor opposite him holds this smartphone, saying that such a careless person began to look around and forgot his phone. The guy says with a smile that this is his little hobby. He replies that he also played this game a little. The priestess's legs are shown. Hansu realizes that he is not so much as to wear such accessories. He thinks with a grin that this guy, even if he looks timid, is quite unusual. The warrior in armor looks at them. MC says his name, saying that he forgot about manners. The soldier asks to hurry. In anger, he declares that his majesty is waiting. The protagonist puts his hand in his pocket. He realizes that he is a shameless idiot, because he is just happy to meet his fellow countrymen after 10 years. Taking out a pen, he realizes that he could just use it. The interlocutor looks in amazement, while the protagonist thinks about what he would like. But the situation of a friend, and if they get rid of Hero A, who refuses to cooperate, Hero B will remain to protect this world in his place. Hansu understands that in any case there are only two heroes. The king kneels before them, begging them to have mercy and save the world. The protagonist, sitting on the throne, declares that he kidnapped them and now begs, asking what Hero B thinks, who shouts in rage that this is going beyond the pale because they are ordinary schoolchildren. The king is excited to hear that it is already a crime to kidnap them into this world, but asking them to be comrades of criminals is even worse. The guy with glasses screams in madness that they are stealing children and forcing them to fight, and in the war against the demon lord they pretend to be good. Using children as soldiers is an unforgivable crime. Hansu is shocked to think that if they act together, he in turn apologizes, saying that they need to hurry. Hero B is anticipating and thinks that his duty is to defeat the demon lord and save the fantasy world. The protagonist turns around questioningly. He sees an enthusiastic guy who asks that the locals will have a hard time pronouncing Korean names, and from now on they can call him Sieg. The stranger happily asks why the protagonist doesn't come up with a name for himself, warning that it's already taken. MC sees a glow in front of him, realizing that it's just a crazy person. A warrior stands next to the priestess. The protagonist realizes that he remembered this when he saw the case, wondering if he was an MC from that game where he married a fantasy character at the end. The guy with glasses shines next to her. He realizes that he clearly understands what he wants. Holding out his hand, Hansu asks to listen. He calls the name Sieg again. Smiling, he asks if he misses his family and friends. The interlocutor silently hears that everyone should be worried about him. The guy with glasses assures that everything is fine. These words crashed into the protagonist's head. Falling to his knees, he realizes what this guy really is. In shock, he realizes that he has no friends and parents. He has no attachment to his previous life and is ready to disappear into this world. Sieg holds out his hand, saying that there is no need to worry. He declares with a smile that he will protect him. The protagonist is shocked to hear this. His eyes widen. He grabs his head and imagines all his enemies. The professor behind him asks what he thinks of his new comrade. Hansu shouts where they dug up a social outcast from. Moral smiles and says that he is a hero candidate, carefully selected for a problematic student, with an amazing ability to adapt. MC lowers his head and says that the joy of meeting someone from his home world after 10 years evaporated in 10 minutes. Discouraged, he says that this is the difference in personality that shocks him. The girl in the mask happily says that there is no need to worry, because he was recognized as a hard worker even among the teachers. Surprised, Hansu watches as the companions leave, hearing from the professor that they came to the conclusion that it will be possible for him to graduate if he has a friend nearby who can guide him. Lenovo smiles and declares that he will lead them to the throne room. An embarrassed Sieg is surprised. They go further. Moral says that the decisive factor in the formation of personality is the environment, and she prays that he will follow his friend and become a glorious hero. The amazed protagonist thinks that this candidate is in the clouds, hanging on the girl, and he hopes that he was not like this during the first playthrough. Sieg smilingly tells Alex that he is cool. The protagonist thinks that the problematic place of the test of courage did not take place this time. This is because the guy agreed to cooperate with the kidnappers too easily. The gates open. The king sitting on the throne welcomes them to his kingdom. They bow, saying that they thank him for the hospitality. The audience enthusiastically says that his angle, tone of voice, bend of the waist, everything is perfect, and that he probably grew up in an aristocratic family. Near Sieg there are dissatisfied people who ask if the chamberlain did not teach him etiquette before going to the throne room. Hansu realizes that this is the third time he goes through etiquette, and would not call himself a human if he did not. The lord raises his hand and asks if they can see their abilities. Sieg happily looks out the window and says that he can, reading that his race is human, Specialization is hero, special perk is 5-fold experience, interpretation skill, state is excited. Dissatisfied MC says that he also sees clearly, while thinking that it is so clear that it almost pisses him off. The notification says that he is at level 1 and is annoyed. The protagonist cannot believe that his status was reset this time, and now he will seriously have to start over. He opens his eyes in shock. The letter F is written in the system. It begins to fall apart. The letters SSS appear. The protagonist opens his mouth in shock. He smirks, realizing that he has not forgotten. The system says that his skills are at SSS and SS ranks. He says that he sees that his race is a superior human, level 1, hero specialization, interpretation A. The state is also excited, while realizing that this is what the effect of the black box was. The king shouts in rage to the heroes that a crisis has come to the country. Demons are at their borders. Sieg happily stands next to his partner and says that he can provide this to them. The Lord says that they need to destroy them and develop skills, and then kill the Lord of Demons Petinar. The guy in glasses smilingly offers to try together. He agrees. MC with a sly grin says that they can trust them and rest in peace forever. Moral standing behind asks how. In shock, he wonders why he still has these skills after returning to the first day. The protagonist looks back and thinks that the professor is not aware of the black box. He smiles. With a grin, he assures that he is a student who received the only SS rank evaluation, and since this is the third time, he is a veteran among veterans, which differs from the shy newcomer. Embarrassed, Sieg looks away. Lenovo looks back questioningly. He turns away. The professor holds his head, hearing that if he were like the others, wouldn't this be a serious problem? Moro clenches his teeth and says that he doesn't know this. The red flags are hanging on the lock. The character raises his hand and thinks. He clenches it sharply. Hansu, looking at his fist, thinks that the master's teachings work perfectly. After all, knowledge is something that cannot be reset. Smiling, he realizes that he should have raised his level from the very beginning, but if he still has his previous skills, raising a couple of levels will not be difficult. With a crazy look, he thinks about the damned professors, the teaching staff, and the fantasy god himself will see his greatness. Sieg wonders if something funny happened. The protagonist with a sly look says that the whole situation is just incredible. He asks not to worry and rely on him. Hansu with an arrogant smile thinks that although it is comical, he is still his ticket to graduation, which Moro promised. He tells him that from now on he can call him just by his first name. The enthusiastic guy in glasses hears that they are comrades who dream of returning to their beloved homeland. Because after all, civilized people live there, he agrees. They shake hands. Sieg offers to drop the formalities. He replies that he will be glad to work with him. The partner embarrassedly says that he is not sure he wants to go back. Squeezing his hand, the protagonist asks again. He cries out in pain. With a haughty grin, the protagonist asks him if he is not going to finish off the demon lord. Smiling, he hears that his partner still wants to defeat him. He lets go of his companion's exhausted hand. Sieg smiles and holds on to it, noting that he is quite strong even if they are both level 1 and have identical skills. Amazed, MC hears that due to his excellent physique, he begins to think that he trained hard during his stay on Earth, and he is shocked to realize that his partner does not see his skills. The protagonist's skills are listed in the system window. He thinks that in this world, heroes can see the abilities of others whenever they want, which means that this guy cannot see either the skills or the black box. In a memory, Moral said that she would find out about this mosaic as quickly as possible and that she must be patient until then. The protagonist realizes that her surprise was genuine. Sieg, amazed, clarifies that the black box is an item that falls out in the lottery of things. Hansu notes that the system is not aware of the effect of this skill. MC, with a displeased face, understands that he should not tell him this. On the street, the protagonist's question is heard about why he is trying to defeat the demon lord. Because he does not want to go back, then what for? The guy, clenching his fist, says that this world is in danger precisely because of the rebellion of the Lord. The fighter agrees in surprise. They walk down the street. Hansu hears an offer to look for comrades, while realizing that he does not plan to return home, which means he wants to fight to protect the world in which he will live. The red banner hangs on the building. He realizes that he later gave his word to Sieg that they will meet in 5 days. Alex, in an angry state, grins. The guy thinks about what happened during a very exciting and safe warrior training. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist reflects that he can't hear questions about the tourist, even when he lived there for 10 years against his will. The girl behind him asks where he's going. He recognizes Lenovo. With a smile, she exclaims that it's the same one. He warned her that he asked her not to pretend to be nice. With a displeased look, Hansu says that he still hasn't had time to say it in this playthrough. In the middle of the street, a question is heard about what she's doing here and whether she should be with Sieg now. The amazed girl asks why. They walk past trees. The heroine assures that she is an archaeologist pursuing legends and everything related to heroes who were summoned to Fantasia in the past, also part of her research. The embarrassed guy looks away. She explains that Sieg is just as she imagined, unremarkable like the previous ones. Lenovo runs after the fighter saying that MC has a twist and a good scientist is always interested in new phenomena around him. He understands that she is probably one of the reasons why he can't graduate. Folding her palms, she says that she needs to say something. He allows it with a grin. Standing in the middle of the forest, the girl declares that they have crossed the boundaries of a closed zone, entering the royal hunting grounds is a serious crime. The protagonist grins and declares that she knows the way back, while she warns that if they leave right now, the king will not be. The guys are standing in front of the queen's mansion. The girl wonders if he was really only summoned today. A black dog growls behind them. In rage, he opens his mouth and barks. Hansu looks at him and exhales. The girl is shocked. Near them lies the skeleton of a dog. He assures that there is no need to panic, because a guard dog is not a problem for him. Putting his hand on the door, he says that she followed him anyway, so why not help with one matter? Hansu confidently opens the door, while she agrees. In front of them stands a maid. She watches with displeasure. The protagonist wonders why only a cleaning lady looks after the mansion. Hansu says with a sly look that he arrived on time. The maid is angry. The system window says that she is level 34, with the skills of charm, housework, dark energy. The building is shown. It is said that the queen's mansion is located in an isolated royal hunting ground, not as huge as other residences, however. The maid is standing in front of them. It is explained that there is only one maid who takes care of this place, and perhaps the question arises how this can be. The football player kicks the ball next to the runner. It is explained that in Fantasia, those who have reached level 5 will have physical abilities on par with professional athletes. The system says about her skills. He understands that if they also make a contract with a demon. The maid watches in rage. He realizes that with level 34 they will be able to jump like a movie actor. Lenovo smiles and apologizes, stating that the esteemed hero is not accustomed to their world, so they should leave as soon as possible. The protagonist notices with interest that she began to look a little crazy. The rival's eyes sparkle red. She takes a step, jumps towards the heroes. The girl screams that they are very sorry. MC silently watches her approach. Taking hold of her face, he hears wishes for death. The protagonist hits her head on the floor and asks to be quiet. She breaks her neck. The worried companion clarifies whether he is not level 1. The protagonist clenches his fist and denies, stating that he is now at level 12. The heroine points her finger in shock and asks to look. Dark smoke comes out of the maid's body. The clock grins. A question sounds whether this could be dark energy. Hansu calmly addresses her while she assumes that the man has made a contract with a demon. She is frightened to hear that if she wants to continue to go with him, she needs to shut her mouth and not ask anything. In the room, the guy thinks that each time you level up, all skills slightly increase their effectiveness, and usually that would be all. They go down the stairs. The protagonist realizes that, unlike the previous playthrough, he still has his high-ranking skills, and even if he will level up in the same way, the effects will differ in power. To simplify it, you can use mathematics. Sieg is depicted near the formulas. The total combat power is 160. In the case of the maid, the combat power is at 860. The enthusiastic protagonist thinks that he has it at an incredibly high level, and as if he is playing on an administrator account. In front of him is a gate. When he touches it with his hand, a magic sign appears. Lenovo excitedly says that all these are traps. The maid who made a contract with the demon. What is happening in the queen's estate? The protagonist opens the doors. The guys look inside. The man hits the drum with bones. The priest in the bone mask declares that they are waiting for the leniency of the Lord with a single heart. Raising his hand, he speaks of eternal youth and endless pleasure. Sitting opposite a vat of blood, he begs the one who grants unlimited power to accept this sacrifice. The girl, amazed, says that it is impossible for demon worshippers to hide in the queen's mansion. She wonders how the hero found out about this. They go further. The girl asks if this is related to the ability. He clarifies, didn't he say to keep his mouth shut if he wants to go with him? The priest in the mask turns around. Hansu confidently stands opposite. He asks who they are and how they got in. The guy looks away. He sees people in cloaks with the human race, thinking that all cultists are people. Opposite him stands an enraged demon of level 194. The protagonist understands that he is an exception. The villain, blazing with fire, says that there is no way back for anyone who has stepped foot on their sacred lands, and that he can rejoice because he will become a sacrificial offering to the master. MC crosses his arms and agrees, thinking that he took the form of a man to lead this cult. His eyes lit up. He asks to continue talking. The astonished opponent hears that he is AB rank. The people in cloaks open their mouths in shock. Lenovo watches in amazement. The protagonist grins at the sight of him. He falls to his knees and asks to forgive the servant's ignorance. His body trembles. Hansu thinks that the demon society is based on a solid hierarchy. Absolute submission to the stronger is the law. The system speaks of SS rank dark energy. He understands that this is something that only powerful demons can possess, and therefore it is something like an identification card. Standing in front of him, the protagonist declares that he will take command from now on. Smiling, he states that he will be doing troublesome things while he gives orders, asking if there are any complaints. Bowing, the demon shouts that there are no complaints, while addressing him as the venerable and great demon archduke. Hansu asks him to shut up already, displeased. Raising his hand, he asks the worms to listen to him, declaring that they will rule the kingdom from the shadow of chaos. With a sly grin, he says that in order to carry out his plans, he will explain what is needed for the first step on the path to this, claiming that this kingdom will become his. On the first pass, the fighter strikes, shouting at the enemy to feel the revenge of the people sacrificed. Dark energy falls out of the old man. The protagonist and his comrades look at this. The man asks that he also worship demons. Lenovo says that their influence has spread throughout the kingdom. The worried guy asks if the situation is too bad, because even without the demon lord, this is already a place for entertainment. Scoundrels are stealing people. It is said that the real state of the kingdom was terrible, and it is obvious that the occultists committed crimes such as murder, theft, drug trafficking and human trafficking. Near the lady there is a cloud of dark energy. It is said that the further, the clearer it becomes that not only commoners were involved. The king says with a smile that the demon cult has become a problem, so we must try to fix everything, while he reflects that thanks to the distinctive rule, it has become entertainment for demons and the hero must solve the problem. Opposite the demon is a vat of blood, torches are burning. MC with a sword kicks the doors and shouts that the hero is here and everyone needs to stand still if they do not want to be beaten. The surprised cultists hear that they will be killed in any case for worshipping demons. The priest furiously calls him arrogant, screaming that he will burn in hell for invading their sanctuary. Blazing with fire declares that they must bow before the Lord and remember the face of fiery fear, accept their death. His head is splitting while MC screams that he needs to shut up because he has no idea what he went through. Hansu presses his foot on him, declaring that stupid demons just need to die. He clarifies if he knows how stupid the man who humiliated him is. In anger, he screams that he just needs to die. Dark energy flies out of the house screaming die. It is said that as soon as the boy got rid of the B-rank demon in the queen's mansion, all the occultists disappeared in the blink of an eye. A distribution diagram is shown. It is explained that since the demon that fed them dark energy disappeared, there was no point in further worship. The protagonist, closing his eyes, thinks that the main weakness of this group was its dependence on only one leader, but thanks to this, he stands near Lenovo opposite the bull, realizing that he easily overthrew the leader and took his place without resistance. They shout at him that they worship the great. Hansu smiles. Lenovo sees him and says that she has a bad feeling. The guy raises his hand and shouts that you cannot worry and just leave it to him. Sieg, standing, shouts that you can trust him. He happily declares that the hero will solve all their problems. The dissatisfied protagonist sees him and thinks that he needs to learn from him if he wants to graduate, realizing that he made the decision after watching him. Lightning strikes him, realizing that if he does everything for free, it will raise his reputation well. Sitting near the altar, he declares that this veteran hero should become generous on the third playthrough. With a grin, he says that he will solve all the problems completely free of charge, realizing that the king will not worry about anything. The royal castle is shown. The guy clarifies that forever. An old man with a crown asks the Lord Chancellor what happened. He kneels and says that it is about the protagonist, who clarifies what he did wrong. Sitting on the throne, he says that he did not like him from the first meeting. His presentation of etiquette was perfect, but something was wrong with him. The old man's eyes sparkle. He objects that it is the opposite. Hansu fights the priest. It is said that he was engaged in the search for criminal groups, and also played a vital role in their arrest. The protagonist shoots money. It is explained that he distributed all the confiscated wealth to the people and deserves praise. A silhouette is visible behind the king. He hears that if you compare him with Sieg, who wastes time, then the hero is able to save the kingdom and the whole country. The queen with a grin asks that MC's sense of justice and achievements are quite distinctive. He clarifies that she thinks so too. Closing his eyes, he hears that the distribution of loot among people is delightful. The lady asks if he has enough funds for himself, and why not reward him himself. Turning around, the ruler asks why his wife wants to spend his wealth on something so useless. The king is shocked. Her eyes glow purple. She asks him to provide funds for adventures. In the pupils of the pentagram, she says that if the hero saves the world, then his majesty, as the one involved in the call, should shine much brighter. The enchanted ruler says that she is right. Handing over the key, he declares that the Lord must go with this to the secret basement and take as much as he wants for the needs of the protagonist. With sparkling eyes, the cunning people thank their king. Gold pours out. They say that they should not have gone so far because he did not even dream of receiving such money. Lying on a mountain of gold, Hansu says that he will find a good use for them. The joyful guy stands opposite the evil ruler and thinks that, unlike the second playthrough when they argued, now he was able to get these funds quite peacefully. Flipping a coin, he realizes that this time it didn't affect his character assessment, and he actually grew compared to last time. Rolling in gold says that all these treasures were given to him by the king, so technically it's like a donation to charity. The queen and the lord look unhappily. He thinks that she is a joker after upgrading energy, and vassals like the chancellor also benefit. The old man smilingly declares that they are ready to sacrifice everything for him. All the wealth of the church now belongs to him, but they cannot understand why he gave it to earthworms. The protagonist happily replies that he should provide a report on the sources of income of the church. The old man stands in front of a chart with percentages, saying that here is a detailed graph of the income flow, in descending order: drugs, usury, kidnapping, theft, smuggling, donations, scams, and so on. The tired guy sighs, declaring that 99% is dirty money, and if he even touches it, then the character assessment will hit rock bottom. Surprised ministers look at him, while he thinks that he does not know what the faculty or Professor Moral can find fault with next time. In the castle, they shout about the hero Hansu. A soldier in armor runs to him and declares that he finally found him. He clarifies what happened. An excited warrior asks to stop him. The surprised protagonist hears that Sieg is acting recklessly. MC clarifies what happened there. The protagonist turned around and asked what does Sieg mean by that. he went crazy. He stopped when someone told him to calm down. Then the young man pointed his finger at the man and screamed, "He is mocking him." He forks it with his eyes. This boy grabbed that lady by the arm and forcibly dragged her aside. That lady says that everything is fine. He opened his mouth wide and added, "She says so because he scared her. Isn't it obvious? She is afraid that he will take revenge on her if she tells the truth." The knights looked at the hero and asked him to be reasonable. The man got angry and asked what he did to deserve these accusations. And the lady told the baron that she was very sorry. It was all because of her. The protagonist covered his ears when people started shouting, "Evil boar, let him immediately let this lady go. Even if he is a hero, it does not mean that he will get away with it." And he said, it seems that he understood what was happening. Looking at the brown-eyed man, he thought, the person Sieg insulted, he had seen this face somewhere. He was one of the guys who participated in the religious ritual in the basement of the royal villa. The characteristics were written race, level, profession and other things. Slime appeared behind the hero when he continued the thought. He is an F-rank demon worshipper. The first passage of the Baron's domain in the Dumpling King's kingdom. Due to the fertile land and high population, this place became very rich. But this abundance became a problem for the Baron. First, the stress after the management lessons made his appetite uncontrollable. Unfortunately, he was rich enough to satisfy this hunger, in the end. The man sat at the table and said why he felt so sluggish lately, and the youth thought, when he inherited the title, he suffered from diabetes, hyperlipidemia, arthritis, bladder stones, cancer and many other diseases that afflicted him. However, no matter how strong the magic medicine of fantasy was, it was not omnipotent, and someone stood in front of the bull and said that he bowed before the one who will grant him eternal health and strength. The brunette sat on the ground when he was told, "Pathetic and stupid little soul," and he shouted yes. The monster stuck out a finger and added, "He is ready to follow the orders of his master and take this difficult path." The hero's eyes glowed when he replied, "Yes, he swears, he will follow the one who will grant him eternal health and strength." After which Hansu noted, in order to restore his fortune and health, the Baron began to worship the demon. Due to the effect of the dark energy, he became very cruel and began to commit evil deeds until he was overtaken by the justice of the hero. However, the brown-eyed man looked ahead, called Sieg and asked what he did here. The guy pointed his finger at the man and asked Hansu for help. He definitely saw how this pig was dragging her by the hand. The girl cried when he added that the pig should not even try to deny it, and she said that it was not true, and the protagonist said that he was glad to see the Baroness again, or not, because in 2 years she will marry a poor patient. She will become one of the victims of the bleached Baron, because of his demon worship. The young man sighed heavily and thought, well, now he does not need to worry about this, and asked what evidence, to which he was answered, he is a hero, he sees it too, yes, the dark energy skill that is tied to this sided one. This means that he is a demon worshipper, and he thought, this guy. The protagonist raised his head and thought, he is saying this to the owner of the SS rank dark energy. Then he opened his mouth and called Sieg, and he answered yes when the guy added, if a person has dark energy, it does not necessarily mean that he is a demon worshipper. Remembering a moment from the past, the guy said, if he eats the heart of a demon, then the dark energy will forever settle in his body. The hero looked at the flask and said, it can also be obtained through special training or by drinking an elixir. There are many ways to get dark energy. And he thought, of course, he does not want to say that dark energy is good. Dark energy that is not controlled by a demon can become extremely chaotic and transform into a demon that will take over the owner's personality. People gain special power by absorbing tight energy. But the demon can even torture the user when the latter develops an addiction. This is how demons control people. The brunette frowned, called Hansu, and said that this pig is a real demon worshipper, after which he smiled. Then the protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought, what a perceptive guy, throwing facts at him like a coward. The old man looked at the young man and said, the good Baron's heater in the demon generation, calling the Baron a bore, but he is their regular customer. The brown-eyed man stopped when they said around, this guy is their hero. Well, what nonsense. If he is a hero, then he can get to anyone, poor Baron. The lady lowered her head and told the hero that this was a misunderstanding. In fact, the Baron was generous to her family. Then she added that he forgave her father, and showed him his kindness. He gave him food because of his sore leg. He even called a doctor to look at her father's leg. Sieg was surprised when she added, after that she fell in love with him, and now follows him everywhere. But now she has become so annoying to him. The two approached the guy and asked if he had said everything. If so, then let him pass. The people dragged the hero away and sat him down, that they would discuss compensation for moral damage to the Baron. The hero lord had nothing to worry about, and the protagonist thought, that guy's reputation was still good. The man began to calm the lady and spoke. He said that he was fine, and she answered, but still, when the protagonist thought, his complete transformation due to dark energy would only be in the distant future. After which the young man turned around and said, if he had no evidence to send the man to jail, then let him think twice before blaming anyone. Resisting the knights, the young man screamed, he was not mistaken, this guy worships a demon, and Hansu thought if this guy would be of any use to him. A torch was burning on the wall. When the hero told the lady that this was a weekly report on observing the hero Sieg, the hero had recently received a quest. Sitting near the lady, the young man spoke. It seems he quickly recovered from that incident. But are there any more quests here? Because Suddenly someone's hand appeared. The boy climbed onto the roof when the brunette said that he helped the child find his cat. How cute, and he thought, now the kingdom is calm and smooth. The protagonist smiled and thought, there is no heroic work as such, only small assignments, since the cult of demon worshippers now follows the hero, and he turned into a city militia that solves the problems of the kingdom of their shadow. The man jumped and screamed, they work so that they sleep peacefully, squads of demon worshippers, and the young man thought that demon worshippers can do many things. The boy whispered in the guy's ear that Hansu is so wonderful, and he asked, and what is so wonderful about him? To which he replied, yes, everything, he is amazing, and the young man thought, he also works hard on his reputation. Questions were heard from the fortress, they know that the princes are involved in the land business, His Majesty knows about it but does nothing, and the protagonist thought, and public opinion about the Dumpling King, if this continues, his character points will not decrease. The violet-eyed girl looked at the hero and said, oh, as the master predicted, yesterday a group of elves attacked the black market, his insight is incredible, and he asked, and how did it go? The blonde fought hard when she added, most of them died, but their cruel leader was captured, if the auction house gets rid of her, it will be very profitable for the church. After her words, the young man thought, okay, now the future king of the elves will leave the stage with Professor Morrow can't say anything because he did not bring up this topic, okay, something else. The guy looked at the man and thought Alex, the future king of the sword. He turned around when the young man added, he never liked this guy. He got rid of him in the second playthrough, and the hero asked what he was, a bastard, and Hansu thought, but this time Alex would be useful to him, so he was still alive. The girl was happy and screamed, finally, so he finally understood the value of his partners. The brunette closed his eyes and answered, of course, Professor Morrow. It was not they who accidentally said that dog shit can be used for medical purposes. At the gate, someone shouted, heroes, welcome to the royal training ground, and the protagonist thought, it's time to meet Alex's stunning orientation. The couple looked into the distance, and the guy thought, with a new player. The hero walked on the ground. This day had finally come. Having dealt with the demon worshippers, he returned to the kingdom from the front lines. Alex smiled and asked, did not wait. Unfortunately, orientation was pushed aside. There was a crest on the gate, a voice welcoming everyone to the royal training ground. The boys were sitting in their seats. The man said that they were still very green. It seemed like it was time for them to have a real training session. The two watched this skeptically. The man clenched his fist and told them not to worry, because the best swordsman in the kingdom would make real men out of them in no time. The boy raised his fist and said that he would give it his all. The instructor pointed to the people and said that today they had special guests, the hero and knights of the kingdom, and asked them to show respect. The woman opened her mouth and said that it was an honor for her to meet the legendary heroes. She smiled and said that since two heroes were summoned together, it would definitely bring great benefit to the kingdom. But she could not contain her curiosity. Looking at the two boys, she said that among the two heroes summoned to kill the demon lord, she wondered who was stronger. The main hero looked at her and answered, if that is what the queen wanted. The brunette opened his mouth and asked what Her Majesty replied that she was happy to hear it. She looked at Alex and asked if the heroes had given their consent. Could he pause the training? She would like to watch the heroes duel. He answered of course. Putting his hands on the boy's shoulders, he said that since that was the case, let the strongest win. The instructor frowned and said that he was watching them in advance. If someone gave up or ran in front of Her Majesty, his fist would not spare them. The young man turned his head and asked to wait, and then asked Hansu if they were friends. He turned away and said that he did not want to fight his friend, but he had no choice. He threw his jacket aside and said that they should do it. The queen wanted them to fight. It was improper to refuse. Besides, this was one of the ways to help the kingdom. Sieg froze when they asked him if this was what he wanted. The violet-haired girl smiled. The protagonist thought that it was terrible, how far they had come, but listening to people's problems and fulfilling their wishes was part of the hero's job. Doing it for free was completely normal. The young man folded his clothes and took off his glasses. The guys stood opposite each other. The protagonist thought, why don't they listen to the worthy and beautiful queen and do what she wants? The brunette clenched his fist and said that he would do it. He just remained silent. The young man jumped up. He ran, gritting his teeth. The enemy looked down at him, and he kicked him in the stomach. The dark-haired man smiled and asked Sieg what he was doing. He shouldn't give in to him. Let him hit with full force. He thought to himself that it was so hard for him to hold back his laughter. The young man began to cough and asked, that's it. The people on the devices began to count 1, 2, 1, 2. The woman smiled when Hansu shouted that he asked not to give in, to stand in defense and attack. The dark-haired man, swinging his arm, remembered how the guy promised to protect him and thought that if he knew that performing a hero's duty for free could be so fun and exciting, he would have done it earlier. The hero's legs were shaking. The guy opened his mouth and asked his opponent when he would stop being so careful with him. The drool was flowing from his mouth. The protagonist thought that in fact, he was the only one careful here. If he hit with full force, this guy would have already died, and this would have ruined his reputation and character points. The young man collapsed to the ground. The protagonist smiled. Looking at him, someone ordered to call a healer to the hero. Looking at him, the guy thought that his wounds would be easily healed with magic, but he would need some time to heal the moral damage. An instructor appeared behind him and asked if he could distinguish between a real fight and light sparring. He smiled and said that he seemed to enjoy bullying the weak, but he would show him what a truly strong man was. The dark-haired man frowned and thought what it meant to bully the weak. This bastard even had brains. The man was warming up his fists, and the young man thought that this was the main event of the orientation. A realistic fight with Alex was beginning. The hero smiled and said that he seemed to know how to fight, but this was not enough for a truly strong man. The protagonist looked at his characteristics and thought that he had the same abilities as in the first playthrough. This is a very high level, especially considering the current peaceful time. He closed his eyes and thought that, however, his body had survived countless battles. Alex opened his mouth and asked what was funny. Was he already giving up because he was afraid of a powerful warrior like him? Then he struck and shouted, "Left crown, right funeral." He hit the protagonist in the chest. He smiled and asked if he really called that a blow. The hero looked at him dumbfounded. The protagonist stood with his foot on his back. After that realistic training fight with Alex, a duel with a truly strong man was even more interesting than in the second round. The guy smiled, since then Alex no longer calls him to training. Besides, he has enough of his own affairs. The flags fluttered in the wind. The blonde listened that Hansu was very hot. She replied, "The summer is very unusual, in this heat. If they do not have enough water then..." But he did not interrupt, and said that he knew everything. The young man closed his eyes and said that she meant that due to the lack of water on the middle continent, a food crisis could occur. He was thinking about a solution to this problem. The girl turned and asked, "With these people," the young man asked, "is she still not used to them? His subordinates will help the world." The men smiled and said, "Glory to the Great One." The dark-haired closed one eye and said, "Okay, the lack of food is due to drought." He raised his finger and asked if he started a war and reduced the population. Would that be the most effective solution? The lady asked anxiously, "Mr. Hero." There was a coat of arms on the gate. A shout rang out for him to get up quickly before a crutch was shoved into his dopa. The man hit him with the crutch and shouted until he took revenge on him. Rest would be a luxury for him. Sweat ran down the young man's face and he said he couldn't take it anymore. The brunette clenched his fist and shouted that he shouldn't give up and could do it. No need to be afraid and let him give it his all. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "The mages and healer are always ready." And then he collapsed to the ground. The hero turned around and groaned that he swears revenge on him. He will kill Hansu, and then called Sieg. He trembled and said, "Yes, instructor." Alex frowned and said that a broken leg would heal sooner or later. But if he didn't take revenge on him, the scar on his pride would never heal. And what about him? When his wounds healed, would he just forget about it? The young man lowered his head. He imagined the scene from the beating, and the man asked if he had any pride left when he would remember every day how he was beaten like a mongrel, the demon lord he had to defeat. However, the hero who had no pride left. The boy opened his mouth and screamed for him to shut up. The man struck and screamed that he had left the body open. The boy screamed that he would kill him. The instructor told him to remember that if he gave in to his emotions, he could die. The dark-haired man could hear screams asking if he wanted revenge. The protagonist chuckled and said that it was only early morning, and they were already making a fuss. Oh, that Alex? When he swore at him, he could beat him up good. The protagonist walked, leaning on a crutch. He had noticeably changed after the operation. The young man silently lowered his head. The man was dragging him by the collar. He looked straight ahead. No matter how often Sieg missed training, or swore at the instructor for his cruel methods, he never got angry and did not beat him, unlike the first playthrough. The brunette sat with his head down. Tears flowed from his eyes. The boy stood with his head down. The two walked across the field. Alex tolerated the whining of the student and focused on persistent training. As a result, he noticeably changed and grew. Looking at the information, the protagonist said that it was simply amazing. He bowed his head and added that if he trained at the same pace for 3 more years, he would be ready to enter the demon world and defeat the demon lord, which took him 10 years. He watched the training and said that he thought there was something special about the hero from the faculty. He thought that there was no point in them assigning him a model student and telling him to learn from him. The young man chuckled and said that he should understand Professor Morrow's plan. It's not that simple. She appeared from behind and asked what was going on. The young man turned around and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. As she saw, he was watching the model student. The girl opened her mouth and screamed that this situation did not seem normal to her. Imagining the young man, she said that when you pour cold water into a boiling cauldron, you only kill the heat and that's it. The hero candidate she recommended should be in the teenage stage of development, but his growth rate in these circumstances. The dark-haired man turned away and the one who had intertwined her asked if she thought it was not normal. If it meant he should kill him right now, he had long suspected that he could prevent him from completing this passage. The heroine raised her hands and asked to wait and calm down to listen to her. She wanted to say that the candidate was going through a hard time now. She was careless. Remembering the recent scene, the protagonist said that it really seemed like Alex's one-sided love was exhausting him. He smiled and asked if he should just kill the instructor. The lady asked if it was possible to do without killing. It seemed to her that the heroes were now very exhausted. Looking at the sun, she said that the weather was too hot. The protagonist folded his arms and said that this was the reason they should kill Alex since he was giving Sieg no peace. Morrow replied that she meant that the student Hansu also looked tired. It was normal for a person to have violent and aggressive thoughts when tired, and asked how much rest he had had in the past few days. The young man turned around. He opened his mouth and said that she was right. He hadn't thought about it. Imagining himself lying down, he thought, even though all he did was give orders to other people while sitting on his butt, making decisions was very tiring, especially as a person who had to solve all sorts of problems and take care of people who were too drunk on dark energy. It was actually a burden that a king should bear. He spread his arms and said, no wonder he was so tired, considering he was doing this for free instead of the useless dumpling king. The young man adjusted his bangs and said that he took on the responsibility of the kingdom as well as the heroic duty. It seems that the hero suffers from burnout syndrome. The heroine folded her arms and asked how about going to nature with her comrades. Despite the severe drought, Fantasia remains a beautiful place. Thanks to the magic towers, they can instantly visit most tourist destinations. Introducing the animals, she said that, for example, they can look at the beautiful sea dragon if they visit the mysterious North Sea. Introducing Ostrava, she said that she can also recommend exploring the floating islands. She introduced water and added that the Mermaid Lake is a very interesting place. He was there during the first playthrough. It is a place that retains its beauty even during the drought. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that the Mermaid Lake sounds nice. He was asked what he decided. The protagonist smiled and thanked Professor Morel and said that he needed to quickly gather his comrades. She looked at him and said that he had made a quick decision. He disappeared and thought that the kingdom was suffering from a severe drought. If this continued, the harvest would suffer and many people would die of hunger. But it could not be said that there was no water at all. The guy looked at the water and said, wow, is this really a lake? And he thought it was a sea. The dark-haired man folded his arms over his chest and said that this was also a reservoir with clean water, enough water to provide farms, and then people would not starve due to drought. Introducing the mermaids, he said that they were quite cruel creatures. They made people suffer by monopolizing this water. One of them swam quickly. The young man continued that getting rid of these evil fish and saving people from drought and hunger was their duty as heroes. The young man chuckled and thought that he could even raise Sieg's level while eating sashimi, or kill his old comrade. Isn't he a genius? The brunette came closer and asked if there were any mermaid princesses here. When he heard a positive answer, his curiosity grew. The flags fluttered in the wind. The young man turned and asked Hansen where they got so many companions from. He replied that he simply didn't want to start active actions with a small group. Looking at the military, he thought that these were the entire royal guard. People stood with their hands folded. There were even elite magicians here. Looking at them, the brown-eyed man thought that if he gathered all the soldiers, they would get an army of 30,000. He smiled and said that he didn't come here for a peaceful existence or useless negotiations. This is a game of survival. The man sat on a horse, 3 level 200 officers. People in white suits, 5 level 150 magicians, a warrior in armor and a golden mask, 20 elite level 180 knights, 100 ordinary level 130 knights, 300 level 100 knight candidates. Groups of soldiers lined up on the shore, 10,000 elite level 10 soldiers. The men held pitchforks. One asked if they would be fed, 20,000 level 3 conscripts. Hansu looked away and chuckled inwardly. He looked at the warriors gathered below and thought that the army was rather mediocre in strength for a country that bordered the demon lord's territory. Touching his forehead, the hero said how heavy his burden was, and thought that in fact, someone else had to bear the burden of the crown. The sun shone on the scorched earth. Words were heard that he needed to find a way that would not only bring him closer to graduation, but also save these people from drought. Looking at the armored warrior, the hero continued that he would have to help the kingdom if the demon lord attacked. He imagined the fat king and thought that every time the king made a mistake, he would give the same excuse, that their country was in this state because of the demon lord. The demon scratched his head, thinking about the unfairness, and the boy thought that despite the unfairness, in fantasy everyone agreed with him. He imagined the demon attacking the dumpling king and the villagers, and thought that the neighboring countries did not want to conflict with the kingdom because it would be the first line of defense if the demons attacked. Touching his chin, Hansu said that due to the lack of wars, the army was weak and inexperienced. Sieg remarked on how smart he was. A sly smile appeared on the boy's face. He asked that if he got rid of the mermaids, not only would he solve the water shortage, but he would also prepare the army for future battles against the demons. The count on horseback told the hero that they should hurry. The bearded man explained that the soldiers were already exhausted due to lack of food and water. They should quickly decide what to do next. A system window appeared in front of him saying that he was a level 204 man, a general, with martial arts, swordsmanship, leadership, manners, horse riding skills, and he was feeling uncomfortable. The guy waved his hand and said that they would build a dam to block the flow of fresh water into the lake, and thereby force the mermaids out of the water. The man looked at him with his mouth slightly open, and the guy thought that this man's name was too long to pronounce. They would just call him Count A, the Count, the officer in charge of the expedition. He was one of the few who had not joined the demon worshipper cult. A shadow fell on Hansa's face, who said that if they could not use the water to their advantage, it did not matter how tired the soldiers were, the mermaids would have a very hard time fighting on land. He presented a map with a diagram and said that the rivers that flowed into the lake belonged to their kingdom, so they would not have to negotiate with neighboring kingdoms to solve this problem. They would simply block the flow. Turning away, the man on the horse said that the plan was quite logical, but hearing it from the hero's lips, He replied that he was doing this for the good of the kingdom. Looking at the man, he thought that he only chose leaders who did not succumb to the promises of demons. He imagined people with glowing eyes and thought that unlike the queen and the chancellor, and the high-ranking demons who wanted to seize power in the kingdom and hand over control to the church. As he looked away, Hansu thought that he was curious. How would he react? How would he feel when he found out that his entire family worshipped demons? Crossing his arms, the guy confidently asked what if they negotiated. Lenovel exclaimed that it was right. She knew he would try to solve this problem peacefully. The hero noticed that she was talking like a war was inevitable. Lenovel smiled happily, saying that she really thought he had decided to start a war with the mermaids. The brunette turned away and said that she didn't know him well. He was a peace-loving person. He had a very sly smile on his face. He thought that if he pressed the enemy's weakness so that he could not resist and made this offer that was impossible to refuse, he could solve this problem easily and peacefully. A question was heard from behind the three heroes, asking what the commander thought about this. One of the warriors approached Count A and said that they had always been forbidden to interact with the mermaids. After the demon lord was reborn, they agreed to cooperate with the hero. The count said that means they will attack the mermaids, just like the hero said. Frowning, he continued that he was not the only one who was dissatisfied with the heroes, but his majesty trusted him infinitely. He presented a red flag. The man with the pitchfork said that he only joined the army because his crops dried up. They found a lot, but they gave little food. The second asked what he heard. They want to build a house. If the hero's plan works, many people will be saved. The man pointed his finger and asked to look at the other side. There were people with blue flags. He said that this was the army of the Holy Kingdom. They had gathered to watch them. If they screwed up, they would laugh at them. It was no longer a question of trusting the hero. It was a game of survival. The axe crashed into the tree trunk. A game of people against mermaids or people against people. Men carried logs. Someone shouted for them to work, because there was no time to rest. If someone got hurt, healers were ready, so let them not spare themselves and work at full capacity. The villagers began to build supports. Someone shouted that they must completely block this river in a week. The sun's rays illuminated the water surface. A question was heard. He really was not going to fight the mermaids, and the answer was that it depended on them. Lenovel, standing behind, said worriedly that the heroes were just friends with the mermaids. She put her hands together sweetly and said that the love between a hero and a mermaid is very romantic. To which she heard that perverts remain perverts. Hansu thought that it seemed romantic if he did not know the truth. He imagined a man on the shore and thought that 100 years ago a hero came here. The guy was wearing dark armor. He saw a mermaid singing on the shore. He was attracted by the beautiful song. He met a mermaid who was relaxing on the shore. The green-haired girl was singing. She was the queen of the mermaids and ruled over the lake. The girl turned around. The heroes were sitting under the crescent moon. They soon became lovers, but the queen could not leave the lake. The weapon fell from the bloody hand. The hero lost to the demon lord, meeting his inglorious end. Hansu crossed his arms and said that since then, on the day of the hero's death, a sad song can be heard on the lake, so this place is called the City of the Sad Mermaid. The blonde indignantly shouted that it was her job to tell stories. The guy imagined the warlike Petinar and thought that losing to the demon lord, who initially gave the hero a huge head start, how stupid was he? Sieg turned and said that although this city is named after a mermaid, he does not see the mermaids themselves here, to which he heard that they do not walk around the city among people. Gloomy men were walking along the street. A question was heard. Is it just their imagination or are there too many here? There was a sign above the door. The man replied that the fact is that there are no male mermaids here. Opening the door, Hansu explained that the fact is that most of the city's residents are candidates for mermaid husbands anyway. He looked ahead indifferently, hearing how he was greeted. The girl put the mug on the table and asked, did they come to relax at the lake? She had a mermaid ear. She said that there are a lot of people here now. Putting her hands on her hips, the green-haired girl asked that an army had gathered around the lake. They are not worried. The hero thought that he had not seen her for a long time. The owner of the tavern, the daughter of the mermaid queen, the second most powerful mermaid of the lake. Smiling widely, Hansu thought that she was also his partner in the first playthrough, the bitchin' mermaid princess Aqua. Seeing the other shore in the telescope, the old man says that they are dividing their troops. He looks ahead and states that this seems too exaggerated for a diplomatic meeting with the mermaid queen, and he does not know what their intentions are. The girl stands next to him and hears the question of what the saint thinks. Is it possible that they are trying to invade their kingdom? She says excitedly that she can't predict anything. For now it's best to consider the possibility. Suddenly someone calls the commander. The fighter holding the package says that an urgent message has arrived from a spy. He replies that he prays for it to be good news. The old man reads the message next to the surprised girl. Frowning, the commander says that the saint should look at this. The amazed lady hears his hope that this is just an unprecedented situation, and will not lead to a crisis that they cannot resolve. There is a sign near the door. A question sounds that they really came to see the lake in this troubled time. The protagonist denies it with a smile. The mermaid with a smirk suggests that this is to target them. MC with a sly look agrees, specifying that the lake too. She is very surprised. She waves her mop. The protagonist takes out a dagger. They look at each other. Aqua is a mermaid princess and the owner of the city inn, who was also the guardian of the lake and the mermaids. Sparks are visible between them. It is said that unlike Alex, who focuses on strength in battle, she specializes in speed and attack power. The opponents fly away from each other. The protagonist with a smirk thinks that in front of him is a noisy fish. Aqua holding a mop looks at him, while he realizes that it looks like an ordinary broom. But it is a weapon made entirely of steel, an object that cannot be easily lifted even by a bunch of high-level heroes. She stands barefoot on the floor. He realizes that her free movement on land is unique even among other mermaids. They sit in front of the night sky. It is explained that the previous hero who visited the lake 100 years ago was a fool who could not defeat the demon king but succeeded in leaving two things in Fantasia. A frightened Lenovo asks them to calm down and resolve everything peacefully. The guy thinks about his first love story, over which archaeologists and minstrels would languish. The rival, with a serious expression, states that she is becoming increasingly irritated just by looking at him, while he thinks that the second is a monstrous sashimi that the queen of the mermaids gave birth to. Hansu looks forward hearing that her father, the previous hero, was a kind person, and for the first time she sees a bully who calls himself a hero. With a smirk, he asks what she knew about being a hero. The mermaid calmly asks him if he really thinks that they only get information from the lake. The protagonist, looking at her, states that in that case they should know the state of the human kingdom right now. The mermaid hovers in the air. The guy states that while their heartless race selfishly monopolizes the water, humanity is on the verge of starvation. The hand of the dead man lies on the floor, saying that he thinks that his efforts to save humanity makes him a more worthy hero. MC, with a smile, talks about an idiot who could not even defeat the demon king. Suddenly dodges the acid. The surprised heroes see her on the floor. The acid starts to smoke. Aqua wipes her mouth. Her eyes are burning, screaming that he should not expect an easy death. Striking with a mop, he wishes him death. The protagonist with interest states that she has shown her true face, a monstrous fish. The mermaid spits again. The protagonist dodges. The opponent swings in rage. The protagonist deftly jumps back. The broken dagger lies next to him, thinking what kind of princess she is. No matter how you look at it, she is either a choizo or a top risk. The system window says that the opponent is level 318. The guy assumes that she is quite strong because of her blood. The mermaid attacks in rage. The fighter calmly takes her hand, realizing that he remembered all her movements in the first round. With a smirk, he declares that she is not the only one. Her look is discouraged. They kiss. The guy means that he also has poisonous saliva. The mermaid's eyes turned white. She falls to the floor. Lenovo and Sieg are shocked to see this. Hansu wipes his mouth and says that she is on the edge, because he cannot kill the precious child of the mermaid queen. Purple liquid flows out of her mouth. It is said that a living hostage would be more useful for peace negotiations. In the system window, the demon race is visible, level 999+. MC realizes that if he wants to easily defeat the demon king, it is more advantageous to keep his level low. The saint runs forward and shouts to Aqua that something bad has happened, because information has been received that the heroes are trying to catch the mermaids. Shocked, he looks forward saying that if she does not prepare now. The protagonist holds her in his arms with a serious look. Sieg exclaims in surprise about the real saint. The mermaid is unconscious. The question sounds what is happening. The protagonist turns around and leaves, stating that the hero ran out the back door, and it can't be that the saint didn't recognize the hero. There is blood on the sword, saying that the path to becoming a hero is difficult. The protagonist looks on in surprise. He stands in front of the dead monster, thinking that the students who were kidnapped to become heroes in this world are more familiar with phones than swords, and the most daring situation they faced was a mosquito attack in the middle of a summer night. He looks forward realizing that as a result. The guy turns around in fear. Lenovo watches in amazement. The dead man's body lies on the ground, saying that they are used to a peaceful and safe life. The protagonist, with his eyes wide open, thinks that their decisions will not lead to the deaths of people around them, in such an uncivilized and barbaric world like this. He looks forward in shock, realizing that it is not too late. The girl touches the dead man. MC reflects on the importance of having insurance that can protect a weak-willed hero from collapse. For example, a person who can resurrect. She shouts that he can still be revived. Hansu is shocked to see this. The saint closes her eyes and casts a spell. It is said that, as the title implies, this is not only insurance for a weak-willed hero, but also their guardian angel. The sign of the establishment is visible. The guy with a dissatisfied face is silent. Sieg giggles embarrassedly. Lenovo sadly closed her eyes. The saint touches the mermaid's belly. A green glow is visible. Excitedly says that she cannot believe it, because she is in serious condition and this has never happened before. The companion sadly declares that she did not think that the hero would kill the mermaid princess. He replies that she is not dead. A glow comes from her hands. It is said that he simply fed her some kind of poison from which all her internal organs failed, and she does not even want to increase her level unnecessarily. Aqua rises in rage. Turning around, she addresses the hero. She begins to cough up blood and hears that she should not overexert herself. The blood is smoking. It is said that her level has decreased. She asks by how much. The saint takes her away, stating that it was to such an extent that there was no certainty whether it would be possible to revive her. The other clarifies that it is approximately at levels 10. MC thinks that reviving a person at death is not as easy as it seems. The girl holds her palm on her forehead, claiming that she needs to rest while she deals with the situation. The system window is visible near her. Her level is 124, Resurrection Specialization. A question sounds about how healers who help the wounded get enough experience points to increase their level. The experience icon fills up. It is explained that they absorb the experience points of their patients. The healer stands opposite the warrior and thanks for the points. It is said that the higher the patient's level and the more significant the injury, the more experience he loses. There are cases when the level decreases despite the fact that he constantly earns experience by fighting. There is a helmet of the dead man. The question sounds what will happen if the patient is at level 1 and has no experience points left. The mug is on the table. The character turns to the lady saint. Sieg, sitting at the table with the guys, turns to her again. She already asks him to speak. She smiles embarrassedly, shrugging her shoulders. Hansu with a dissatisfied face hears his laughter. The saint watches this in amazement. He imagines them together, realizing that the girl called him by name. A huge monster stands opposite them shouting that only the power of love can stop him. Brave Sieg stands next to her and declares that the only thing that can save the world is love, not a sword, and the demon king is a trifle compared to their true love. The horn mutant shouts that he cannot defeat him and lost, because they have such a despicable and enviable couple. Falling down, he declares that he will cast a curse on them that will bind them together, and make them live happily ever after. Sieg hugs her and says that their adventure together is over. She interrupts, claiming that she will be with him for the rest of her life. Saint embarrassedly clarifies that he is dear to her. Lenovo, sitting with the protagonist, notices that his comrade is behaving strangely. He replies that he is possessed. The protagonist sadly thinks how this guy can be a model student recommended by Moral. At this time he wonders what to do with the ring. Shouldn't it be a fantasy item? Something like a diamond? MC sighs, asking what crime he committed to deserve this. The girl turns to him. Saint looks at him and asks why he attacked the mermaid. Can he explain it? The protagonist, holding his head, replies that it was for the sake of peace. Without looking away, the heroine clarifies that Aqua is a threat to peace. Hansu denies with a sly smile, stating that she is a hostage for the sake of peace. After all, the queen values her very much. Sieg gets up from the table and shouts that this is not what the hero should do. The protagonist sits on a chair and hears that using a helpless princess for blackmail is wrong, because this is what the demon king would do. The protagonist smirks and says that he said something that thousands of starving people who cannot water their farms would like to hear. His gaze is tense, asking why he does not go and tell them. He will even prepare a scene for him, because it means that he does not want to do this dirty deed with his own hands. If he cannot, then it is better to shut his mouth and not interfere. The saint sitting opposite shouts that no matter how bad the situation in the kingdom is, you cannot be like that, especially when it will affect the lives of the mermaids. He replies that they will not die because there is less water in the lake, it will just become more crowded. A shocked girl hears a question that she will just watch from her spacious lake as her neighbor dies. She replies that this could be resolved through negotiations. Hansu, smiling, says that this is why he came to negotiate, to conduct them on a profitable deal, blocking the flows and using a hostage. The interlocutor fearfully asks if he really thinks that this is the only way out. The guy calmly replies that if they do not know about the miracle that will cause rain, then this is how it is. Aqua with difficulty goes inside. Through the pain, she declares that there is a miracle that can cause rain. Bubbles come from the depths of the lake. It is said that there is a legend about a guardian deity dozing at the bottom. Houses stand in the sun. It is explained that this is ancient history. The surprised boy sees something in the sky. It is said that in the past there was a human city on the site of the lake. The sky is covered by a giant something. It is explained that at least before it came, a huge monster walks through the city. Its crazy eyes are visible. A drop falls down. It begins to pour heavy rain. The fish swims past the houses, explaining about the continuous heavy rain that ended up flooding the city and creating a safe haven lake on top. The underwater monster has sparkling eyes. The guardian deity that brought such rain is called Yahello. Flipping through the pages, it explains that the mermaids of the lake continue to sing lullabies to him so that he will not bring any more troubles, keeping him asleep. Hansu seriously thinks about the catfish and that he is hearing it for the first time. Lenovo enthusiastically answers the question of whether she has heard it or not by saying that she did not know about it before, clarifying if it is possible to ask a few questions. Aqua with a displeased look tells her to ask. The girl states that judging by what she said, this is an extremely dangerous creature. But why is it called a deity? The protagonist is displeased to hear that for many generations it has been called that, and perhaps they just hope that it will become so. The catfish's eyes are glowing. It is said that the guardian can cause rain whenever he wants, or a flood, or even drown the whole world with his crying. The mermaid holding the book explains that for almost 500 years they have been doing everything possible to prevent a catastrophe because the songs they sing have unique magical powers. The book depicts a mermaid. It is said that without any help from the outside world, they put all their efforts to prevent a catastrophe, taking turns singing a lullaby. Gritting her teeth, she declares that despite all their efforts, the hero, the saint, pronounces her name when she begins to cough. The girl looks at her saying that now there is a peaceful way to solve this problem, because Aqua would not lie. Patting her on the shoulder, he asks that if Yahello disappears, the drought should stop. She replies that the rain will return, but how strong is unknown. The healer with a serious look states that they must subdue the monster. The human kingdom will be saved from the drought, and the mermaids are freed from the duty of sealing. The protagonist with a disgruntled face understands that he has a bad feeling. Seed, clenching his fist, shouts that this seems to be the best solution. Everything will be solved if they defeat the catfish. The protagonist frowns and hears that the guy asks to believe him. She agrees. Sighing, he suggests thinking it over. The monster swims through the city. It is said that it is a giant catfish and, according to legend, has the power to turn the whole city into a lake. Houses are visible underwater. He explains that the lake was a place where people lived, and this fact becomes obvious if you look at the place. The mermaid holds a book. It is said that they can't do anything to him, so they kept him in hibernation for at least 500 years. Hansu shows the number 3 with his fingers and says that they have gotten to the most important thing. The princess, with a dissatisfied face, hears the question what her level is. She asks again if heroes can't see the levels of other people. Aqua, with an ominous grin, says that he is not a real hero, and it is not surprising that he is so worthless. He replies that she is a half-breed fish. The saint, seeing their mood, asks them to calm down. The dissatisfied princess looks at him, while she says that she is level 310. Aqua claims that it is all because of MC. The mermaid queen is shown, who is at level 500. The protagonist counts on his fingers that the sisters and other princesses have an average level of 250. The mermaids swim underwater. It is said that the usual ones are about level 50. Hansu bends his fingers, asking that they must defeat the monster that the mermaids have been unable to get rid of for the past 500 years, and with only 2 novice heroes. Frowning, he asks what their chances are. The princess silently looks away. The guy is furious when he hears that they are quite low, shouting that then why did she even tell him about it. The saint asks in surprise that he is really a hero. Seek clenches his fist. He enthusiastically shouts that they will not know unless they try. He replies that he should take the initiative then. His body has turned to stone. The trembling guy says that it is not much. The protagonist at this moment realizes that the idiot does not even know when it is better to remain silent. A frightened Sieg declares that he is still on the 3rd level. The fighter understands that if he had simply died in battle, his reputation and identity would have been safe. MC, in shock, understands something. He imagines how his partner is eaten by the monster, thinking that in fact everything can be fine. The surprised guy hears that he should not worry. The protagonist, with a joyful look, claims that he will never know until he tries. After all, they have the power of friendship and love. Lenovo, raising his hand, shouts that he will also help in the battle. The protagonist, with a strained smile, says that she was not asked. She notes that she can help with magic. The saint, with interest, claims that she will also try to help, if this is the path to peace. The mermaid, holding her hand, thanks her, hearing that she is doing this for a friend. MC thinks that love and friendship can just go and die. Hansu, with an ominous look, understands that the plan for the death of the hero Sieg has a wonderful start. The guys hold hands, saying that their goal is to defeat the guardian deity. The companion, with interest, says that she feels that she will still join the real hero in his adventures, specifying what others think about the legend. The saint, looking at her, says that she will use her duties in the name of peace and friendship. A frightened Sieg says that he will do everything in his power with her. The mermaid says with a serious look that if it is for her sisters in the lake, then. Hansu holds his hand, smiling, thinking what a bunch of idiots. The depth of the lake is shown. Red flags flutter in the wind. The protagonist says welcome with a smile, noting that he was waiting for them. Sitting at the table on the throne, he claims that the document with all the necessary points has already been prepared and all that needs to be done is to sign it. The queen sits opposite and asks where Aqua is. He replies that everything is fine. The mistress of the mermaids excitedly hears that there is no need to worry in vain. MC, with a smile, asks to just trust the hero. Sitting opposite her, he says that it cannot be that the young princess who she cherishes was hurt somewhere. The queen opens her eyes in shock. There is cooked fish on the plate. The guy says that until she signs the document. With trembling hands, the woman takes it. The protagonist watches with a smirk. She sits across from the sinister Hansu, who understands that he has a responsibility as the caretaker of the kingdom, claims that this is a fair and generous treaty that outlines the cooperation between the mermaids of the Lake of Sad Songs and the human kingdom. The surprised maid of the queen hears that as a member of the human kingdom, the mermaids of the Lake of Sad Songs are subject to these laws. Sieg and Lenovo are frightened into silence as he claims that to celebrate their newfound friendship and trust, the mermaid kingdom will send 3 of its princesses. An armored warrior stands nearby. The protagonist speaks of a specially designed lake in the palace gardens of the humans as special guests. Mermaids swim behind the screen. It is explained that special guests must be chosen by the queen. The underwater girl swims, saying that if there is an impersonator there, she will be held responsible. The armored warrior standing next to him thinks that this is a very appropriate request for an occupier. The queen thinks with annoyance why it should be this way. Hansu, with his eyes wide open, claims that if they don't like it, there will be a war. A map is shown. It is said that the construction of the dams is almost complete. Aqua lies on the bed. It is explained that in addition, among the mermaids, the princess is the only one who can fight well on land. With his eyes closed, he sits next to the saint. The guy says that her daughter is healing her injuries in their camp and it will be better if the queen makes a wise decision. Keeping the agreement, he hears from the protagonist that this will not end well for them if they plan to go to war, but if they choose trust and coexistence, they will be protected by the kingdom and the heroes of legends. Joyful Hansu declares that the guardian deity will be provided with protection. The worried ruler claims that they have always maintained neutrality, but choosing between their kingdom and the saint. The guy, with his eyes wide open, says that this time has finally come. The mermaid queen sits silently. Keeping the agreement says that it is different from when she loved. The protagonist at this time thinks that the borders between the kingdom and the saints will now be safe. He is pleased to fulfill the duties of a real ruler. MC grins, saying that of course. Hansu stands in front of the killed demon, realizing that he is different from the previous hero because he never lost to King Petinar. Enthusiastically announces that the mermaids of the Lake of Sad Songs are now part of the kingdom. Points at the frightened guy and shouts that the hero of the kingdom's seed will protect them all. Gritting his teeth in rage, he claims that he did everything without compensation, starting from military support ending with negotiations. And there is no need to say that he did all this because he is the only hero. The depressed comrade assures that he is only at level 3. The other states that if he is a hero, he should do at least this and not shift all the work to his friend. With a grin, MC thinks that with this the vanguard for the operation to conquer is now decided and he will fight as a hero, leave behind a legacy. On the tense red flags, it is said that even if it is a guardian deity, it does not cease to be just a glorified fish. Puts a pencil on the image of the monster, stating that they will have a chance if they can pull it out of the water. The protagonist stands surrounded by guys and declares that they will scoop up the water from the ruins where it sleeps and pull it out to dry land. The bearded warrior claims that this is a good plan. If only their soldiers could breathe underwater to do the construction. Hansu, raising a finger, claims that there is a way for the soldiers. The mermaids swim down. It is explained that according to one of the conditions of the contract, they are now part of their army. Surprised girl sees something. The depth of the lake is shown. The mermaids see huge eyes in front of them. They begin to sing to him. A strong shockwave is heard. The guy understands that as always his plans are perfect. Smoke rises from the lake. Hansu realizes that he has always succeeded in finding the best solution, while considering other confusing factors. A red-eyed catfish rushes upward. The protagonist thinks that for some reason his plans for graduation always ended unsuccessfully, and all this is thanks to those idiots who constantly pull down. The monster's eye is wide open. MC smiles, thinking that now everything is starting to seem strange again. The saint sits by the mermaid's bed. It is said that everything went according to plan. Surprised, she turns around. It is explained that at least until the idiots intervened. Hansu furiously asks what does it mean that the lake looks strange. Most likely he should take a look for himself. Frowning, he covers his face with his hand. Huge waves rise in front of him. Suddenly, a mermaid flies out of the water. She falls on the rocks and says that the monster has woken up. She has a tail. She screams that the guardian deity has woken up. It turns into legs. The mermaid begs to run away from here. The protagonist stands opposite and talks about the guardian deity. In shock, he asks again if it is true that he woke up. He looks at the water with dismay. A giant fish face is visible among the waves. Light shines in the water. He understands that his expectations were confirmed. The system window speaks about MC's characteristics. He thinks that in round 3, in which he suffered an unfair defeat. The priestess is shown on the cover. He reflects on the fact that he is a model student, whom he never dreamed of following. Lenovo, Sylvia, Alex look forward. The protagonist understands that the repeating faces that he is tired of looking at. Banners are fluttering on the castle. It is explained that with each passing morning, each time he opens his eyes, he wants to leave the barbaric fantasy world more, and despite all this, the protagonist, opening his eyes, realizes that he did not give up and tried his best. His face is discouraged. He understands that he saved the citizens from the despotic and useless king, and also did everything possible to save people from drought. A catfish is visible in the lake. Hansu thinks why everything is only getting worse. The guy watches. At this time someone shouts that he should see for himself. The saint holds a mermaid who says that no matter how much they sing, it will not put the monster to sleep. He asks why. Aqua with a serious look claims that the emotions in the songs have changed. They receive power from them. The mermaid sings underwater. It is said that for a song to have the power of sleep, it must have warm and happy feelings. Acoustic waves emanate from her. It is explained that if other emotions emerge, then the song loses its lullaby power. Hansu turns around and hears that they had everything under control, because they know the power of the guardian better than anyone else. The mermaid furiously asks if the hero who woke the monster knew about this. The girl sings underwater. It is explained that the melody has changed. It has become a song that her mother sang at the end of each month, filled with longing and sadness. The surprised protagonist hears that everything is because their territory was invaded and the princesses were forced to leave home, and Hansu is the cause of this sadness. He looks at his hands and says that he understands, while realizing that only now did it dawn on him what exactly went wrong. Bending his fingers, he realizes that no matter what he did up to this point, now it is clear what was done wrong. The saint looks at his back and turns. Looking closely at his hand, the protagonist realizes that it was his mistake to make the negotiations too soft. Instead, he should have simply oppressed them with force and fear. The mermaids are lying on the rocks. He realizes that the damned fish were trying to ruin his perfect plan. They shout that they need to run away. MC, clenching his fist, realizes that they refuse to sing properly. At this time his friends declare that they are nearby. The warrior, raising his sword, shouts that the archers and mages need to line up. The warriors pull their arrows, hearing that the target is the monster in front of them. The mage holds a fireball above himself, while the commander is ordered to aim. Flaming projectiles fly out towards the monster. Explosions occur on his head. Hansu looks at what is happening. The catfish is still swimming in the water. The system says that he is level 999 plus, with the skills of destruction, blessing, fortitude. The protagonist claims that this did not give any effect and he has a special buff for being in the lake. Lenovo is frightened to hear that it is time to prove herself as a comrade. She must take responsibility for the situation, namely try to pull the guy out of the lake with the help of magic. The discouraged girl hears that she agreed to catch the monster for her research. The protagonist with a grin says that if she really wants to become a criminal who destroyed an entire city, she exclaims that she will try to use her anti-gravity magic. A strong flow of energy appears in front of her hands. The catfish is visible in the middle of the waves. Suddenly, it rises to the top. The guys watch in shock. The protagonist wonders if this is true. The others shout that Lenovo did it. MC's eyes are wide open in surprise. A giant leg rushes towards them. There is a strong impact on the rocks. The protagonist sits, hearing if everything is okay with him. They are with Lenovo in a sphere. The guy is wondering what just happened. They look in amazement. The question sounds, what is it? They fly in a bubble opposite the mutant. The giant catfish has a pumped-up body and legs. The protagonist understands that Aqua did not tell them everything. Scared MC realizes that this is not just a catfish, but a giant with a catfish head. A silhouette is visible in the distance of houses. The giant is approaching the city. He is much taller than all the buildings. People run away in horror. His leg rushes at the defenseless people. After the blow, all the stones fly apart. Red light is visible in his eyes. The monster walks along the buildings, destroying everything around. The bubble flies near him. The hero shouts that Princess Aqua and the Saint are okay. The girls are on the ground. It is said that they were not hurt despite this chaos. The protagonist runs to the mermaid in a rage. He points his finger and asks if she didn't say that it was just a giant catfish. She replies that she never said such a thing. A memory with a book appears. MC wonders what about the picture that was shown to him. The mermaid angrily declares that it is from a children's fairy tale, just a symbol. The monster runs to attack. The question sounds, doesn't he know how sensitive children are, and how shocked they would be if they found out about his true form? Lenovo stands with the Saint, hearing that besides, there should be no problem in hiding those disgusting legs. He replies that every time he says something it sounds suspicious. Hansu turns around in shock. The monster goes further. They do not understand what to do next, assuming that they will still have to follow the plan. Sieg is shocked to hear that he will become the vanguard and will fight for them. The commander orders the archers to aim at his ankles. Hundreds of arrows fly out at the monster. They catch up with him. Sam looks questioningly. The commander is tense, realizing that this will not work. Suddenly he sees a shadow in front of him. He runs away on horseback from the monster attacking them, shouting that they need to save themselves. The protagonist has blue eyes, and uses the vision strengthening skill to gain the vision of any Mongolian grassland inhabitant, which is greater than 6. He sees arrows in the catfish's body, noting that they definitely hit their target. Lenovo stands behind him and asks if he can really see from such a distance, and if he has studied magic. He replies that it is just science. Aqua sadly says that this is not an opponent that can be defeated with arrows. They cannot penetrate his thick skin. The guy notes that she still does not understand. Smirking, MC states that the arrows are in his skin and did not bounce off. The catfish smokes among the waves. It is said that the blessing has disappeared since he came out of the water. The monster looks forward. It is explained that he put himself at a disadvantage. The amazed girl asks if he is so angry that he is chasing on land. The saint says that she is not sure about that. The monster makes sounds while they note that he is calm enough for a creature whose sleep was disturbed. Sieg opens his mouth and says exactly what the saint said. The monster turns around while the guy says that instead of trying to attack people, he is looking for something. The enthusiastic hero says that they could find a peaceful way to defeat him. He replies that this is their chance and they need to fight right now. Hansu, holding his hand on his shoulder, assures that it is better to attack the enemy when he is not ready. He takes him by the clothes and says that after this battle, a legend was formed about Sieg who fought with such fury and died with honor in the name of love and friendship will live forever. He asks again in shock. MC carries him along, hearing the question should they not solve this peacefully. He replies that the path to glory lies through him. Aqua invites her friend to go too. The mermaid gets up and says that this guy is not worthy of being called a hero, but despite this, with a smirk, she notes that he still has courage. The saint smiles and says that Aqua has changed. Lenovo notes that there really is something special about the hero. Hansu runs forward. He carries his partner behind him, shouting that they are already here. He throws him forward, stating that there is no need to worry about the rest, just try to distract him for as long as possible. He flies past the monster. The protagonist watches with interest and thinks that everything will go according to plan. If he is caught and killed by a huge creature, he will be able to get rid of Sieg without reducing his reputation and personality points. The giant stands nearby, while he wonders what is the best way to kill him. Clenching his fist, he thought of something. His hand grows. He prepares to attack, using the master's body strengthening skill, maximum power. The protagonist sits down and touches the ground with his hand. Swiftly flies up, leaving a beam behind. He flies over the enemy, thinking that even if he has a fish head. Swinging, the protagonist realizes that he looks and moves like a person. His bones are visible. The guy understands that it means his bone and muscle structures are similar to humans and his weakness will also be the same. With a sly smile he thinks he can check it. Hansu reaches the enemy's body with a powerful fist. A bright flash occurs. Sam makes sounds in rage. The giant stands still. The protagonist thoughtfully says that it did not work. He removes his fist, realizing that his skills are not enough to defeat him. He can only make him stumble. A midge flies near a man. It is explained that in order to kill someone you only need to know how to break his neck. Even this requires no strength. Hansu sitting on top of his head says that he is like a fly. The system windows show the characteristics of the monster and the protagonist. He thinks about what to do, because he needs a higher level if he wants to defeat him. Thinking, he asks himself how he will now increase his level. The demon lord is shown. MC realizes that it will be unpleasant if his level becomes too high when he tries to defeat the demon king. The hero flies down. Sieg landed in the bushes. In shock, he says that the protagonist throws him so suddenly. In front of him is a huge eye of the monster. Sam is sitting opposite the forest. Hansu standing on his head shouts to his partner that he is doing well. He needs to continue to distract him. The comrade screams in horror that he does not think he can hold out longer than a tenth of a second, because one bite is enough to eat him. The protagonist smiles and declares that he will remember him, realizing that it will only be an hour. The catfish's mouth opens. The protagonist mentally wishes him luck, while he begs to save him. Covering his hands, Sieg screams that he only managed to meet a saint and travel a little in a fairy tale world and does not want to be food for some fish. He opens his eyes. The giant monster in front of him makes sounds. Lenovel in the bubble exclaims that his partner was here, specifying where MC is. The girl in the bubble hears that he is on her head. She asks if the boss is calmer than they thought. The catfish stands still. They discuss that a lot of noise was expected since he was woken up, but seems very quiet. The ruins are smoking. It is said that he has already caused enough damage, even just walking around. The protagonist, crossing his arms, declares that this guy is even more useless than he thought. Sitting on the monster, he claims that he should have been brainless, and also should have killed such a young hero in just one fell swoop. The catfish grunts happily while the protagonist thinks about why he doesn't care. His mustache vibrates. A sword is shown. The monster's eyes glow red. He starts walking. The ground shakes from his feet. MC opens his eyes in shock, thinking about the proverb. The giant runs forward while Hansu thinks about being careful what he wishes for. The catfish suddenly jumps over the forest. He jumps over the mountains. They wonder where he's going. The protagonist barely holds on to him and shouts stop. The system says the boss's stats and the destruction skill is at SS level. The huge catfish flies to the ground. His foot touches the rocks. Everything around him is crushed. He runs on while the protagonist realizes that since this monster has the destruction skill, everything around him rises up. He realizes that every step he takes is equal to an explosion. The monster's eyes glow red. Lenovel and Sieg are flying in a bubble. He understands that there is another problem that he could not predict. The girl fearfully declares that thank God that he is safe. Hansu can hardly hold on hearing that they have a problem because the monster is heading. He replies that he knows. Sam runs on. He realizes that his direction is the center of the kingdom, and he also runs towards the most densely populated area. The dragon spews flames. The guy thinks that at such a speed it will be a repeat of the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion. Discouraged partner hears that it is necessary to do everything possible to stop him. The protagonist, swinging, says that she must do her job correctly if she wants to stay close to the hero. His arm is pumped up. He understands that he cannot let him go to populated areas, while using the body strengthening skill to the maximum. Suddenly he sees monsters in front of him. They are flying through the air. He wonders if Sam stepped on the lair, like in the case with the dragon. His body is smoking. He understands that there is nothing to be done, because he tried to avoid getting useless experience points. He breaks away from the giant, realizing that if he ruins his reputation and achievements, it will be in vain. Flying forward, MC mentally suggests that he should graduate already. Gritting his teeth, he understands that this time he needs to do it for real. This is where the first season ends. The mutants stand in the forest and look around. A huge catfish steps on it with its foot. The protagonist flies above him, realizing that the SS rank skill that erases everything his foot touches like an eraser if he can't stop it right away. People hold signs in anger, saying that irresponsible heroes should leave. Moro crosses his arms and declares that the hero's reputation in Fantasia is the worst. Hansu won't be able to graduate this time either. Sieg shrugs and replies that it's not his fault, while she claims that she brought an exemplary student to prevent such things. The guy with glasses with an ominous grin asks if this can be called a difference in talent. Gritting his teeth, he thinks that he will never let him go. The monster stands in the middle of the forest. The protagonist flies above him. He runs tensely and realizes that he is slow. Compared to the effectiveness of demons, the experience is simply pathetic. Lenovo flies after him, shouting that they are here. The guys with guns say that they will help too. All the surrounding areas are in chaos after the monsters suddenly burst out. Hansa's eyes are purple. Thinking about what the damned ones were, he hesitated and could not track down fast enough. His friends' faces are disfigured. He wonders why these pieces of trash immediately sucked on him. The hyenas are just waiting to suck out experience points. Aqua seriously asks what he is going to do and how they can help. He runs on realizing that there is nothing to do. The companion flies above him and hears that the boss's legs need to be tied. She asks again. Forms a blue ball in her hand, stating that because the hero trusts her so much, she will do everything in her power. A sign appears in front of her, shouting that her title of archaeologist is at stake. Shoots a blue beam at her enemy. Ice forms in front of the ferocious monster. His foot quickly approaches the trap, steps on the blue ice. The protagonist frowns and hears the question if this is enough. He replies that it is his fault for trusting her. The giant suddenly advances. His foot begins to slide. The protagonist's face is discouraged. He sees a fish with legs falling down. He lands with a crash. Everyone around covers themselves with their hands from such a shock wave. Hansu stands in front of the mermaid and calls her. Without turning around, he claims that he needs her help. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he hears that she had no intention of helping him. With a serious look, MC says that he will take full responsibility for the consequences, noting that he will explain everything later. He kisses her on the lips. Svayata screams in shock. Sieg opens his mouth in surprise. The mermaid watches in shock while she is kissed. The system window says about the deadly poison of the SS rank. She fell to the ground. The healer screams her name. Svayata in shock asks what he did, and why he did this to her. Surprised, she hears his explanation. Turning around, the protagonist asks to resurrect her. She asks if he is really saying this now. Despite the illness, the mermaid came to help. Blazing with purple fire, she says that she knows. The girl lies on the ground. He says that he will replenish all the levels that she lost. The protagonist with a frightening look asks her to stop barking at him. Standing radiating dark energy, he realizes that he does not have time to go around the high-level hunting grounds before the monster wakes up. The system window is shown. He thinks that if he opens the lunchbox with 318 experience points, he can easily make it in time. The message displays his level, specialization, skills, and so on. Standing in place, he realizes that he has risen from level 21 to 85, has become almost 4 times stronger, but in his case with all high-ranking skills. He breaks away from the spot, realizing that the effect of his growth cannot even be calculated. The monster lies upside down and makes sounds, raises his head. A bright beam rushes into his body. The protagonist approaches his enemy in rage. Gritting his teeth, he thinks about the first one. Landing in the monster, a flash occurs. The guy thinks about a blow. The mutant's spine breaks. The fighter bounces off it. Landing, he thinks about the effect of snacking on Aqua's experience points, which is amazing. The monster rises and growls questioningly. Hansu swings his fist. Energy is concentrated in his hand. He strikes, using body control and activates all skills. The system window lists all abilities. A bright flash occurs. The protagonist in rage declares that this is revenge for the mermaid. Fractures occur in the monster's body. Shock waves are formed around. The saint lies near Aqua. Closing her eyes, she asks if the other one hears her. Touches her stomach with her hand. A green glow emanates. Purple liquid begins to flow from her mouth. The mermaid jumps up and calls the hero in anger. The healer exclaims that she has returned. Raising her, he hears the question of what happened. She replies that she does not know because she did not pay attention to him because she was busy saving her. The monster is sitting nearby. Sieg assumes that the protagonist stopped him. His hand is on the ground. Sam picks it up, extends it forward and growls. Hansu standing on him says that this is just a disappointment. Smiling, he says that if he had not met him before the Dragon of Oblivion, then perhaps they could have become a good couple. Flashing his eyes, he swings his leg, shouting that not now, because he refuses to have another Dragon of Oblivion. The monster makes sounds hearing from the enemy that there is no need to try to escape. Shock waves are formed around the fighter. He claims that this is all for the sake of his diploma. MC stands in a dent that is smoking. He is silent. The system says that his level has risen to 750. He looks at the notification with interest and says that until now it was easy to deal with Petinar due to his low level. It seems that his skills have hardly changed, most likely due to his high ranks. He frowns and asks what this is. The rank has changed from FT. He thinks that there was a skill that increased the rank. It was thanks to these black boxes that he inherited his second circle skills. He watches closely and asks that its effects have also increased. The system says that it is impossible to destroy. The guy cuts his hand with his finger. Dark smoke comes out of it. He says that this does not mean that the body can be destroyed in the first place. Even if it still gets injured, it will recover in any case thanks to healing. Lenovo happily flies behind him. He stops her, demanding that she not try to act cute. The girl holds her face while it rains. They stand in the middle of a heavy downpour. The guy thinks about whether the legend was true. The other guys are standing below. Hansu realizes that he killed the monster without thinking much. The surprised saint hears that the mermaid did not expect MC to cope. They look at the monster's body. The healer asks if she is really okay and if there are any side effects. The other replies that everything is fine but feels a little strange. The giant lies opposite. She explains that the deity held back the ancestors for about 500 years and even the father, who was one of the previous heroes, gave up the idea. Hansu smiles. The question sounds whether the guy is really strong. The saint with a serious look says that it looks like it. Frightenedly looks at Aqua. The mermaid's face turned red. The healer angrily asks not to talk about it. The mermaid turns around and asks what's wrong. She replies that nothing special. It is raining in the area. She says that she will always protect Aqua. She asks why she is acting like this. Sprouts are visible in the ground. The guy thinks that as it was said in the legend, the rain poured like a broken dam. Now they do not need to worry about taking water from the lake. Lightning flashes over the castle. It is said that in one fell swoop the terrible drought has ended. Torches are burning. Someone asks why every country on the middle continent praises heroes. Another agrees. Hansu lies on the gold with a smile and thinks that this time he will definitely graduate. He lies in a vat opposite his enchanted servants. A thunderstorm rages outside. The guy wonders why the rain does not stop. Rays of sun are visible from the dark clouds. Water washes away houses. It is explained that after 10 days the torrential rain turned into a large flood. In the castle, they ask the hero to come out because the downpour has finally ended. The protagonist sits on the floor and says that he is here, realizing that the reputation he hoped to raise instantly turned into bad fame. His face is lifeless. They turn to him. Aqua next to the healer asks why he is still like this. She says that every time she checks on him, he looks worse. The mermaid stands next to them and asks why the human palace is leaking like that. Whether it's because of poor construction or technology not being so advanced, she replies that one must be careful with words, because they can cause a diplomatic incident. The protagonist stands on the monster's body. The action takes place immediately after its death. The hero and Lenovo rejoice. Sieg, in the rain, declares that he can't just stand still. Clenching his fist, he says that it's his time to shine. The mermaid sees the guys and turns to the thug. Hansu slyly asks why the fish calls him that. Because now he's in a good mood, so he'll pretend he didn't hear anything. Approaching him, Aqua says that he's already killed her twice. In anger, he asks if he really thinks that she will turn a blind eye to this. He asks so what? The guy calmly replies that it is the amount of experience that she lost after her resurrection. The mermaid with a smirk asks if he really thinks that she will leave everything as is. No need to be stupid. Hansu sees her hands in fear. The girl hugs him and says that if he kills someone and then saves him, then he is responsible for the rest of his life. He screams for her to take her hands off. With annoyance, MC realizes that like a lion who finds his prey, for a moment he forgot why this fool worked in the lake city. Embarrassed, Aqua smiles. He realizes that this is in order to find suitable partners for the mermaids. This includes his own mate. The girl looks at the other characters. It is explained that since she is the daughter of the hero, as well as a member of the royal family of mermaids, their standards are very high and her partner must be at least level 600. The system window says that Hansu is level 750. He understands that another unpleasant thing has stuck to him. The mermaid climbs to kiss, asking that he is trying to escape, but then she will hunt him until the end of the world. Sieg at this time calls the hero. The protagonist waves it off and asks him to tell what happened. Putting his hand on his chest, the comrade says that he has decided to go on a journey to find the legendary sacred sword. MC frowns and asks again. In the memory, the guy smiled, hearing that he thought about this after the protagonist killed the monster. Because if he does not change, he will remain only a burden. Clenching his fist, Sieg says that in order to find the sacred sword, he will be reborn as a true hero. Points his finger at the saint, assuring that she will be next to him. The girl at this time thinks about the mermaid. Frightened, she asks again that they really meant her. The hero in glasses, smiling, asks if she will join him on his heroic journey. She replies that it is impossible. An enthusiastic Sieg asks again. The healer hugs Aqua, saying that from today on she will protect the hero's descendant, and will not allow the dirty Hansu to touch her. The comrade deflates with sadness, hearing that he can find the sword on his own and his journey will also contribute to growth. The protagonist realizes that this is how the saint and the mermaid join his team. Water flows over the sprouts. It is explained that the drought was solved in one fell swoop by the rains. He was praised not only by the kingdom, but by all the countries of the continent. Lightning rages along with floods. It is said that this lasted only 5 days before the reputation began to fall. After 10 days an unprecedented downpour fell, but then stopped. The sun shines in the sky. The protagonist, raising his head, says that this is the perfect weather to wring the neck of the demon lord. The rays of the sun pierce the space around him. Looking up, he asks himself whether it is worth immediately starting the 4th playthrough. Moral stands behind and says that the demon lord is not a ticket for recertification. The protagonist with a displeased face notices that she came right after he ruined his vacation. The professor, crossing his arms, says that he expresses his condolences. But you should not throw away the axe even if the blade has become dull. The guy opens his mouth wide and asks if this is really so, after Moral said that everything went according to plan, solved the drought problem and freed the mermaids. But on the other hand, the distraught guy thinks about them and says that they deceived him and used him. The fish family woke up a strange catfish and ruined his reputation. The professor sees the student and asks him to stop thinking about it. He shouts that he will catch them and turn them into sushi. The protagonist with a serious look hears that this is not the end, regardless of whether his reputation rises or falls, because they are judged by it. The angry people hold up signs, saying that they have started to pay attention to him, and that he can calm them down if he does one more good deed. Hansu repeats her words with displeasure. The masked girl asks for advice, asking how about helping his friend grow. A banner is seen. The character assures that he can no longer, and is now simply going to die. Alex hears the request to save him with a displeased look. Sieg breathes tiredly. He is asked to stand up. The fighter stands in front of him and says that the journey to find the sword will be different from this. The kingdom has been very supportive of the heroes so far. The guy breathes tiredly, while the warrior assures that he tried to follow the saint without further ado and disappointed all the nobles of the kingdom. as well as His Majesty, will probably not give more support. Putting his hand on his back, Alex states that he believed in Sieg. Clenching his fist, the jock shouts that he should be the only hero who received the Holy Sword, because he believes that the fighter can defeat the Demon King. Hansu stands nearby and hears that since he is alone, too weak to find the Holy Sword, it is better to believe everything Alex says and then you can succeed in training. The protagonist smiles and thinks that Sieg can die first without even getting stronger, and maybe it is worth giving him a little break. The woman in heels goes forward. The warrior throws the guy in glasses shouting that he needs to pull himself together, because there is still a long way to go. The lady goes further, closer to the arena. The beaten hero lies on the ground, while the opponent says that the hero in glasses lacks zest. He grabs him by the clothes saying that if he continues in the same spirit, he lifts him above his head, declaring that then he will not be able to defeat that guy. Someone turns to the captain. He is very surprised by this. The man bows before the lady. The woman standing next to him says that it is quite impudent to ask, but Alex, kneeling, asks what she means. Lowering his head, he assures that her wish is his command. The queen smirks after his address. Flags are fluttering on the castle, talking about the sewer. Water is flowing from the pipes. It is under the royal palace. Red eyes are visible. It is explained that this is the source of unusual rumors. The queen on the throne sits near the arena and declares that it is necessary to get rid of this problem even if it does not harm the people. Alex lowers his head lower. With a serious look, he declares that protecting the kingdom is the duty of a knight. The character raising his hand, shouts that by order of the queen, The captain turns around in shock. Sieg, looking tired and lying on the ground, assures that he will also help. Alex excitedly calls him by name. The queen with a smile says that of course, if the hero does not insist. The hero in glasses looks at her happily. They bow, simultaneously shouting that they will do whatever she orders. The lady sitting on the throne wishes them good luck. The guy with a smile adjusts his glasses. The main character watches this from the side. Hansu smirks. Sieg adjusted his glasses. MC thinks that he most likely already realized this. Alex harshly threw him with the help of a technique, saying that if this continues, he will become a bag of sand for him. The comrade in glasses looks, while the hero thinks that he needs experience points. The protagonist sits on the gold thinking that this will be a special event. The queen bows, while he realizes that he prepared this for him. Hansu rubs his palms realizing that if he does not overdo it, and does not die, he is silent in the same pose. Looking out the window, he asks if he can go with them. Alex and Sieg shout in rage that it is not necessary. The protagonist waves his hand and says that apparently no, realizing that he did everything he could, because they refuse his help. The warriors are standing on the ground. They are dressed in white and gold armor. The commander frowns and says that their goal is the sewers under the royal palace. They must not lose their vigilance. Stands in front of the warriors and says that there is only one entrance and exit, which means the enemy is trapped. Alex seriously demands to fulfill his mission. The soldiers stand in formation. Sieg is next to them. The knightly code is discussed. They run to the attack after the order to advance. Dark corridors of the sewer are visible. A rat is sitting inside. The guy understands that he did everything he could. The warrior with the torch looks around, while Hansu realizes that he gave them all the necessary information. The soldier sees something in front of him. It is discussed about the location of hunting grounds, dangerous zones, and even how to enter them. Alex stands next to Sieg. They hear suspicious shouts. The fighters rush to the attack shouting that the enemy is in that direction. The commander in the red cloak states that the sound came from there. The torch lies blazing on the ground. The protagonist thinks about the fact that except for one, a giant shadow falls on the frightened fighters. The guy thinks about the most important thing that he did not tell them. In front of them is a giant monster that is eating a soldier. The black creature has several eyes. A huge worm with legs looks at them. Alex and Sieg grit their teeth and see the opponent. The chimera opens its mouth wide with dozens of teeth. The system says that it is level 450. Hansu realizes that he did not tell them about it. People quickly ran, hearing the order not to stand and take battle positions. The warriors stood together with Alex and Sieg, an arm sticking out of the body of a huge monster. The guy with glasses was frightened to hear that the heroes, the hope of their kingdom. Frowning, Alex resolutely declared that he would fulfill his knightly oath and make it so that he could get out of here. The huge monster opened its toothy mouth. Remembering the warrior's image, the hero thought that 2 days and 3 nights had passed since then. In the evening, people approached the building. They entered the tavern. The bartender handed over a mug and said to take a free beer. The hero Hansu was treating them. Raising the mug, they toasted the hero Sieg. Hansu stood with the mug in his hand, like the others. Then he coughed into his fist, getting ready to continue. With tears in his eyes, Sieg stared forward, honoring the memory of the knight captain Alex. The guy with glasses looked shocked. In the end, Alex died. Looking up, Hansu thought that he did not expect him to die. Imagining the huge brown monster, he thought that the chimera was certainly higher in level than Alex. But he could easily compensate for this difference with his skills. He remembered the man standing with the others, and thought that the problem was in the variable called Sieg. The man shouted resolutely, and the boy thought that in order to save the hero, he did not try to get out and fought with the chimera to the end. Looking away, Hansu thought about what he heard. He was so cut up that even the saint could not resurrect him. Touching his face, he thought that they were fools, sacrificing themselves for one hero, and heard a toast to the knights of the royal squad. He stood with a mug. While the others discussed how everything was different with heroes, Alex always did nothing but scold them. The words reached the boy's ear that they say the hero Hansu is amazing. He opened one eye, and then, smiling, slapped his comrade on the back. The men with beer smiled, hearing a request not to be so sad. They gloomed when they heard the continuation, that he killed the monster that ate Alex, and earned experience points, so it can be considered that it is always with him. With a wide smile, Hansu raised a finger up and asked to cheer up. Tears were streaming from under the guy's glasses. He threw his head back and screamed very loudly. Wincing, Hansu said that he was really overcome. He was really worried about what happened and thought that there was some sense in it after all. Sieg fell face down on the table. His information said that he was a level 125 archhuman, in a state of thoughtfulness, regret and fatigue. Hansu thought that thanks to this hunt, his level had increased significantly. Paying attention to the skills, the hero thought that all that was left was to invest in the skills related to defense. Looking worriedly to the side, La Nouvelle said that he must have loved Alex very much, even though he pretended to hate him, and the brunette asked, just like she pretended to be cute? The girl pouted and said that she was not pretending, she was the very personification of cuteness. Hansu looked at the shining girl in bewilderment, and then he laughed wildly, saying that this was the best joke of the day. There was blood on the floor near the broken sword. The most unexpected thing about what happened was the death of the Royal Order of Knights. Hansu exhaled, rolling his eyes, and thought that the boss who was supposed to help them raise their levels killed all the knights. It was not the time to count the damage. He watched the girl drink beer and thought that he had some ideas. The satisfied blonde put down another mug. The brunette grinned furiously and screamed. How much did she drink? She wanted him to kill her. However, La Nouvelle raised her hand and asked for another one. A loud sound made the guy jump back. It was Sieg slamming his fists on the table, shouting his comrade's name. He stood up, clenching his fists, and shouted that he, the hero Sieg, would continue to fulfill. Tears were streaming down his cheeks. But he resolutely said that he would fulfill his aspirations and dreams. And then he rushed to the exit, saying that right now. His comrades looked at him in bewilderment. Hansu turned to the girl and asked if he had been drinking too. She replied that he was actually underage. The guy ran out into the street, shouting that he needed a proper mission, and Hansu thought he was serious. La Nouvelle was pouring beer into herself behind him, and the brunette thought that he seemed to be going through puberty. Red flags were fluttering on the roof of the towers. The brunette was sleeping with his arms spread out to the sides. He screamed in fear when La Nouvelle burst in and called him. He buried his face in his pillow and said that she drank so much yesterday and was so cheerful since the morning, he should disappear from his room. But she said that now was not the time for his displeasure. Hansu's eyes widened when he heard that Sieg had a girlfriend. He was taken aback when he heard that it was not just one, but three. The gloomy guy opened his mouth, thinking that it was so impossible that it felt like he was hallucinating sounds. When such a busy guy who was always beaten up had a girlfriend, apparently he would have to postpone the plan to kill the Lord of Darkness for a while. Touching his chin, the hero introduced his comrade and thought that he was too curious. The girl in armor raised a mace. Sieg was accompanied by 3 companions, the daughter of a famous count's family, priest. The girl bent her arm at the elbow. This is an elf bought from slavery, archer. The girl in the red hood rested her hand on her hip. This is a lady of dubious reputation, bandit, in general. As the hero was told, all 3 were beautiful and young. Hansu looked ahead in surprise. He sat on the bed and said that it was very curious. The blonde asked, did he think so too? Hansu was upset, thinking that if Alex had not been stupid, then now everything would have been easier. Remembering the huge monster, he thought that if it wanted to save the hero so much, it would only sacrifice itself. Why did it take innocent knights with it to the next world? It only created problems. He lay on the altar with gold and thought that soon everyone would find out that he ruled the kingdom. But what if at the moment the secret was revealed, the kingdom was in decline? He imagined people who angrily shouted that everything was happening to their kingdom because of the hero, and thought that in that case his reputation would be ruined. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, while the hero thought that in any case nothing good should be expected. Looking out of the room, the blonde asked if he would not follow Sieg. The guy asked if she had gone crazy. What would she order him to do with his reputation and the kingdom? He pointed his finger at the girl in disapproval and asked because of whom the kingdom lost all the knights. Whose fault was it that Alex died? Approaching furiously, Hansu shouted that he was no longer going to take responsibility, and was planning to go on an adventure with women. Putting his hands on his hips in displeasure, Hansu thought that once he managed to get an A for personality, he doubted the adequacy of the teaching staff. Moral appeared behind him and said that he was not giving up responsibility. The masked girl said that he only wanted to become stronger through adventures and pay for everything. Looking at her with displeasure, the brunette asked who would be guarding the kingdom all this time. Imagining the royal castle, he thought that the palace now resembled an empty hut. He imagined the characters with glowing eyes and thought that it was easy to invade. He could usurp the throne without even lifting a finger. Sieg scratched the back of his head awkwardly. The hero thought that this degenerate did not even suspect that something was wrong with the kingdom. He stood in front of the girl and thought that he would take the calm he brought for granted. Moral asked him not to think about it in such a negative way. Crossing her arms, she continued that it is not the circumstances they face that make them happy, but the nature of the soul. If he lives with hopes and dreams, Hansu asked again, will it become reality? He turned away in displeasure, thinking that he understood what she meant, but it was like playing roulette. Frowning, he thought that he was not like that. He did not gamble with life. The guy walked on coins and thought that he was walking into the future, relying on the present. People lined up in front of him. The hero thought that this is why he prepared these guys. There were scars on the people's faces. They were newbies with skills intended only for battle. The man had a system window that he was a level 117 human, a warrior with killing skills, tenacity, endurance, dark energy, and he was worried. Imagining how the warriors were fighting, the hero thought that initially 10,000 people were selected. All of them were sent to fight against the rank V demons. The sinister man stood on a pile of bodies. Hansu thought that during this fierce battle only 100 survived. In other words, only 1% passed the selection. With a slight smile, opening his mouth, the guy thought that the effectiveness of this approach was extremely questionable. Said out loud that the order of royal knights had fallen. There were scars on the girl's face. She heard that now they were the future of the kingdom. There was purple smoke in front of the guy. He ominously said that their time had come. Grinning, waving his hand, Hansu said that so far none of them even had a name, but he would give them a chance to fix it. Spreading purple smoke around, the guy told to become stronger and earn a name for himself. The smoke enveloped the people who heard that he would show them the right path. Surrounded by a purple haze, the man winced. His eyes glowed purple. The system reported that he was a man of darkness. Putting his hand in his pocket, Hansu thought that this is what SS rank dark energy can do, and said that they were all born again. Do they believe him? He stood on the altar, heard the cry that they believed. Looking down, the brunette said that he would now tell them about the hunting grounds that would help them become stronger faster, even under the threat of death. They must reach level 200. The Dark Knights ran away, hearing the order that he gave them a month to do this. It did not matter if they screwed up, there would be other work for the week. Hansu grinned, thinking that there would be no problem with restoring his strength. He looked ahead carefully, thinking that in a month he would need a good reputation, so it was necessary to go on a journey now. He imagined himself standing in front of a bowed girl, and thought about Ululu. There was a dark monster in the desert. The hero thought that he needed to find out where it was going. With a sly smile, he imagined himself dealing with the demon, and thought that he could simply finish off the demon lord and end it there. The guy winced in displeasure when he heard Lenovel admiring him, and saying that he was amazing. She looked behind him and happily said that if she hadn't seen him and was relying only on the atmosphere around her, she would have definitely decided that he was sent by the demon lord himself. Hansu glanced at the blonde with displeasure, and asked if she had ever seen the demon lord, and she replied that she hadn't. The guy opened his mouth in anger, and shouted that if she hadn't seen him, she wouldn't say anything, so why did guys like her always talk and ruin their reputations for others? He remembered the demon surrounded by smoke and thought that he couldn't forget his bad reputation rating, and that he had exterminated all the demons in his second playthrough. Remembering the tablets with his crossed-out face, the hero thought that even despite this, his reputation had gone to the bottom, and that he would have to choose a different method and means this time. He imagined the system window and thought that his grades now look like this: combat power, don't care, achievements, they will kill the elf king again, reputation, failure, no hurry, personality, no problem. Looking at the lines, the hero thought that they had dropped a lot because of Ululu, and they needed to be restored. If he failed, he would definitely go to the fourth circle. He imagined people with glowing eyes and hoods and thought that in the second circle, manipulating public opinion through Lenovel did not bring any benefit, so this time he would simply overwhelm them with numbers, and his loyal demon worshippers would help him with this. He imagined how they bowed to him, saying that he was the best, and thought that deceiving the stupid savages of this world was a mere trifle, so creating a certain public opinion was only a matter of time. With a sly grin, Hansu thought that the Dark Knights and the falsification of opinion in this kingdom would begin to correct his grades. The girls were hanging out the laundry. The old lady thanked Sieg. He told her to rest. Afterwards, he and his assistants fed the monster an apple, saying that he was probably hungry and that they shouldn't quarrel. Priest, who was walking behind him, said that he was very kind. The embarrassed guy was reflected in the magic ball. The girl said that such guys also have their own charm. Lenovel held the magic ball and said that this is the entire report for today. Hansu waved his sword and said that they were just messing around. He stood next to the monster's bodies and thought that it had been 2 months and another 15 days since he started exploring the Ulula path. The green-haired girl held a spear, happily telling them to go together. This is the heroine who leveled up from 235 to 537. Hansu thought that these were adventures to raise her personality score. The blonde holding the ball asked, "Is it possible to continue like this?" Looking at the chopped monster, she explained that by killing all monsters indiscriminately, the previous heroes killed only evil monsters. Without turning to her, the brunette said that this is why this world has come to this state. Until people start begging for help, no one will move. Just look at Sieg. Suddenly, the guy opened his mouth in surprise. He seemed to freeze in the darkness, thinking that people ask for help only when they are bad, and therefore heroes who appear at such moments. He imagined a happy guy in glasses and thought that everyone would extol him and love him for help. Looking down in shock, he thought that, on the contrary, If someone clears out monsters in advance, then there will be no need for heroes at all, and he voluntarily dug a hole for himself. He should have followed Sieg's example. Lenovo looked in surprise at the hero, who said that she was right. Hansu lowered his head, thinking that in order to improve the hero's reputation, such things were necessary. A shadow hid the boy's face with widened eyes. He continued, SS Chaos, SS Destruction and SS Oblivion, in other words, a crisis. A loud scream spread from the platform. Clouds floated in the sky above the trees. The scream made the forest shake. The monsters ran forward. They were heading from the forest to the city. The warrior in the helmet screamed in fear that a large wave of monsters was approaching from the direction of the roar. The second asked to report to the Lord that the legendary Supreme Dragon of Oblivion woke up from a 500-year sleep. Hansu said with a satisfied smile that his comrade Nebius does not fail. One only has to want to. One of the discouraged girls closed her eye and asked, "Has he gone crazy?" The saint closed her eye and asked, "How can a hero attack a human settlement? What kind of reputation?" A drop appeared from the guy's nose. He said how loud it was. "It's all because he's allergic to reputation." The girl, when she saw the guy running to save the city, a warrior on a horse galloped down the street and ordered to light a signal fire and ring a bell. Those who can fight must take up arms. The shutters on the windows were closing. A woman ran with a screaming child. The child opened one eye. The guy standing behind shouted not to worry. With a determined look, Hansu asked to leave everything to him. He glanced sideways at the girls below, who were asking what to do, and shouted for them to protect the gate. The guy jumped off the wall, talking about himself, friendship. Monsters appeared in front of him. There were more and more of them near the wall, standing in front of the monsters. The guy said that he did not want to use endimin. He clenched his fists, putting them in front of him, and with a cute look, he pretended to hit. A glow spread around. A blinding beam rose up. The guy, putting out his fist, smiled. A system window appeared next to it, saying that this was a skill called Slaughter. Then its characteristics were listed, from which it was stated that it strikes a huge area. Continuing to smile sweetly, Hansu said that he was ready. He waved his fists and counted, 1, 2. A bright flame approached the monsters. A flash of an explosion appeared. One of the Cyclops ran out of the smoke, and then jumped up, swinging at the hero. He stopped him with one hand. Holding him, he grinned. Throwing the monsters aside, he looked at the empty area and said that it was fun. The people in the houses and the guard heard that the hero Hansu successfully defended the city. The shining guy entered the gate, telling them not to worry. He took care of everything. Smiling sweetly, he scratched the back of his head and said that he was that very hero. However, they did not speak to him, but asked the hero to get up quickly. The boy looked ahead in surprise. In front of him was a crowd of people shouting for the hero. Sieg was sitting on the ground, and girls and villagers surrounded him, asking if everything was okay. Hansu was taken aback, hearing them praising him for saving the child from the cart. He was definitely a hero. Hansu's eyes widened in rage when he heard Sieg being praised. Aqua and Lenovo were behind him, shouting how great he was. The smiling blonde was surprised when she heard that he had miscalculated his calculations. Looking ahead in shock, Hansu thought that the naive citizens did not need the truth. He thought that he needed to control the crowd's opinion. From now on they were in a cold war. He would show them the reputation of the SS rank. Red flags were flying on the towers. The manipulation of public opinion is already bearing fruit. Someone said that the hero Hansu is amazing, and when asked what he did, he replied that he did not know, but they say he is amazing. Dark water washed away houses and trees. Residents said that they heard the last flood happened because of Sieg. The second asked, wasn't it because of Hansu? The interlocutor said that he himself did not know the details and was just saying so. The guy with glasses smiled sweetly at the girls. Words were heard that he had become a real womanizer. He flirts with girls all day long. Someone said that they saw him. He wanders the streets and flirts. Hansu kicked Lenovo, and residents discussed that he was very serious, giving a kick in the ass to all the girls who approached. There was an ominous grin on the guy's face. He thought that at all costs he would remain a real hero. He stood at the cliff with his arms crossed, thinking that he would be content with what was under his feet. Lenovo said that it seemed to be here. Hansu smiled contentedly, thinking that it was time to deliver the decisive blow. He stood in front of the sea with the girls. The saint looked at him in surprise and said that it was just a rumor. How could there be a beautiful girl protecting the holy sword at the bottom of the sea? Hansu scratched his ear and heard that there was only one holy sword in the entire world, so don't trust the rumors that fishermen spread. He stood at the cliff looking at the waves and thought that maybe that was true. But this place was Oyula's goal, and since he could hear its howl, he thought it was worth searching. The mermaid blushed and said that she could dive in and check. Hansu pushed her aside and said that she was a freshwater mermaid and this was a saltwater sea, so unless she wanted to become a surströmming, she should stay away. He dove deep himself. Looking down, the boy sank lower and lower. A red glow was visible at the bottom. Hansu swam towards it. He noticed something in front of him. From the glow, words were heard that the hero of this time must leave. The boy threw his hands behind his head. In front of him was a mermaid with her arms outstretched, and he realized that she was a guardian. The system reported that she was a level 999 plus archmermaid, a guardian with defense, spear, evasion, leadership, immunity skills, and she was interested. The girl looked at him, saying that if he decided to leave now, she would not do anything. Grinning, Hansu asked if he ignored her warning. In response, the mermaid replied that, unfortunately, this was impossible. Closing her eyes, she began to sing and said that he would not remember anything. Continuing to sing, she mentally conveyed that he would open his eyes already on the shore and forget everything. The girl opened one eye, noticing a shadow when she spoke of what he had experienced here. Hansu hit the huge girl with his knee. Grinning slyly, he asked what was going on with his memories. In his nameless skill there was a characteristic that he was not subject to oblivion. The mermaid covered her mouth with her hand and asked, "How?" Clenching his fists, Hansu confirmed that one hit was not enough. He grinned wildly and said that in that case he would hit her until she passed out. The sounds of hitting and screaming could be heard in the water. With a satisfied smile, Hansu swam forward. He was dragging a huge mermaid by the tail and thought that she was somewhere here. Suddenly, he noticed something. The entrance to the cave was located behind the seaweed, and he said that he found it. Looking ahead with admiration, the hero said that the guardian must protect the secret place and thanked her for leading him. Looking inside with interest, the brunette thought that if during the first passage he also found this place. He looked at the purple area near the jugs and thought that maybe his memory was erased. Swimming inside, he thought that he did not have a black box then, so it was quite possible. The worried boy pushed aside the seaweed. In front of him was a sword with a red handle, and the hero asked, were the rumors true? The sword was held by a mermaid, and he realized that it was another holy sword. The system reported that it was a level 1 chaos mermaid, a sea queen. With the skills of divine defense and destruction, she was petrified, preserved. Reaching out with his hand, Hansu said that he adored this combination of colors. He stretched his fingers towards the sword. Suddenly Moral appeared, indignantly shouting for him to stop. Hansu silently turned his attention to her. Indifferently looking at the professor, he said that he assumed that she would appear. He extended his hand. Grabbing the red sword, he said that she was still late. The system reported that he was a level 936 chaos man, listed his characteristics, and reported that he committed a crime, absorbing a holy sword. Professor Moral said with his mouth open in confusion that only one sword could fit into one sheath. What was he going to do with a defective and hidden thing? Hansu looked at the sword in surprise and heard that he couldn't use the original sword now. He remembered the arch-mermaid singing when he heard that it was for killing the guards, and interrupted that it was actually self-defense. She almost erased his memory. The puzzled Professor Moral asked if he understood that he himself had invaded her territory, but the guy retorted that illegal excavations and admiration, and the tasks of the hero Sieg were doing the same. He grinned maliciously when he heard the professor say that she would probably be replaced. The mermaid was behind him. Hansu looked down at her and thought that it was time to leave. As he was climbing the cliff, the girls screamed that they were in trouble. He imagined the angry elf king and heard that the elf king was furious when he learned that his daughter was sold into slavery to humans, came to them with a declaration of war, and Sieg sided with the elves. Hansu remembered that he never found Sylvia at the last auction. Was this somehow connected? The blonde looked at the guy in fear. What Hansu with a wild look asked to believe in him. He had something in stock. A scream was heard that he had a terrible expression on his face. The man stretched out his hand, shouting forward. Knights gathered below, having heard the order to go and punish the nasty people. The elf king frowned, shouting, "Kill everyone without exception." Suddenly explosions appeared ahead. The elves shouted, "Is he a demon? We need to run." A vein bulged on the forehead of the indignant man. He asked to allow them to retreat. The beam crossed the cliff in half. A deep crack remained ahead. Hansu held the sword and mentally called them to come to him. They will fix his reputation. Looking at the red blade, he said that he likes this partner. He held the sword in his hand, thinking that the holy sword too enhances skills, such as the SS Slaughter skill, which deals damage in a huge area. Several skill effects are enhanced in this way. He swung the sword from side to side. A bright glow rushed towards the troops. Thanks to this, the area of damage from the slaughter becomes much larger. Dust rose up near the cut cliff. The Elf King asked in dismay, "How is this possible?" Elemental creatures appeared around. He exclaimed that some pathetic human dared to go against him. The angry elf's hair flew up. He shouted that he would destroy him. Then he looked at the blade sticking out of his chest in surprise. Nasus was standing behind him. The father fell to his knees when he heard that he was ending the war. Putting his hand to his forehead, Hansu said that everything was going as it should. Then he fell silent and looked around. The heroes ran up to the wounded elf with a shout. Without turning to them, the prince said that Elfhain was surrendering. Sylvia looked at her brother with tears in her eyes and asked why he did this to their father. Nasus turned his head towards her and told her to look around. There were bodies of knights lying on the ground. He continued that because of the king's stupidity, many of their kin died. Touching his chest, the elf said that as the rightful heir to the crown, he would not allow the number of needless sacrifices to increase. The guy with glasses raised his sword, shouting that he was wrong. He had no right to become the king of the elves. Putting his hand to his head, Hansu watched this. Touching his chest, Nasus told her to think carefully. He picked up his sister in his arms, saying that it had nothing to do with him. Throwing the girl over his shoulder, he said that he would not kill her, but would only make her go to the human kingdom to serve as a pledge of truce and alliance between their peoples. The guy turned around, exclaiming who would allow him. Suddenly, a girl with a sword appeared in front of him. The girl who jumped forward hurried Sieg. Winking, she asked him to save Sylvia. The guy with glasses pursed his lips and agreed. Looking ahead, Hansu thought that he was not imagining things. He looked at the guy who was clutching the sword, shouting that he was coming, and the hero thought that it was his former partner, the Holy Sword One. Turning his head, Nasu said that he did not like to mock the weak, but since he wanted to die so much, he would help. The guy flew from above, raising his sword. He stabbed the enemy with a blade in fear. If not for the sword, he was basically committing suicide. The elf blocked his attack. His eyes lit up red. Hansu thought that Nasu's was the boss he had recognized. The system reported that he was a level 999 archelf, a swordsman. The stone at the base of the blade glowed. Sieg approached the enemy, while Hansu thought that the sword alone could save the situation. The guy with glasses swung his sword. In fact, Sieg's characteristics did not change. The round crystal flashed. The hero thought that the holy sword alone simply automates the process. It pulls it along and acts as it sees fit. Swinging his sword, the elf noticed what unique movements. Sparks flew from the blows. Resolutely looking forward, the elf said that he was satisfied. The guy slid back. He was breathing heavily, leaning on the sword. Sieg's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the order not to dare lose. The girl ran with a shield in her hand and shouted that he must win. She believed in him. The boy closed his eyes. The blue stone in the sword was shining. He raised the glowing sword. A bright flash flew everywhere. The elf's blade broke into pieces. The blonde looked at it in shock. A blinding beam shook the ground. Hansu crossed his arms, thinking that as expected of the holy sword alone, he would easily deal with such a boss. He closed his eyes when he heard his name being called. Sieg stood with his sword raised and asked how he dared to kill peaceful and free elves. No matter what, he could not forgive him. Clutching the blade with both hands, the boy resolutely shouted that he would defeat him today. The hero with purple eyes chuckled. Sieg with a sword stood opposite the hero, who asked if it was Alex who advised him to side with the elves and go against the people and the kingdom. The guy with glasses was breathing heavily and said that Alex would understand why he was doing this. Hansu grinned. He quickly approached the enemy. A clenched fist appeared before his surprised eyes. The stone at the base of the blade was shining. The brown-haired man managed to block the blow. Hansu looked down at him and thought that this was a fast, strong and at the same time smooth movement. Looking at the shining sword, he thought that this was the level of SS rank swordsmanship. A wide smile appeared on his lips. He thought that this was no different from his first attempt. The brunette clenched his fist. The screaming guy held the sword. The fist stopped nearby. The heroes froze surrounded by dust. Then the red-eyed man attacked, leaving bright traces. The stone on the blade shone even brighter. Blue beams appeared around the screaming guy. The hero swung his leg, thinking that he had already guessed in the first playthrough. He lifted his leg off the ground and thought that the automatic defense of the holy sword was won. He punched the enemy in the face, thinking that it was completely useless against a really strong opponent. The guy flew far back. The hero thought that this was because the automatic remained only automatic. Sieg was kneeling, hearing the question. It is convenient when the weapon does everything for him. Hansu leaned over him, saying that this way you can shove everything on the weapon, and take the victory, and a good name for yourself. He ominously hung over the frightened guy, saying that it was tempting. Both heroes heard someone call Sieg. The girl grabbed her cheeks and asked not to lose. Elphika opened one eye and said that she believed in him. The guy held the shining sword, hearing that he must certainly win. A tall beam rose up from the blade. Hansu realized that the holy sword one accumulates love and friendship. With a determined look, the boy turned to the enemy. He frivolously scratched his ear, hearing that he was warning. A red beam crossed his body. Sieg froze when the heads of the girls flew up. He turned around in fear, and Hansu thought that he could not allow himself to leave alive those who were going against him. The elf's crown fell to the ground. A scream was heard in the blinding beam. Furiously baring his teeth, Sieg shouted that he was the devil. Hansu smiled sweetly and clarified, did he think so? Energy spread everywhere. Raising his head, the hero looked at the light and thought, this can also be considered his achievement. In front of him was a system window listing high-ranking stats, and he thought that the angry hero with the holy sword was alone against him, with the holy sword too, which increased immunity to damage. The boy closed his eyes in bliss. Powerful energy flew in 4 directions. It was as if a black crack appeared below. Someone's heavy breathing could be heard in the dust. Sweat flowed down Sieg's face, and then he was surprised to hear someone call out to him. The figure of the guy who said that it hurt appeared in front of him. Hansu stood on an undamaged patch of land and, pointing to his head, asked to look at this abrasion. He pointed to his forehead with his finger, saying that it had already healed. With an expression of despair on his face, Sieg rushed to attack. Hansu swung his sword from top to bottom. The guy fell, screaming about his hand. The hero said that if he had his way, he would cut off his head. The frightened brown-haired man held his shoulder, hearing that since he was also a hero. A predatory smile was visible on Hansu's dark face when he asked what he could endure, and thought that his inner world and reputation were also important. Putting his hands on his hips, the brunette turned his head. There were severed heads lying on the ground. Words were heard that he would not forgive him. There were drops of blood nearby and the second hero cursed. Severed limbs lay nearby. Hansu smiled contentedly, thinking that this was perfect. He imagined a checklist of things to do. A speech against the elves who attacked the kingdom, defeating the fallen hero Sieg, a complete victory over the enemy without losses on all sides, and thought that no one could repeat something like this. Smiling slyly, he thought that this was very lucky. He was just aiming for an SSS point for reputation. The crying seed heard how he was thanked. Smiling sweetly, Hansu saluted and thanked, saying that this was a great weather to defeat the demon lord, while the second hero cursed foully. In the darkness stood a gloomy castle. Having knocked down the door, Hansu maliciously asked for forgiveness. The demon exhaled steam, turning to the hero. On his lap sat a cute elf, and he indignantly asked, wasn't he taught to knock? The lovesick blonde asked the demon lord not to lose to the hero, and he agreed. Pedinar stood up, waving his hand and shouted that he had entered successfully, to which he heard that they needed to get straight to the point. Hansu stood with his arms crossed, and heard the question. Where was he in such a hurry? This was a historical moment. He thought he knew what he was up to. The demon extended his hand, and the hero thought that it was all about his penalty. He needed time to get used to the sharp drop in level. Smiling, the boy thought that he was not going to listen to his chatter. Well, this situation was very useful to him. The horned demon heard the boy say that if he wanted to talk about something, it would be better to talk about Ulyulu. Standing on the stairs, he said that this was a very interesting topic. Hansu looked at him, hearing that he had come to the right place. He had all the knowledge laid out on the shelves. Lowering his head, Pedinar told him to listen carefully. Then he dramatically waved his hand, saying that the hero had come to the right place. Discouraged, Hansu pursed his lips, hearing that he was evil itself, the demon lord Pedinar, and thought that this was very passionate. In the hero's hand was a red sword. He heard the call to try to use his pathetic power of love and friendship to defeat him, and interrupted, saying that he agreed. Love and friendship are pathetic feelings. Pedinar looked surprised. He looked at the red sword in the boy's hand and recognized the cursed holy sword. There was a purple haze around the base. The hero said that it seemed like he knew something about it. The demon waved his hand, saying that he should have guessed it when, despite the drought, rain fell from the sky, meaning Ulyulu had fallen, and he was getting closer to the secret. A blade appeared in the enraged demon's hand. He said that he had no chance of defeating him anyway. Smiling mockingly, Hansu asked if he should tell him before he died. He stared ahead in dismay. Hearing that he said that he would know if he defeated him. It would be good if he stopped being stupid. The demon loomed overhead, calling the hero to come to the final battle. A stone fell to the floor. The demon lord gritted his teeth. He lay there, looking at the moon, and asked, how is this possible? Hansu leaned towards him with a smile and said that he was quite strong thanks to his new friend and thought that in the case where the levels were equal, skills would come to the rescue. But even by skills he was stronger. But he had the main weapon, the holy sword too. Smiling darkly, he told him not to dare to die and told him everything. Looking at him with displeasure, the demon turned to the hero. He introduced the Black Dragon and said that someone showed this cursed holy sword to the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion who suddenly disappeared 500 years ago. But that was all he could say. The sword flew into the forehead of the defeated demon when he heard, if so, let him die. Throwing the blade over his shoulder, Hansu thought that he had said little. His hand was surrounded by a purple glow. The hero thought that the dark energy of the demon lord was being absorbed thanks to the black box. He had SS rank dark energy left from the second playthrough. Hansu chuckled contentedly and said that he could definitely be called a demon lord now. He looked at the skills in the system window, thinking that he now had a second SSS rank skill and the holy sword too helped him with this. The blade above his palm began to disappear. The hero thought that it was even a little sad to part with it, because they had become very close. A system window appeared in front of the guy asking if his adventure was exciting. Smiling, he thought that not at all. Because of the rivals and stupid volunteer work, he was only exhausted. A window appeared in front of him congratulating him on defeating the demon lord, and the hero thought that this time these repeated lines especially touched his soul. He remembered how he scolded the girl, and thought that the third playthrough was really hard. He remembered Sieg spreading his arms, thinking that he had been on the verge of despair so many times because of him, the master of hypocrisy and propaganda. He remembered the cloaked men praising him and thought that it was only thanks to the support of the demon worshippers that he was able to get back on his feet. The system asked him to look at his grades. With a determined frown, Hansu thought that he would definitely pass this time. The system asked him to check his report card. Then the report card itself appeared, which stated that SS Combat Power, SS Achievement, A+ Reputation, FF Personality, and a question in the notes. Why was the easiest subject, personality, in such a state? The hero opened his mouth in shock. The system reported that he had failed the exam. The next window stated the reason that given his pitiful situation, the professor did not know where it would be best to start. The hero must go on an adventure with hope and a dream in his heart. An adventure full of propaganda and lies is no different from a mirage. Pointing his finger in displeasure, Hansu shouted that Sieg started it first. The message about returning him to the first day hit him in the cheek, while the hero shouted that he just picked up. The body of the indignantly cursing guy began to brighten, while he shouted what kind of nonsense with personality evaluation. Instead of him, a bright glow appeared. The guy asked how they even dared to talk about such a thing, kidnapping a person who lived well? Then the system windows appeared, which said that the teaching staff will pray for his success. A special instructor will be assigned to help him. The system repeated this, and then reported that there is no suitable instructor to assign. Hansu stared into space in shock, hearing how he was greeted. A sweetly smiling Lenovel appeared next to him and asked if he had come to his senses, and he replied that he had not. The guy who had gotten up looked out the window and heard that apparently yes. He was probably surprised that he had been summoned so suddenly. This world was called fantasy. Sieg appeared next to him with his mouth open. Hansu punched him, not listening to his screams about how he dared to do this to his Sylvia. The girl and the knight looked at the lying hero in surprise, while Hansu thought that they and even the palace knights. He smiled, thinking that all this was like the third run. The blonde looked at the guy who seemed crazy in fear, shouting that something was wrong with the second one too. The hero thought that this was the beginning of the fourth run. The excited girl looked away, thinking that today was her first training practice. She approached the glowing fragment, thinking that her senior colleagues had indifferently given her this place, so she began her duties without proper preparation. Suddenly, a sound was heard from the light fragment, surprising the girl, who thought that she would still give it her all. Her surprised face was visible from the purple sphere. She asked what kind of sound it was, what was going on there. The purple ball appeared above the giggling hero. He looked up cheerfully. He noticed the hovering ball, thinking what was wrong with this thing. At this time the girl asked that it was very noisy around. Did something happen? Opening his mouth, the guy examined the ball and thought that the style of speech was not the same as that of the moral teacher. Could it be that the mentor had changed? A voice was heard from the purple ball, saying that she did not introduce herself. From now on she will be responsible for the students undergoing practical training. The boy looked at the ball, hearing that since this was new to her, she still had a lot to learn, but she hoped that everything would go well between them. The blonde standing behind him called him to go with him, and Hansu asked if the mentor was a girl or a guy, to which he heard that it was for better information. Slyly touching his chin, the boy said that he was a man with hairy legs, to which he heard that she carefully shaved her legs every morning. The hero smiled, outsmarting the mentor, and said that he was also pleased to meet Miss in turn. He bowed, while the voice scolded that this was not right. With a satisfied look, Hansu heard the request to save the kingdom, and said that of course, let them trust him with all the problems of the kingdom. He closed his eyes and asked how she was. Miss in turn answered that she was very good. Throwing his hands behind his head, he walked away, while she said that this was the perfect greeting, which could not be faulted. The hero walked down the hallway saying that she was not leaving as a simple teacher, and heard that she was still just practicing, so she had a lot of time. Smiling, pushing Lenovel out of the room, Hansu said that in that case, she would not be bored. The door slammed shut. The hero lay down on the bed, saying that he would lie there and wait until night fell, and heard why. A system window appeared next to him. The boy answered not to do anything. He touched a line with the E-level skill with his finger, and thought that thanks to what he experienced in the last playthrough, his FF level stats now looked like this. A system window appeared in front of him, which said that his skills were from S to SSS. The boy noticed the chaos state, the holy sword. He held the red blade with a smile, thinking that he had a plan, and greeted his partner out loud, saying how glad he was to see him. A voice was heard from the ball floating nearby, asking why the holy sword was here. Hansu chuckled, thinking that these idiots, thinking that by returning him to the very beginning, everything would be fixed, did not even explain anything to the intern. He closed his eyes with a smile, thinking that they just threw her straight to the scene. He did not think that it would be like this. The purple ball hovered in space, hearing how they addressed the intern. Holding a sword, the hero asked, does she not want to become secret friends? Words were heard in the bright castle that it was impossible. This was completely immoral. He was a student, and she was a teacher. The hero replied that if she changed her mind, let her say right away. Night fell on the palace. He stretched, hearing that here was the night he was waiting for, and said that this was great. He opened the window, thinking that during this time he was able to improve skills that require internal concentration, such as madness, intelligence, and luck. Below stood a knight with a spear. The intern asked. There was almost no lighting here. Was he still going to go out? Putting his foot on the windowsill, the hero said no, he was going to do something different. With a slightly wild smile, he said he wanted to sneak into the demon lord's palace. Hansu jumped out of the window, hearing the question, to the demon lord on the first day? The knights did not notice him jumping on the wall. The guy had a big smile on his face. He asked, is it a personality problem? The guy ran quickly down the street, saying that if he just dealt with the demon lord, he would see if they could find any more flaws in him. Dust rose up behind him as he ran. The hero said he thought the road would be boring, and asked if she sang well, to which the trainee replied that it was a secret. The green one-eyed demon opened his mouth in surprise when he said that they would ignore low-level demons. There was a dragon hidden in the cave, but the hero said that they would ignore everyone. He stopped at a high castle, saying that they would reach the demon lord's palace in a quarter of a day. With a wide smile, he explained that he had been here several times before. In front of him was a large gate with an image of a skull. The demon opened his mouth, hearing that she should not do this, and told her not to do it. A blonde girl was seen, who said that she had a husband and children, and that the demon repeated that it was not necessary. The embarrassed elf hugged the demon, saying that she was his captive and she had no choice, but he said that he was wrong. He opened his mouth in fear, shouting that he kidnapped her because the elf king always bragged about his wife. He graciously let her go, quickly leave. Hansu peered through the half-open door, hearing that there was no way back, and the demon's objection that she said they only held hands. Blushing, the hero burst in, shouting that if he was going to do it, then do it right away. Pedina looked surprised to recognize the hero and asked what the hero who was summoned only yesterday was doing here. The boy jumped up, shouting that he came to see him. He kicked the elf aside, and then, smiling, he plunged his sword into the demon's body. The demon was shocked, asking how dare he be so cowardly. Then he fell on his back. A system notification appeared in front of the satisfied boy. Was his adventure exciting? The brunette stood in front of a large information window with congratulations on passing. There was a wide smile on his face. Hansu thought that they had no reason to cut his grades, because nothing had happened yet. The system just offered to look at the grades. Hansu spread his arms in front of the shining window, saying that this time it was definitely graduation. The system asked to check the report card. It said that combat power was C+, SSS achievement, reputation was C, personality was C, and the note was this monster born from retaking the exam? The hero smiled and thought that it was finally done. The system reported that he had passed the test. Raising his hands, the boy shouted in joy. He pursed his lips, thinking that he could finally get out of this terrible world, and said that the path was too long. Miss Trainee floated nearby and congratulated the student, who said that it was all thanks to her. Hansu smiled very widely, saying that she was very modest when he heard that she had done nothing, and thought that it was enough for him that she did not grumble like the moral teacher. The teacher smiled, saying that she finished the internship in a day, and her colleagues would be jealous. How could he thank him? Hansu smiled when he heard that if they met in society, she would become his friend, and agreed. The purple ball became a spiral, and the hero clarified that he was not just a friend, but a secret friend, and wished her to become an outstanding teacher. In front of the boy was a system window, which said that the faculty was stunned by his success. He thought that it seemed like his genius strategy was able to impress even them. In the next window was a certificate stating that the said student went on an adventure in his daily life, did good deeds of his own free will, in addition, became a role model among the inhabitants of fantasy, always caring for his companions, and that the said student was appointed as a B-rank hero. Hansu chuckled and said that this was some kind of prepared speech again. The system congratulated him on his graduation, and the boy thought that none of this mattered now. A shining window appeared in front of him. Hansu thought that it felt strange, the same as when he was sent for re-evaluation. He closed his eyes and thought that maybe he was just too used to it. He was experiencing continuous stress from the teachers, so they would never see each other again. He imagined a green planet and thought that he was walking towards the Earth. A bright purple flash. A small flash of light in the darkness. A surprised guy sat in a stone chair. There was an exit in front of him, and he thought, is this a cave? Hansu opened his palm. A system window appeared in front of him. Part of the writing was hidden. Scrolling through the description, the hero thought that the body and skills were normal. He thoughtfully looked down. Then he saw that he was unemployed, the experience was 110%, and thought that the hero's profession was lost. Looking at his brown t-shirt, he thought with displeasure that they also made him a homeless person and took his clothes. They could have left them as a souvenir. Looking at the glowing exit from the cave, he thought that all this did not matter, because now he just needed to go out and start living like a normal person on Earth. A glow appeared outside, and Hansu thought that first of all he should get to his parents, and then watch all the movies and TV series that he missed. He looked forward enthusiastically. Then his look became confused. There were 2 moons in the sky above the strange towers. He thought that this was definitely not the Earth. A system window appeared in front of the confused guy. He thought, has the Earth really been destroyed in the 11 years of his absence? The system window said that his graduation was delayed. Then came a message that the reason was that he passed the test using loopholes and tricks. Although he was enrolled in the list of graduates, his actual graduation would be delayed until he passed the exam properly. Then came a note that such a trick would not work anymore. Red with anger, the hero read this. He widened his eyes, thinking that they should try to pass this exam themselves with flying colors. Looking at the glowing satellites of the planet, he thought that if he started the exam again from the beginning, Lenovo would already be chatting somewhere. Someone came up from above and called out to him. A girl with blue hair was standing on the platform and asked if he was here for the first time. Raising his head, Hansu looked at her. Looking at the shortened jacket, the hero thought that she was not dressed in strange fantasy outfits, but in normal earthly clothes. Frowning a little, he thought, is she also a hero? The system window reported that she was an archhuman of level 496 and a warrior, and the hero thought that she was not the first level and her profession was not a hero. He needed information. Spreading his hands, the brunette said that this was true. He was completely confused, did not understand anything. The girl smiled slightly when he called her a beauty, and asked if she could tell where he was. She took a step off the ledge, she agreed. In the hand of the approaching stranger was a knife. The blade was pressed to the hero's throat. He quickly swung the sword. Closing one eye, the girl fell. Hansu stepped on her back with his foot. Ominously bending over, he asked where he was. Looking wildly, he directly warned that it would be better for her to answer the question. The girl lying on the ground tried to say something. Opening her mouth, she screamed that she gave up. With a fake smile, the hero held the sword, saying that apparently she did not understand yet. Suddenly, only a cloud of dust remained under his foot. Bewilderedly, he looked away, wondering what it was. Information appeared nearby that an instructor would be assigned to help, and he thought that at least the help of a teacher would not hurt right now. Looking at several system windows with this information, he exclaimed that he was joking and did not need a mentor. As before, the system said that there was no suitable instructor to assign. In the purple ball, an image of a smiling Miss Trainee appeared, who greeted the student, saying that they would meet very soon. Hansu looked at her in surprise and heard that she found out that his graduation was delayed and understood that he was upset now. But he would succeed, she would support him. The purple ball heard what kind of long speeches were there in their relationship. Winking, the hero greeted Miss Intern and his secret friend. There were tall pillars among the trees. The hero asked, "What kind of place was this?" The voice of the mentor was heard from the purple ball, who asked not to be surprised when she said about this place. Hansu closed his eyes from the glow of the energetic mentor, who said that every 4 years there is an event here. Graduates gather to take part in friendly competitions, the Hero Festival. Opening his mouth, the guy asked, she helped when she heard that today was the 15th day of the festival. But she worked very hard to organize it together with other instructors and teachers. Approaching the carefree intern, the hero asked if they were secret friends. She screamed that the information about the festival was secret. Putting his hands behind his head, the hero turned away, saying that she was not lying to him when she said that she would become his friend. Professor Moral always said that honesty is a virtue. There were mountains ahead. She asked if those snowy peaks were beautiful. In the middle of the forest, there was a pond. The mentor said that it was very picturesque and she had a feeling. The hero smiled, hearing that something good could happen today. Hansu jumped off the tower, asking why not head there. Moving forward, he thought that the alumni festival was once every 4 years, just like the training of the reserves. He remembered the cloud of dust under his foot, thought that according to Miss Intern, he can leave whenever he wants. It is completely unnecessary to participate. But the reward is also good. A voice came from the purple ball that the festival reward would be given to the 3 survivors. The guy's face turned red when he heard that he should form a team of 3 people using the power of love and friendship. He replied that in order to get all the rewards, he would need to get rid of 3 people at once when only 4 were left. The brunette turned around with a smile, thanking her for the advice, but the girl asked how he could interpret it like that. The guy made his way through the grass, asking if an event of this scale only happens once every 4 years. Isn't the interval a bit short? The intern replied that fantasy time at the festival goes 10 times faster than on Earth. She imagined the planets, saying that the festival would happen almost every 40 years. The hero opened his mouth in shock. She realized that he didn't know. While imagining the planets, Hansu thought that the time he spent not on Earth was not 11 years, but only 13 months. With a smile, he put his hands behind his head, thinking that this was good news. If it was only a year, it could be treated as an academic leave. Then he froze, realizing that if he returned to Earth now, with a look of horror on his face, the guy screamed that he would still be considered a schoolboy. Hansu covered his mouth with his hands, and someone ordered him to identify himself. The red-haired girl told the man in front that he was too aggressive. The guy also advised not to look for trouble. The brunette looked ahead in surprise. The man who was called Wolf smiled widely, saying that he was still a child. The system reported that he was a level 654 superhuman, a monk, with translation skill A, faith A, iron wall D, combat skill D, endurance E, good condition. Hansu froze when the man laughed that he was only level 1. They were worried in vain. Leaning over, the man angrily gritted his teeth and told him to disappear while he was kind, letting him go only because his first level would not bring him experience. Hansu looked at him in surprise and asked, "Does he also gain experience by killing?" Wolf laughed, saying that of course. What a stupid question. How did he even graduate? His comrades asked him to take care of him and move on. Smiling widely, the hero confirmed. His eyes lit up purple. He gloomily asked not to go anywhere. While he was being cruel, he would have to kill him, because level 654